A warm good afternoon from Torry Gymnasium in Washington, Illinois. Welcome back into Clutch Sports Media's coverage of the 19th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We begin our evening coverage with a shootout series matchup presented by Teamworks. It's John Burroughs taking on Crispus Attucks. With Gavin Russell, Larry Larson in with you. So glad you're with us here for Thanksgiving week. And Gavin, this should be a lot of fun, this matchup. If you like big men, if you like good old-fashioned body bumping in the paint, this is the matchup for you.
Yeah, both of these teams do not sport many players under 6 feet tall, so most of them are taller than me, but they really have some high-level players, a lot of accolades. A lot of these players have multiple Division I offers, high D1 Power 5 offers. It's going to be a lot of fun, Larry.
It is going to be a lot of fun. Let's talk about Crispus Attucks to start. Starts with Desmond Briscoe, 6'9" senior, 14 points a game last season, two-time Indianapolis City Player of the Year. He's a player that a lot of people in Indianapolis are familiar with, and he's a player that a lot of people around the Midwest could be familiar with by the time this game's all said and done.
Yeah, he's a 3-star commit, but probably plays better than that, honestly. He's got offers from the likes of Cincinnati, Butler, Iowa, among some others. So he's a dynamic player. He's going to get it done on the glass. He's a double-double machine. I'd be shocked tonight if he didn't have a double-double.
Well, he's going to have his hands full in the paint, going up against Tristan Reed, 6'9" junior, and Sheik Pearson, a 6'11" junior for John Burroughs.
Yeah, both those players are top 100 in 2026, so they're only getting better. They're just juniors right now. They've got a lot of development left to go. Again, lots of Power 5, Iowa, Michigan, Illinois, DePaul. So many schools going to be looking. So if you're a fan of college basketball, these guys will probably play in some really good ball here in a couple of years.
That is for sure, and this is a matchup that underscores the TOC's ability to go out and find some talent that you're going to be seeing in the NCAA and then eventually, hopefully, the NBA here come a few years. A lot of talent specifically at the post for both sides.
Yeah, it really is, and I think that when you look at these teams, they challenge themselves with their schedules. They're pretty well-renowned in their states. For Crispus Attucks, they're looking in Indiana to take a little bit of a step further. They lost their second playoff game of last postseason, so they want to take a step further. They've got the talent to do so. And then last year for John Burroughs, they lost to Vashon, a very good team in the playoffs. They both had winning seasons, but again, would like to continue to press forward and really make a name for themselves.
Without a doubt, two teams coming from very talented basketball cities. John Burroughs, you mentioned, out of St. Louis, and Crispus Attucks out of Indianapolis. John Burroughs suited up in their home white away from home, while Crispus Attucks is in that dark green color that you'll see on your screen here in a minute. Attucks in dark gold. That's a unique look, Gavin. Not a look you see on a jersey very often.
I like it. It's kind of close to Oregon Ducks territory, perhaps. Okay. Kind of in the neighborhood, but it's a very nice color combo.
I would more say maybe Green Bay Packers.
Well, we don't talk about that up here, Larry. My Bears fandom is a sad one, but that's one thing. The Packers through and through are the team we don't like.
Right there with you, pal. Hey, we're a neutral party on this broadcast. Running through the starting lineups, Crispus Attucks. The visitors on the scoreboard, Alexander Harris, Chris Hurt, Amon Cousins, Caden English, and Desmond Briscoe, who we mentioned earlier. John Burroughs wins the tip. Their starting lineup starts with Max Steinbach, DJ Johnson, Owen Walther, Tristan Reed, Sheik Pearson. Turnover on the first possession. A little sloppy at half court. Who wants it? John Burroughs does. Reed in the paint. And a reset to Walther.
Yeah, so about 3 turnovers in about 20-some seconds. Both teams just got to find their footing here. Make the play first.
Steinbach pops it out to Reed. That's Pearson. Hands off back to Steinbach. The lob and the tip in. What a way to start.
We're going to see a lot of lobs in this game, and it's really easy when you got a few guys that are in the 6'10" neighborhood.
That was Tristan Reed starting the scoring tonight. Crispus Attucks trying to respond. And they've got that good size with Desmond Briscoe, but they don't have two guys at 6'9" or above like John Burroughs does. Chris Hurt's jumper doesn't get the roll. Rebound ripped away by Pearson.
He's got to be careful, maybe a little bit of a push off there. Doesn't want to get a Jody Brown State Farm charge.
Got to be on the lookout for those. Johnson with Pearson. John Burroughs, despite their size inside, they've kept the ball on the perimeter on their first few possessions.
They really have, and I think they're just kind of surveying, seeing if they can get something inside.
And the pass is poked away. Good hustle from Cousins. The Euro to the basket for the deuce.
Size doesn't matter. Small but mighty gets the steal and goes all the way. Nice little Euro step.
Knotted up at 2 as we get started here in this matchup in the shootout series presented by Teamworks.
Crispus, despite their lack of size a little bit, they are defending tenaciously right now.
A lot of face guarding going on. Teams getting to know each other in the opening minutes. That's a deep 3, and it's money out of the hand of Owen Walther.
He says, get to know me a little bit. He can shoot it from 3 for number 30.
Walther, the 6'4" senior. The response, just a little bit short from Hurt. Reed cruises into the paint off balance. Little contact, no foul, out of bounds.
Maybe a little bit of an ill-advised shot. You know, it seems like they, on that last possession, had good ball movement that led to the 3, so want to look for ball movement.
Harris has it pickpocketed in the paint. Johnson slows it down. This is a long 2, and it's short.
Again, second straight possession. Got to move the ball a little bit, kind of a one-and-done situation.
English to the basket, draws the foul, and he'll head to the free throw line.
And again, on paper, when you look at the size, you know, you would say Burroughs has the upper hand, but I think it's got to be a key for Crispus coming into this game is team rebounding, getting multiple guys involved to the ball. You know, you can't just send one green jersey to the glass, and they haven't done that. You know, you see a lot in the area. As you mentioned, face guarding very well, so everybody's on their A game and they know their assignments.
You know, so often you hear coaches talk about rebounding and defense comes down to effort. That's especially key when you're outsized.
Yes, most definitely.
Second free throw from English, rims out. Score remains 5-2, John Burroughs. Pearson around the perimeter, back to Steinbach. On the baseline with Reed. Pearson, handoff, back to Steinbach, drives inside, kicks out to Chase Williams. And that's a push. That's a charge. And all our charges this week brought to you by Jody Brown, State Farm. Jody Brown and her team support the KB Strong Foundation in the charge against glioblastoma. 3 from the wing, left it short. English off the mark.
Defender might have got a piece of that one. The long arms there, not going to make it easy to shoot tonight.
Good game flow here in the opening minutes as Steinbach has Pearson. Got a good size advantage, guarded by Hurt. Steinbach charges downhill, and he is denied. Briscoe all over it. That one swatted nip into the rafters. My goodness. Euro to the basket. What a move. No finish for Pearson. How many offensive rebounds is this? And it finishes with an and one.
What an incredible sequence right there. That's just what the height right there is just going to do. They were just simply soaring over everybody to grab the ball, but Pearson tried to dunk it, and it, like, somehow shot up into the rafters. I mean, he tried to throw it down with some force right off the back iron, but was able to get the and one, and what a sequence.
3-point play for Pearson finishes a chaotic possession. 8-2, John Burroughs. Tigers need an answer. Harris in the corner. Hurt downhill. Volleyball blocked away by Reed. That shot didn't stand a chance.
And this is going to be really tough because it's clear that they're trying to get it to Briscoe, but obviously that is cut off quite a bit of the time. I mean, Reed has that locked up all the way, so they're having to get creative a little bit and haven't found that rhythm yet. Trying to look for some perimeter shots like that one.
Cousins' triple is short. Almost every three from Attucks has been short.
A little bit
to
flat.
Open the game.
Yeah. Now, that's the one thing about this matchup is Crispus did play last night, so this is a back-to-back situation where John Burroughs, despite the travel time, they haven't played yet this season. So just wonder if the tired legs will come into effect for the Tigers.
Pretty manageable travel for both teams, but it's a great point. Game last night, Attucks didn't really have a chance to practice here in this gym. Reed in the corner, sloppy pass, and the Tigers rip it away. Skip pass ahead, Hurt nearly had it interfered with, but he lays it up and in.
Yeah, he's going to be a really special player here tonight. He's got to make a lot happen with Briscoe pretty much locked up.
Pearson. A lob up to Pearson. That was a tip shot, didn't go. Here's Hurt, senior committed to IU South Bend. Key player for the Tigers. Goes to Briscoe in the post. Double team comes. Now a reset to Hurt. Plenty of time on that shot clock. Harris pops the three. That one's long. Reed gallops ahead, and he is stuffed. Briscoe turned an ankle under the basket, though. Got to keep an eye on that as Harris is blocked. That's by Pearson. It is an easy layup, and now it's an injury timeout as Desmond Briscoe had a phenomenal block, but turned his ankle under the basket, and he is writhing in pain. And Gavin, you just hope that it's a turned ankle.
You really hope so, and that was just a really tough sequence. He made a heck of a block. I mean, just incredible effort we've seen so far, but he's right there by the trainer. They're going to try to get him up. That probably stung quite a bit. I just hope he can get back out there at some point. If nothing else, at least hope it's nothing serious for his season. Gets a nice hand from the crowd.
So Briscoe is helped to the training room along that baseline.
That changes things quite a bit now. You know, you're already a little bit short compared to your opponent. So now you got to figure a few other things out. But so far it's been Chris Hurt that's made a lot happen, and he's a guy that can average double figures nearly. Lamar Jones is a transfer that came in averaging 10 points a game. So they have some guys. You just might need to change your game plan up here a little bit and see if somebody else can create a spark.
Well, to be honest, Gavin, the game plan for Attucks really seemed perimeter focused, and it hasn't worked out so far.
Yeah, it's one of those things that we'll see if they can make adjustments. Perhaps not enough prep time comparably to Burroughs since they played last night.
Here's another three from Hurt. Off the back iron, rebound reeled in by Reed. Big man can run the floor, but he won't this time. Darmarajan in the game. 5'11" senior at point guard. Pass into the corner, Walther. Passed up a three. He had a three earlier in this first quarter. Darmarajan. Jump pass. Look out. Reed down the lane, and he's going to the line.
Really hard to stop that. Reed is just, you can see he's physically built. He's strong. I'm sure they have him in the weight room, which is unlike a lot of high schoolers. A lot of time high schoolers go to college, and then that's when they try to put some weight on them. But when you have a guy like Reed who can move well, he's mobile, but he's also got that size on him, that makes him a really special player, hence why he's ranked 63rd in the nation.
First one doesn't have the shooter's touch, so it remains a 6-point advantage for John Burroughs. Reed, a basketball family in St. Louis. Older brother Terrace at UConn, first at Michigan. Offensive rebound, fought for and won by Johnson, and he's fouled.
And there was 3 green shirts in the area, but how about that effort there just to come away with it? Again, both teams trying to do the little things, just both very skilled, kind of outmatched that time.
Something about rebounding and effort we were talking about earlier.
Indeed.
Johnson in the mid-range, well short. Hurt runs the floor in transition. A beautiful pass. And Thomas turns it into 2.
That's what they're going to need to do. Get in transition, take the points when there's not a big man on the inside.
Darmarajan. Pass into the corner, had it tipped away.
Chris Hurt getting a hand on that one. I really think this is his team to kind of lead now. You know, with Briscoe going down, we'll see if he's able to come back or not, but Hurt's been kind of that spark plug leader in both ends of the floor.
Under a minute to go in the first quarter. Here's Pearson in the mid-range, money. Sheik Pearson fresh off the bench.
If he's hitting that one, they're going to have a very, very good night.
Cousins turns the corner. Back out to Hurt. Plunges into the paint, and he is denied. Pearson says absolutely not. Pass to the baseline, high off the window. No, but Pearson's there for the finish. He's having his way.
The defense was nice there initially from Lamar Jones, but nothing much you can do when Pearson soars in.
Hurt with 4. Now with 3. Needs to make something happen. Cousins triple halfway down and out, and if that doesn't sum up the first quarter for Crispus Attucks, I don't know what does. Headed to the second quarter, want to thank our sponsor of timeouts, Enercon Power. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Also brought to you by Keps. Come to Keps Sports Bar during the TOC. Check out our menu on our website. Keps also features trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 p.m. And they feature Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. every Sunday night. Follow and like us on Facebook for more information. I think I know what I'm doing this Sunday night now. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC and is the official pre and post stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 for every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. Also, PJ Hare is proud to be the sponsor, a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic team. John Burroughs with the lead through 1, 14-6 over Crispus Attucks. A pickpocket, Max Steinbach, easy 2.
That's a really tough way for Crispus to start out the quarter break, you know, trying to find something to turn the tide a little bit. It was kind of an unfortunate first quarter. Bad way to start.
Elbow jumper from Cousins. And it'll go the other way.
I like that play, though. You know, they're trying to stay on the perimeter, got a couple of screens, and got a nice open shot. Cousins didn't go down, but keep running that play. Give them those mid-range shot, the three-point shot. They're going to start falling eventually.
And in case you're just joining us, the big story so far in this game, Desmond Briscoe, the star big man for Crispus Attucks, down with an ankle injury midway through the first quarter. Darmarajan connects with Walter in the corner. Post feed to Pearson. How about that court vision on that pass? Shot clock under 10. Darmarajan. The midi is off. Hurt runs the floor. Pass was wide open until it wasn't. The wingspan from Pearson closes the gap on a wide open layup.
He's just a block machine, man. I mean, that's at least 3 or 4, and we're barely into the second quarter. I mean, it's almost impossible to not get swatted by him.
That was Eric Jackson who was swatted. Hurt dishes to Jackson. And a jump ball is called.
Yeah, it looked like a good hand-on-ball situation. Didn't look like he got the arm at all, so nice play right there to not get the foul, and I think a good call there by the official.
You know, Gavin, that's an underappreciated play in basketball, the jump ball. It takes some talent to get on top of the rock.
Yep, very easy to catch the arm, but no, he did a good job there. All ball.
Steinbach plunges into the paint, lobs it up for Pearson, and he draws the whistle.
I'm starting to feel like, you know, if these guards for Burroughs, just floating anything up towards the rim is almost as good as a pass when Pearson is out there, because he seems to find the offensive board almost every time for a tip-in or a second opportunity, so they know, hey, let's throw something up there, let Pearson go get it.
The man is a vacuum. Can't make the first.
That really might be the only flaw I've seen between Tristan Reed and Sheik Pearson so far, is just missed a couple free throws, but that can be sorted out in the gym really easy, and he looks stupid right there and makes the second one.
11-point lead for John Burroughs. Chris Hurt, point guard, runs the show. Rolls downhill, drive and a dish, and the tray. Julius Spann cashes in on the first one from distance for Attucks.
Inside out, nice looking pass and a good shot in rhythm.
Garmarajan stepped on the sideline, and all of a sudden, Attucks is feeling a little bit of momentum.
And really, despite the score, I don't think Attucks has played that bad. I mean,
No.
I don't think they've played that bad of a game. They've just missed a few shots, had a couple of bad breaks, so they're very much in this ballgame.
Hurt, that same drive and kick, and that pass in the post led a little bit too far out of the reach of Lamar Jones. Glad you bring that up, Gavin, because the shots haven't fallen offensively, but defensively, they have had a very strong effort, even with their big post presence, Briscoe, on the bench.
Yeah, I mean, despite being down Briscoe, that's really been the only thing that's hurt them, is just a couple of putbacks and things like that. They haven't been lighting them up from three-point range or anything like that. So overall, it's been a pretty good showing from the Tigers, but credit to Burroughs, too, for doing what they can do to stay in the lead.
Steinbach, cross-court dish, and the three swirls the iron from DJ Johnson. Tigers want to run. Hurt thought about his own three. The offense resets. Hurt really unselfish. A lot of last-second passes. This time he whirls, dishes into the corner. That three's too strong from Jackson, and a loose ball foul.
And that probably was a good foul right there. I think they had a lead man kind of running up the far side, but overall it seems like Crispus Attucks has been the better team in transition, and they've gotten a couple buckets off that, so they need to try to look to get explosive after getting on the defensive glass, making those rebounds ever more important. Try to get a quick two on the other end. That's going to get them a lot of points tonight.
5 minutes to go in the first half. And this shootout series matchup brought to you by Teamworks. Lob up off the glass, looking for Tristan Reed, who's back into the ball game. Little Twin Towers action for John Burroughs. Pearson and Reed. Alexander Harris. Hurt. Left it short, cleans up his own mess, and scores.
He took that on 4 bombers right there and just put it off the glass. The bank is open.
Well, Chris Hurt is not the headlining player on this Attucks roster. That's Desmond Briscoe, but you watch Chris Hurt for a few minutes, easy to fall in love with his game.
Oh, yeah, and he's going to be a really good player at the NAIA level, and definitely could be a transfer candidate.
There's the slam. Tristan Reed flushes it down, forces a timeout for Crispus Attucks.
Threw it down right there. That's very easy for the big fella. Light work for him.
And these timeouts. Enercon Power Up timeouts. Brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Gavin, it's been interesting to follow John Burroughs' substitution strategy. At the high school level, I'm sure it's really tempting to constantly play Tristan Reed and Sheik Pearson at 6'9" and 6'11" respectively together all the time. But with Attucks big, Briscoe on the bench, and he's icing up his ankle on that bench right now, Burroughs head coach Pee Wee Leonard has kind of gone sub for sub with Reed and Pearson.
Yeah, and I think they're just trying to stay in that rhythm, right? You know, they don't want to get too far away. At the end of the day, these games are about learning. This isn't life or death, you know, win or go home type of situation. So try to get into those normal rotations of how you're going to play throughout the year. Try to preserve your guys' legs. He understands, hey, it's early. It's going to take him a little bit of time to get into that game action. So I like the way he's doing it.
Cordy Hill walks it up. First time we've called his name tonight. Harris playing catch with Hill. 3 on the way. That's Harris. Left it short, and a hold on the rebound. They're going to get Chase Williams.
Yeah, nice job there. Heading for the rebound. That was Hill. Hill going for it and just drew the foul. So second possession opportunity, and this is a big one here. Try to stay in this ball game.
Attucks offense trying to flip the switch. Just haven't been able to. Cordy Hill. Over to English. Into the lane. Back out for Hill. Swish.
That was a really good looking shot. I mean, right off the hand, I could tell that one was going in. Nothing but net.
A ball movement has been on point for Attucks. It's kept them in this game. Johnson. There's a long 2 from Reed. Too strong. Harris runs the break. Tigers slow it down into the half-court set. Crispus Attucks could be a state contender in the state of Indiana this year. Hill lost it.
That was a kind of an unfortunate turnover, but their patience has been very nice to watch. You know, it seemed a little too fast at the beginning, but you mentioned that ball movement. They're patient. They're not taking the first thing they see. They're not one and done on their end of the floor, so that's what's giving them some good success.
Timeout taken by Pee Wee Leonard and John Burroughs as they were trapped in the half court. One of the first times that Crispus Attucks has pulled that out of their back pocket. Sure worked.
Sure did, and again, fundamentally very sound is Crispus.
Very fundamentally sound, and their fundamentals have kept them in this ball game. This timeout, an Enercon power up timeout. Well, John Burroughs kind of stuck on a number here.
Really are, and you know, they're a very talented team, but I almost wonder that not having Briscoe in the game, even though in theory that would seem to make it easier, I wonder if it's just throwing them off. This is their first game of the year. I'm sure they've scouted the heck out of it. You know, I'm sure the last couple weeks of practice they've been focusing on this one. So I wonder if it's just throwing them off the way they're running their offense. Perhaps an adjustment that the Tigers have made that's throwing them off. So it's a game of chess. We'll see what these coaches can do. Probably make some adjustments at the break, but they got to try to get a couple buckets to get off that number.
Max Steinbach at the controls for the Bombers. The lob and the swat. Lamar Jones smothers Tristan Reed.
Wow. He's filling in well. I mean, he transferred in, filling a big hole right now as there's some discrepancy on who gets the ball.
Attucks saying that they get the ball. And looks like the officials are disagreeing. One official says, no, it's going that way. The other says that way. Attucks says this way. Burroughs says that way.
Officially, the ball that has in the official's hand finally concedes, and it'll stay with Burroughs. And
now it's staying with Burroughs again. Attucks bench is ready to come onto the floor.
They're right there on the action. And they're fired up. I love the energy, right? You know, they're down one of their best players and keeping the energy alive.
Officials pointing more than town natives trying to give out-of-towners directions. Reed, jump outs out to the perimeter. Walther from downtown, too strong. And a foul on the floor. They're going to get DJ Johnson.
And I mean, the momentum shift, it's going to the Tigers right now greatly. And if somehow Briscoe is able to tape himself up and come in for the second half, this could really come down to the wire.
Burroughs trying to ride that momentum into a few more points before the break. What a save, but it turns into a souvenir. Cordy Hill couldn't track it down.
Yeah, just a couple of errant passes, and I feel like without a couple of these turnovers, it could be a tie ball game right now. Burroughs is getting a little bit fortunate.
The lob and nearly a poster. It's going to be a foul, and Pearson's going to go to the line. Oh my goodness.
A dunk attempt like that makes me think what the contingency plan is if the hoop breaks. It is possible. I mean, it has happened. There's professional and college documentation that has happened. Well, what do you do in a situation with the hoop being on the roof? I mean,
well, I think everybody gets a few games off for the rest of the night as Pearson makes the first. For those not familiar with the tournament history, these rims have survived Zion Williamson. So they're pretty sturdy.
True. No, you're very true, but you never know. I mean, he went up there with some force. I mean, he was looking for violence.
Pearson splits the pair. So the lead is 6 for John Burroughs. He does not split the pair. He made them both. Credit where credit is due. Don't want to shortchange anybody. So it's the Bombers by a touchdown.
And here's a zone look for the Bombers. It's kind of throwing them off, but they find a hole.
Harris can't find the bottom of the bucket.
It's a good shot, though. They kind of found a seam in the zone.
From way downtown, you bet. That's Owen Walther.
They haven't hit many threes tonight, but he's hit a couple of them now, and that's a big game changer there for the Bombers.
Hurt slices and dishes. Harris drives and kicks, and the connection from Cousins.
That ball made its way around. Great ball movement. Hurt got it started, found the corner, and then the extra pass there for the 3-ball top of the key.
Tigers starting to get it going from deep, and there's a steal. Hurt with the pickpocket. Hurt with the easy 2.
And what a change. Just as John Burroughs starts to get it back, they hit a 3-ball. Crispus Attucks responds right away.
And now Hurt is coming up gimpy. Something to keep an eye on as Burroughs sets up the offense. Shot clock is off for the first half. Bombers can hold for the final shot. Trying to put an exclamation point on their first half of the season. Steinbach creates some space. There's the floater up for Reed, and he earns a trip to the stripe.
Yeah, and Hurt is looking a little bit hurt with his leg. Hopefully it's just a cramp or something. And it is early in the season. That does tend to happen quite a bit, but get that young man some water and some Gatorade at halftime, and they're going to need him for probably every minute of the second half.
Reed's first free throw is good.
Just a nice job to get back to the stripe. I think it's a big 2 points here for the Bombers to keep themselves with a bit of a comfortable lead going into halftime, because it's been a game of runs. Both teams have 5-0 run here, 5-0 run there. 2 big free throws.
Declan Kilbride is in for Burroughs for the first time. Hurt and Attucks have one more chance. Hurt had a look. It was too strong, and that's how the first half ends. John Burroughs with a strong start. He was slowed a little bit by strong defense from Crispus Attucks. Big headline in this game, Desmond Briscoe, the Attucks center, turned his ankle, still sitting on the bench. You can see him right there with that red ankle tape, hard to miss. Big man on the bench for Attucks, and John Burroughs has used that and a strong performance from their big men to a halftime lead.
Yeah, bad news for Briscoe. Probably not coming back tonight. Might have to get checked out for a sprain or something, but the good news is it doesn't appear that it was anything major, at least from our vantage point, so we hope the best for him just to get himself right. He's a very special player. Don't want to affect this season too much, but overall it was a really good first half. The size really came to be important there for John Burroughs, but just love the fundamentals that Crispus Attucks was able to play with. They did a great job on defense, and it's going to be a really good second half.
We'll have the second half right here after a short break and a trip down to Uftring Tournament Central. Michael Savoy is standing by after a short break. You're watching the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. To request an appointment, visit their website or call 844-OSF-4-HOPE. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Hello and welcome back to Uftring Tournament Central. I am Michael Savoy. Alongside me is Hunter Rhodes. Hunter Rhodes is the owner of Rhodes Basketball Academy. Hunter, it's nice to meet you.
Yep, nice to meet you. I'm honored to be on here. I've been watching you guys' streams for every year since this is my first time over here, so I'm very fortunate enough to get over here and especially be on the halftime show.
So for folks that don't know about Rhodes Basketball Academy, can you kind of give a little bit of a rundown of how that came about and how the process of it?
Oh yeah, I've been training my whole life since I was 16 or 17 years old, just training local kids, and I actually opened it up to doing more, just opened it up for everybody the past about year and a half to 2 years, and it's picked up quite a bit. I've worked with NBA trainers now. I was just at the CP3 middle school camp. I was able to do the clinic over here for the Coach Brown Foundation. So it's picked up a lot, and I've been able to get a lot of people around the Peoria area and local, and some traveling a good distance to come train and just work out with me.
So where are you based out of? Because when I immediately thought about your academy and whatever, I kind of thought it's based in Central Illinois. Am I right, or where are you?
Yeah, I live in Canton, actually, so about 45 minutes from here. But when people ask me, I usually say I'm close to Peoria because a lot of people don't know where Canton's at. It's a smaller town, obviously, but I'm over here a lot. I travel to do stuff over at Torque Fitness and Performance in East Peoria, so I train over in the Peoria area a lot, and I travel for a lot of private workouts as well.
So do you go here for any specific player or team, or what do you watch out for as a basketball trainer in this tournament?
Well, it's my first time over here, so because I've always been a coach at Canton High School, so this is the first time I've actually been able to be over here and see the caliber of players over here. But right now, just basically enjoying good basketball and trying to keep up with all the my clients that I work with, and maybe some more in the future that I'm watching now. So it's just been awesome to see the level of basketball as well as some of the kids and players that I train as well.
So you've been doing this for a long time, I'd assume. So do you have that kind of knack of, even though you're not necessarily a coach per se, when you're spectating and watching these games, do you look at somebody on the court that's playing, you're like, okay, this kid needs to do something better?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, everybody can get better, at everything. Nobody is perfect. Even myself I consider myself as a trainer. I'm not an expert in anything. I'm just trying to continue to learn. I feel like that's how you keep growing as a person, as a player. So just keep learning and, just learning and just building, that foundation of kind of where I lay what's my philosophy, and I try to I just try to help kids. I've been a coach for 5 or 6 years at the high school level, and just applying that relationship skills and the communication skills from that and bringing it into the training side of things as well.
Who has stuck out to you so far? You've been here, how long have you been here? All day, pretty much?
No, just the first game was just this one right here.
There we go. Have you been watching at least? Have you been keeping an eye on some players?
Yeah,
players that stuck out to you?
Yeah, for sure. And you can see things, right away, but obviously the athletic ability that a lot of these kids have and just the overall just pure talent. Obviously there's a few things that you wonder, like how can they shoot, or, what decision, it was their decision making, balance and stuff when they're attacking the rim. Lots of different aspects to the game of basketball that you can notice, but obviously the talent level's through the roof.
Who have you, how do I word this? Who do you pretty much train? I mean, I know you talked about doing youth clinics and other things like that. In terms of like who you train in terms of the player, like the age class, what do you like? I know you probably don't specialize in one age class. I'm sure you do a lot more. I guess who do you teach?
Well, anywhere from I did a kindergarten to fourth grade group, last summer, and all the way up to I've worked with some overseas guys as well. So, and my goal this summer is just working with Johnny Steffine, NBA trainer. I'm going to go out to LA with him, and his clients are Chris Paul, DeMar DeRozan, Kobe White. So the opportunity is there, just getting to know him. Hopefully here this summer coming up, I'll be able to do that. But a lot of just local high school, college, and even youth kids. I train from kindergarten all the way up until I guess overseas, I would say.
So you train with, or not, I mean, you don't train with, but you are with trainers that train NBA players. Do you take away, because I know no one's perfect, obviously, so you can take away certain things from certain people. Do you take away anything that NBA players, because they're pretty much the cream of the crop in terms of basketball, do you take anything away from them that you go down to lower levels and teach?
Well, it's more about, and a lot of kids don't understand is when they watch these guys on TV, see all the cool highlights, that a lot of it's from a foundation that these guys have mastered, which is the fundamentals. And it comes down to the fundamentals, mastering your ball handling, your shooting, your passing, your footwork, your balance, your rhythm. I could go on and on about that, but just understanding that they have the basic foundation and the fundamental set, that's going to allow you to become a better player as you get older.
What's your favorite thing to teach? Now, I will say this. I played varsity. I did play some varsity basketball. I am not athletic at all. I mean, I can sort of jump. I can't dunk. I'm not even close to dunking, but I can somewhat shoot. My favorite thing is shooting. So that's like I like shooting threes. So that's like my thing is doing that. But if you had anything that's your favorite to teach, what would that be?
Oh, my favorite to teach, I mean, a lot of people see my stuff online, is ball handling. That's my thing. But I do teach shooting, especially in private workouts when I don't have a big group. I teach from anywhere to, because the game starts from the ground up. It starts with your feet. If you don't have good footwork, it's going to be hard to be a good shooter. It's going to be hard to be a good defender. It's going to be very hard to have good ball handling skills because the game does start with your feet. And I tell the kids, a defensive player looks at your body. So you have to understand to move your body with the basketball rather than the ball itself, because they're not watching the ball. So just learning to understand how you can have the footwork, the base, the rhythm, and one thing I've noticed about all kids from every level, from little all the way up to overseas pros, that kids all have, rhythm, and they're able to have a lot of good timing to get to that point.
Well, Hunter, it was nice to meet you. It's nice to learn about your academy. We'll run it back to commercial break, and when we come back, it'll be the second half of the game.
Thank you.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Back inside Torry Gym. Glad you're with us on the eve of Thanksgiving, but some good hoops already upon us as John Burroughs leads Crispus Attucks 26-19. This matchup part of the shootout series brought to you by Teamworks here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Big headline in the first half, Gavin, as we discussed ad nauseum. Desmond Briscoe, headliner for Crispus Attucks, appeared to roll his ankle, and he is now in a walking boot at the end of the Attucks bench, so safe to say he's not coming back, and the Tigers are going to have to do it without him if they want to take down John Burroughs and their mighty post players. Yeah,
they really do. I mean, it's tough. They definitely need him, but, you know, they've stepped up really well. Chris Hurt has been electric.
The tray doesn't have the soft touch from Caden English. Lob ahead, Pearson over the block. Couldn't get it to go. Stick back in and out. Pearson's there again, and it's a tie-up.
I got to give a lot of credit there to Lamar Jones. He played very straight up. I mean, normally you'll see a player stick their two hands up, so straight up. He legitimately stayed straight up the whole time. Great defense and a good no-call.
Possession arrow favors John Burroughs. DJ Johnson hauls in the pass. Steinbach high on the right. And the pass trickles through the fingers of Johnson. That'll go back with the Tigers.
And these first couple minutes feel like a really good time. If the Tigers do want to try to close the gap and tie the ball game, these first couple minutes are got to be it. They got to come out and throw a punch.
Ramon Cousins runs the show. Finds Hurt. One-on-one with Steinbach. A drive and a dish. Harris, an air ball.
It's a good look, though. He got the right pass, and it was a good shot, just didn't make it.
Johnson runs the break and was looking for Walther in the corner.
We'll see what Burroughs does here. Again, just trying to really force the inside, but they have hit a couple of threes. Just not getting many shots open in the perimeter.
Max Steinbach, the 5'7" senior, smallest player on the floor. He's played almost every minute of this one. Reed, long two, in and out. Attucks ahead in transition. Hurt stays on the perimeter. High-low pass for Jones, and he lost the handle, but it was last touched by Burroughs. It'll be interesting to see what kind of an impact Lamar Jones has in the second half.
Yeah, he's got scoring potential, but I really got to credit his defense. His defense has been game-changing on Pearson and Reed, and he's pretty much doing it single-handedly. Pearson's the only one out there right now.
Cousins, triple.
They're really starting to heat up, shooting from the outside, so this is a ball game, folks. I mean, they're down Briscoe, but they ain't going away. This team's got some fight.
DJ Johnson directing traffic. Burroughs going with that one big formation. Pass was tipped. Walther hauls it back in. Post feed, Pearson, baseline J. Pretty.
And Tristan Reed, not much of a shooter, but Sheik has a nice touch from the mid-range. So expect to see him do that a little bit more, especially if they can't get all the way inside.
Cousins denied the inside on the other end. Bounce back, pass back to Cousins. Attucks has made the extra pass all night. Sometimes it hasn't resulted in the shot. Cousins, how about another?
Oh boy, I think he found his spot, Larry. He is really starting to heat up. Back-to-back threes for Cousins, and we got a 3-point ball game.
Attucks is battling, undermanned, a little bit undersized against this big John Burroughs squad. Walther, catch and shoot for the response.
Hasn't missed from three tonight. 3 of 3. He's just got a really good 3-point shot. I really don't know why it's not going to him more, at least trying to get him some shots on the perimeter. You got some big fellas that can set some screens.
He is a nice player to balance that John Burroughs offense dominated by bigs. Harris is too strong from distance. Steinbach gets through the pressure. And a pickpocket. Chris Hurt lost the basketball. Just dribbled it off his knee.
And I don't think he had that quick first step there. I think he's still a little bit banged up. Might have turned an ankle himself, so didn't look like he was able to get the same acceleration. And while he did lose it, he had Pearson breathing down his neck, so could have gotten blocked anyhow, but unfortunate turnover there for Crispus.
Not a guy you want to have breathing down your neck in transition.
No.
You'll probably end up on a highlight reel. Tristan Reed is back in. Pearson is out. And Attucks gets it back. Hurt, perhaps playing through a little bit of an injury. Cousins bounces it to the corner for English. Against the much larger Reed, he can't get the job done.
That's not a matchup I would want to go one-on-one against really any time, and probably one I think about giving up next time. But they get it back, another opportunity.
Hurt accelerates to the basket, and he'll go to the free throw line, but first he gets landed on by Reed.
Burroughs doesn't, as a team, the bench didn't like that call too much, and maybe a little contact there with the elbow or the shoulder, but kind of moving backwards and caused the trip there. These are some big free throws, though. Just got to keep this one within striking distance as we get to crunch time. You stay within a couple possessions, you never know what can happen.
First one from Hurt. Too strong, and that had to hurt. A big pile of bricks, and Tristan Reed landing on him after that shot attempt.
Yeah, you finally kind of get to a stoppage, you get to catch your breath for a minute, and just right off the back iron. Definitely takes a little adjusting to shoot here in Torry Gym.
Second one is good. It's a bandbox, and you hear that discussion a lot in the college level, particularly with the Final Four when they play basketball in football stadiums. It's the opposite here. The crowd's right on top of you, so are the walls. Pearson slices to the bucket. Came up empty-handed. Here come the Tigers. Cousins can't make his third of the second half. Here comes Burroughs in transition. Pearson with the handles, and he is stripped. Hurt the other way. Skips it ahead to Thomas. Back to Hurt for the deuce.
Transition both ways, but Crispus comes away with it. They have been so good in transition tonight, both sides of the ball. They're stopping it on defense, and they're making the most of it on offense. A lot of credit for the transition game from the Tigers.
Reed, drive and a dish. Catch and shoot three. No good out of the hand of Williams. How about that ball movement? And that's a goaltend.
What a pass.
It's going to be 2 for Thomas off a wonderful assist.
Touch pass. He already saw great vision. Chris Hurt has great floor vision. He's a floor general. Really leads his team. You mentioned earlier, super unselfish. And it's a one-point game. I mean, this is going to come down to the wire.
2:45 left in the third. A lot of basketball left in this one. Chase Williams fires again. He's 0 for 2 in the quarter. Hurt passes ahead, and a little miscommunication leads to a turnover. Here come the Bombers. Walther came up well short.
Hand got in the way of it.
Attucks has an opportunity to gain its first lead of the night. Cousins whirls in the mid-range. Back out to the perimeter. Into the trusty hands of Hurt. Tigers senior leader backs down Steinbach. Out to the perimeter. English got it.
How about that from Crispus Attucks? And the crowd loves it. They traveled pretty well over from Indy, and we got a ball game 33-31.
John Burroughs trying to cook up a response. Out of St. Louis, that pass was nearly stolen. Steinbach, that pass was stolen. Hurt cruises to the basket. He's fired up.
No Desmond Briscoe, no problem. A timeout by Burroughs.
What a response in the second half for Crispus Attucks, playing without their headlining player against a much larger opponent in John Burroughs. They've got a 4-point lead here in the third quarter. Timeout for the Bombers. It's an Enercon Power Up timeout, brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
And bigger doesn't always necessarily mean better. It's, of course, a blessing to have two great big men like John Burroughs does. However, the way that Crispus is playing it is perfect. You know, they're matching up exactly the right way, being down one of their best big men. They're using Lamar Jones to his best potential. They're getting Amon Cousins open. You know, Chris Hurt is doing what he's doing best, distributing the ball, getting out in transition. So they're doing just about everything that they need to be doing. I think it's just messing with the Bombers a little bit. They haven't really found that rhythm. We still got some good action to play here, but this is really starts to be crunch time here in the last 122. Burroughs needs to not let this one get too far away on their end.
It's the Bombers basketball out of their timeout. Darmarajan out there, feeds Reed at top of the arc. One-on-one, dishes it off to Pearson. Reed and Pearson, guys you lean on in spots like this. Under a minute to go in the third. Darmarajan, drive and a dish was poked away.
The hands are in the passing lanes. They're not letting really much movement off the ball. As you mentioned, face guarding. They're going man-to-man like hardcore right now.
Ball is triggered in to Steinbach. He gets downhill, can't slip it in past the defense against the buzzer. Hurt, ahead in transition. Jackson was stuffed.
Timed it really well on that block and pinned it on the glass.
What a pass. Steinbach all alone, and he missed it, but Pearson's right there.
That's a huge putback. Kill the momentum of Crispus a little bit. And this is a big last possession. They don't need to hurry at all. You know, you can go into the next quarter perhaps with a 2-score lead.
Chris Hurt chewing up the clock.
I'm looking for maybe a Cousins 3. Looks like he's trying to slip off that screen.
There is Cousins. Spits it back out to Hurt, and he gets tripped up. That's a travel. So 1.3 seconds for the Bombers to take a shot, trailing by 2 at the end of the third quarter.
I'd probably be looking for Walther in number 30.
But you're always thinking lob. Can you throw up a full court lob?
Well, they're having the smallest man on the floor throwing a lob. That might be difficult. He gets it down there,
Steinbach cross court. That ball was never touched according to the clock operator.
And it's going to go down to the other end, so chance for a little last-second heave of their own.
I guess that's what Max Steinbach was thinking, along the same lines that we were. Full court tip. He's going to check out and get coached up by Pee Wee Leonard. So games like this are for teaching moments. Here's Cousins in the corner, fights for space and banks it in. Amon Cousins. The bank is open late the day before Thanksgiving.
And just think about that little sequence right there. It was a 2-point game. A chance for maybe a bit of a prayer on the side of John Burroughs. They turn the ball over, and then now it's a 5-point game. So it just feels huge to have that last 3 right there, and the momentum certainly in favor of the Tigers.
Got got to go back to that shot. How on earth did he bank it in from there?
It looks like he was his body was falling our direction towards the free throw line, but he kind of angled his arms towards the glass, and it just was kind of a right place, right time sort of situation. Maybe he's really good at math. I don't know, the angles and whatnot off the glass. I've never been a math major myself. But Physics, I don't know any of that. I call basketball games, but he probably knows a little more than I do, and made a really nice shot there. Really pulls some momentum for the Tigers, and got to see if John Burroughs has an adjustment. They just really never adjusted. They lost the lead that they had at halftime and just couldn't quite get that feeling back. You know, you kind of watch a game and you get that feeling that, all right, one team seems to be in a little bit of control. It's been the Tigers the entire second half so far, and 8 minutes to see if that'll keep up or not.
Every quarter break brought to you by Enercon. Enercon Power Up timeout. John Burroughs trying to catch its breath. Crispus Attucks trying to keep the momentum rolling off that buzzer-beating three from Amon Cousins. Fourth quarter underway. Glad you're with us on your Wednesday night. Hurt drive in addition to the corner, and Cousins took a step.
And that might be one of the main things that could hurt Crispus Attucks here in the fourth quarter, is if they shoot themselves in the foot. You cannot turn the ball over like that. You're asking for trouble. John Burroughs can make you pay.
Against a good team like John Burroughs, they will make you pay. And especially with Attucks using the personnel that they are, they can't afford turnovers. Steinbach gets it to the baseline to Johnson. Reed slices to the basket, and he's fouled.
And he got a little bit of an opening there. They're having to foul, but they haven't made him pay at the free throw line yet, so it's going to be crucial. They're probably going to get to the line here late in the game. You got to make those free throws. That's going to be between winning and losing at this point for John Burroughs.
As Reed shoots his first free throw, what really stands out about both Tristan Reed and Sheik Pearson is their ability to find their way to the basket. These are big-bodied dudes, long limbs. It seems like no matter how small the gap is, they're able to fit their way through it and step through.
Yeah, they kind of just go straight up. They can kind of pull the ball right in front of them. You know, they're really tight. They don't let the ball get stripped away, and he makes the most of those two free throws. But they can kind of wiggle to the hoop in any way. Usually end up drawing a foul. Player has no choice but to foul.
English, in and out. Didn't use enough physics, perhaps? Want to go back to the report card theme?
Maybe not on that one.
Catch and shoot, Walter Cash.
Yet to miss from three. He stepped inside for a couple twos. That's not his range. He's a three-point machine.
That was as catch and shoot as it gets. Quick release. Teardropper falls down off the back iron. Members bounce for Hurt.
We're going back and forth now. Another three feels like it could be huge, and Walther's going to bring it up himself this time.
One-on-one with Hurt. Walther's got this type of range. Dishes it off to Steinbach. Pearson feeds Reed underneath the basket, and the block from behind by Jones. Foul in transition as Cousins was tripped up.
I like the play. They're almost kind of using a man inside as a screen in order to get Tristan Reed open, but I think when he caught the ball, he was just kind of under the hoop and wasn't able to fully get back out to try to put it up off the glass, so he kind of got rejected by the hoop. But I really like that look and play.
Cousins got free, has another make. Amon Cousins has 4 trays in the second half.
So now it's a contest between Cousins and Walther, both 4 threes.
Steinbach free throw line jumper, made it look easy.
He's been challenging them all the way to the hoop tonight. That time he just put the brakes on and took a little easy jumper. That is cash.
There's a big advantage you can gain by having a point guard who can selectively shoot like that. Pearson, a block, but they're going to count it. It's a goaltend.
That was borderline. I mean, we haven't invested in the instant replay yet, but we'd have to take a look at that one. Not going to say it was a bad call. It was just very borderline either way.
So Steinbach walks it up. Reed in isolation. Underneath the reverse. Tip isn't there. And Pearson finishes his effort with a belly flop, and he'll get 2 free throws.
Talk about finding your way to the hoop. I mean, he went all the way around, was able to kind of come back and just get it off the fingertips, and it didn't go. But once again, it's Pearson finding an offensive rebound, and both these guys got to be somewhere in the neighborhood of a double-double if they're not already. Certainly double-digit for rebounds.
Pearson makes his first. Reading up on Pearson, he's had a few interviews. He's described himself as a rim runner and a lob threat. I'd say that checks out.
I think that's his game, and I think he does it really well. And, hey, you know your game, own up to it, you know.
Pearson goes 2 for 2. 3-point ball game. 5 minutes to go. Strap in. Hurt. Over to Cousins, who's got 17 points. Now it's English all the way to the rack. 2 free throws coming up.
And he was able to catch Reed just on a bit of a late rotation there defensively. So he was able to kind of get right in front of the hoop. Reed a little bit late, came from the backside and picked up the foul. Again, the free throws are starting to mount up a little bit, going to become very important.
English is first, well short.
Again, you can go back and watch the game and say we could have done this, could have done that, but at the end of the day, you've got free points standing right in your way. That's always going to be one of the biggest things coaches harp on is make those free throws.
Tell you what, that mopper underneath the basket, he has been hard at work in this game. That's how you know it's been good hustle from both sides. How busy is the mopper?
When bodies are hitting the deck, it's usually for a good reason.
English makes the adjustment, splits the pair. 4-point game. Good ball movement, and the pass is picked off. English in stride through contact, and he's going right back to the free throw line.
Transition game, get the ball, head down to the hoop, and that's what they do. He's got guys on either side he could pass it to, makes the right feed, and able to pick up another foul. Costly turnovers, both teams. Again, that's going to be very key. Don't shoot yourself in the foot down late. Got to make the other team beat you.
English makes his first one this time.
And
like
now
you mentioned, game very well could be decided right here at the free throw line.
Exactly, and going the other way, you know, John Burroughs needs to hold on to the ball first and foremost, but they're down 5. Could be 6 right here. Is not 6, but I'd be looking for Walther on a potential 3. Got to get something back.
Reed, look out. No basket, foul on the floor.
Probably would have been an NBA and 1. Maybe a college and 1, depending on where you're playing at, but most of the time they won't give that to you in high school. Probably a good call.
What do you got against NBA and 1s? Walther, fade away. That's his first miss from distance. Pearson back out to Walther. Another try, just short. Thomas cleans the glass.
He was close. He's always right there. I wouldn't let him shoot it.
Hurt out to Cousins. In and out. Offensive glass. And a reset.
And I think that the reliance there on the big fellas getting the rebounds doesn't always come into play. There were too many white jerseys standing around on an offensive board.
Hurt dribbles in a big circle. Amon Cousins. It's been money from the outside. Hurt around the screen, off balance, turned into a pass, and it turns into 2 shots for Lamar Jones.
I think John Burroughs is starting to feel the squeeze a little bit, right? Crispus has this game kind of in control right now. They're able to kind of move around at will. Their defense has been really good. They've been defending everything straight up, so getting some big possessions coming up here for the Bombers, and now they got to kind of count on a few misses just to keep them in this ball game.
Lamar Jones transferred in for this season. First one off the mark. Averaged a double-double last year. Not just any double-double, but a 10-point, 13-rebound double-double. So he averaged more rebounds per game than points.
Yeah. I think I'd describe him as a lot more defensive. Not that he can't score, but he is a defense and rebounding presence.
He's matched up with Tristan Reed, the 4-star recruit for John Burroughs. Steinbach, drive in a dish. Johnson off the baseline. Walther cut off. Finds a streaking Pearson. What's the call? It's a travel.
That was a good pass, though, by Walther, though. Didn't have anywhere to go, kind of backed up on the baseline and saw him all the way. Got Pearson on the cut. He just couldn't get the handle to get it on the ground.
Little full court pressure. Tigers break it. Extra pass. Corner 3 from Thomas.
Big time 3.
It's a 9-point lead for Crispus Attucks. Tristan Reed, baby hook. They'll shoot 2.
There's kind of that dilemma, do you try to salt the clock away a little bit? You do have the shot clock, but do you try to run it down, hold what you got, or do you just go right at it and try to end it early? And they go for a quick 3 and they make it. That's a big momentum swing, and this whole second half really has been for the Tigers. They've just taken control since about halfway through the third quarter.
First one from Reed, left it short. And hey, he's got one more. Everybody hold your horses.
See, we play by IHSA rules, and they might be used to a different system with the bonus. 2 free throws.
It was on the shot. Neither team in the bonus yet. Close, though. Second one in and out, and a rebound for Thomas and Crispus Attucks. Hurt zigzags underneath the basket. He turns it over.
Yeah, a little bit of contact there, but they've been letting him play pretty good this evening. Larry just kind of lost the handle on it. And again, I feel like if anything is going to happen, it's going to happen before the 2-minute mark. You kind of want to move the ball down the field, so to speak, before the 2-minute warning, if we're using a football reference. So these next couple possessions are going to be big for the Bombers.
Feels like they got to score here.
Without a doubt. Anything will do. Couple free throws, a 3-pointer, something's got to work.
Steinbach to Pearson. Looking for Walther. Instead, Johnson pops the 3. Left it short, rebound volleyballed around to Hurt. And a 4-car pileup.
I think that'll put us in the bonus now. It will. So free throws from here on out. Yeah, that was a big possession. It did look like they were trying to get a little screen to get Walther open, but just nothing there. Just suffocated completely, and they went to plan B, tried to get it into Reed, but no such luck.
First one from Hurt. Goes down. Remains a 10-point game. Steinbach trots it up. Bombers need to get it going. Lob up off the paw of Reed.
They're just trying to find him inside, and They keep kind of playing them in front there. They're not letting them get into the low post. They're taking away the pass before it even gets there, because they know if Reed or Pearson gets it with a back down situation, it's not going to end well, so they're defending it perfectly.
Tigers are going to be inclined to chew up some clock. Under 2 minutes. Their suffocating defense has gotten them to a 10-point lead. Hurt, lost it, it's loose. Pearson lost it himself, spun into the backcourt, bodies hitting the deck left and right. Attucks has a man advantage, and the three goes down because why not? Eric Jackson. Wow.
What a crazy circus sequence, and then makes the three.
Easy layup for Tristan Reed and a quick timeout for John Burroughs. When you're hot, you're hot. And that might be a good way to sum up this game for Crispus Attucks.
I look at this game, and I think the message in the locker room has to be, look at the team we are. We're down our big man playing against a team full of big men, and we're still able to pull this through. This has been a complete team basketball game. All 5 guys on the floor are getting involved. They're not a one-trick pony by any regard. Shooting the 3 ball, getting it inside, playing defense. They're just covering every level. What a fantastic performance from the Tigers.
Power-up timeout brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your career with us. So if you're Pee Wee Leonard in that John Burroughs huddle, as you see the Crispus Attucks huddle there in the driver's seat, there's the John Burroughs huddle. And what's the message?
I feel like as we see, they're going to take out both of their big men. In a way, it looks like they've kind of waved the white flag, but these early season games, not everything's going to go your way. The message has got to be, let's finish strong. How can we take one positive away from the last 121 in this ball game and take it to next week?
Home run pass and the score. Caden English off the feed from Chris Hurt. Floater is off. The stick back is in there from DJ Johnson. And the rebound is out of bounds. Going back to the subs for John Burroughs, do you play much 2K, Gavin?
I do.
Okay, so you know when you have like preset subs, you can do quick subs based on lineup. I think John Burroughs put in their 3-point lineup.
I would agree. The much smaller, more guard-focused lineup, and probably what it would be. However, Walther's not out there either, so he might have just went with.
Here he comes. Just as you say that, he'll check in, and so will Reed and Pearson.
Maybe his controller's a little out of control with the lineups.
Hurt left the first one short.
But again, yeah, you just got to play it to the end here and realize, look, this isn't the end of the world. Don't love coming, from 3 hours away and losing, and probably a game you feel like you could have definitely played better in. But certainly there's going to be some good things on film for them to take going forward, as they'll face a very stiff level of competition down in the St. Louis, the rest of the Missouri area.
Another Enercon power-up timeout as Crispus Attucks leads by 14. Going back to John Burroughs, not something to hang your head about. Your first game of the season comes against a team that's going to be contending for a state title in another state. You'll take that, and as you mentioned, you'll take the tape and learn from it.
Yeah, I mean, majority of this Crispus Attucks team is made up of seniors. They've been consistently growing the last couple seasons. You see the progression. As for John Burroughs, they have a lot of younger guys. Your 2 big men they're just starting their junior season. So they have a little bit more to learn. They're going to get a lot of valuable insight out of this. Great coaching moments throughout this game. It's just all about the little things, right? And I think Crispus Attucks has learned that over the last couple of years. Now it's coming to fruition. and we can see the beginning of a very special season coming up. Anybody that's a fan of basketball over in Indiana, they're certainly going to be among the top teams, and we can certainly see that by this showing tonight.
Tigers have done the little things right tonight to the tune of a 14-point advantage. 58 seconds to go in this one. Maybe you're just tuning in wondering, hey, where's Desmond Briscoe? Well, he turned his ankle in the first quarter, and yet Crispus Attucks has a 14-point lead against one of the better teams in the Midwest, and John Burroughs. Three from Johnson goes down. And a timeout for John Burroughs.
And part of it, too, you go back and look at the tape, they did have a few open shots from three that just weren't falling. So a couple buckets go your way, this could be a totally different ball game. It's all about what kind of run you're on, what kind of momentum you get. Some nights the shots just aren't falling. And, I'm a basketball fan. Of course, here in Peoria, we watch Bradley, and so many times over the years with Bradley, there's nights the shots just aren't going in, and you're frustrated, like, what's going on? That might be how they're feeling right now, too. They're going to get back in the lab. They're going to work on it. Undoubtedly going to be a better team going forward because of it.
Looking ahead on our schedule tonight at the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Big one coming up next game. Metamora, one of the best in the state of Illinois. St. John Bosco, one of the best in the country, let alone California.
Special programs. It's going to be a packed house. There's not going to be an empty seat left here.
Chris Hurt lobs it across to Cousins. The press is broken, and the layup is made by Thomas. DJ Johnson whirls his way to the basket, hits the spin cycle for two.
And another timeout. And again, these are the teaching moments, that a coach wants. The game is really in effect, looks out of reach here, down 11, under 30 seconds to go, but got to play it out till the end. And they'll look back in February and March and, at this game and realize we learned that then about late game situations. It's certainly going to help them later on.
So an 11-point game right now. John Burroughs figuring, hey, can't take timeouts with you. So they're going to spend them all and get everything they can out of this experience here in Torry Gym.
And it really stinks we only get them for one game, but truly a privilege just to get them for one game. And, they're out playing high-level competition within their own areas. They're traveling to other places, so certainly privileged to have them here, and kudos to all the organizers, get all these great teams, even if it's just for one night.
A lot of fun to watch Tristan Reed, Sheik Pearson tonight, Crispus Attucks, an all-around team effort by them as Chris Hurt is fouled.
And John Burroughs would be a team I'd love to see come back to the TOC next year, especially with how many guys they're going to bring back. They've got a very balanced roster. They do have a few seniors, but they got the juniors, they got the sophomores, even a couple freshmen that's sitting on the bench that we haven't even seen tonight. Certainly I'd love to see how they could continue to grow and perhaps be a full tournament participant come next year.
Chris Hurt makes the first. I mean, you look at their lineup with what we saw from Owen Walther, in addition to obviously the inside threat of Reed and Pearson. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with no matter who they're playing. As Hurt makes that one. This one's just about on ice. The vaunted singer is warming up. Walther out to Johnson. Can't get the shooter's touch. Rebound, trickles out, swatted around, tracked down by Thomas. Back to Steinbach. Ahead, Walther will hoist at the buzzer. He's off, and this one is wrapped up. Crispus Attucks plays through an injury to one of its best players and plays to an impressive win in the TOC Shootout Series presented by Teamworks.
We mentioned in the first quarter, even when Crispus was down, and they were down by quite a bit, they didn't really feel like they were that out of it. I mean, felt like they were in the ball game. Once the shots started falling a little bit, they made a few adjustments. We see how they took over this ball game. But both teams are impressive. They're going to get a lot better throughout this season, and lots of high-level talent. It's not a one-man show on either side. You could pick out 4, 5, 6 guys from both sides to really highlight here.
Jake Pearson don't have the final total for his scoring for John Burroughs on the scoreboard right now, close to 20, an unofficial estimation. Crispus Attucks, the player that really jumps out outside of Chris Hurt and his work steering the ship, was Amon Cousins.
Yeah.
It felt like when he got going, the game turned.
He made big shots, but he was 1 of 5 all over the floor. It felt like there was a green jersey near the ball at all times. Somebody was guarding, so it was a complete 5-man effort without a doubt. And the Cousins was a big reason for that, and he was their best shot maker tonight. And you need guys like that that can come in, knock down 3 or 4 threes, and Cousins was that man for them tonight.
Pearson getting his medal. 23 points is the official total. We were close. 17 points for Amon Cousins to lead the way for Crispus Attucks as they improved to 2-0 on their young season. 2 days, 2 games, 2 wins. Not a bad start.
Not a bad start at all. Very impressive. Looks like Chris Hurt, and he had a full stat line, just you heard announced there. He was everywhere. You know, he's the floor general. He was passing the ball, rebounding, steals, just about every possible stat that you could have in the game of basketball. He put up at least a few tonight.
That he did. And now, folks continue to file into the gym slowly but surely. The crowd is steady at this point, getting set to watch St. John Bosco and Metamora. Gavin, I'm excited for this one. You get the call with Joey Wright, and that's coming up here in just a bit.
Oh, yeah, we're very excited for that one. It's going to be a fun call with Joey, and just 2 top-notch teams. You're going to get that even better feel with the local crowd coming in, people waiting to watch Washington, Morton. It's just going to be fantastic, top to bottom, and top-level players. Great coaches for Metamora and St. John Bosco. Great guys. We've talked to them in the past, too, so it's going to be a really fun matchup.
It will indeed. 15 minutes until tip-off of our next game. Means it's about time to toss it down to a break and then into Uftring Tournament Central. And that's coming up next here on Clutch Sports Media. Glad you could join us for Crispus Attucks, John Burroughs. Final score, the Tigers take care of business against John Burroughs, 62-49. We'll step aside. Stay with us on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Hello and welcome to Uftring Tournament Central. My name is Michael Savoy, and now joining me is Archbishop Hannon, boys basketball coach, Aero Golf. Archbishop Hannon is based out of Covington, Louisiana. And Coach, it's nice to meet you, and it's nice to be here.
Thank you for the invite. No, it's a great tournament. We've been here since yesterday. We came watch games, and I'm just proud of young men for doing what they've done to get an invite to come to a tournament like this. So it's been a good experience so far.
Can you talk about your game that you just had played tonight, and what you took away from that game? I know one of your star players, Drew Timmons, was a really good player in that game, 23 points if I remember correctly. So what can you take away from that game?
I thought the team as a whole did a really good job. I'm proud of the young men for their effort, especially on the defensive end. We got a little foul trouble in the first half, but they kept playing. And as the evening went on, offensively, we kept shooting the ball better and better. And I think that's because of our ball movement, attacking their presses. I thought we did a really good job searching out the best shot against their press. So I'm proud of the young men.
So I know this is your guys' first time here at the Tournament of Champions. Can you talk about, I shouldn't say a lifestyle, but, just how different it is in Louisiana? I know we just talked about, the weather difference. It doesn't get in the 30s like it is now tonight in Washington as it doesn't in Louisiana. But can you talk about just how different it is from Louisiana to here in Central Illinois?
Obviously, the weather, we don't have a lot of days 30, like you said, 30 degrees. But last night, we came here to watch some of the game and see what the atmosphere would be like, since it was our first time ever coming to this tournament. And myself and our players were all like, wow, from the number of people. I think they say this place holds like 3,200, where there must have been about 2,600 in this gym last night. And it was electric. The people cheering, the cheerleaders, all of our players looked, and we all said, God, it's not like that in Louisiana. One of our seniors, Zach Loro, talked about how, they're serious about basketball here. I mean, it is, as the evening goes on tonight, I'm just amazed. All of the local people from the town just keep coming and coming. And they don't know these teams. Like you said, we're from Louisiana. We played a team from St. Louis, Missouri, and yet all these people come and watch basketball. So I think it's great in that accord, and it's great that they put on this tournament, invite all these teams from all over the country. We getting to play somebody from St. Louis. Thursday we'll play somebody from Detroit. Then we'll play somebody from Wisconsin. That's awesome for us.
Yeah, can you I guess talk about the play styles? We just talked about the atmosphere and how that's different. It's great how you have both perspectives now about Louisiana and Illinois basketball and just Midwest basketball in general. But can you talk about more of the play styles? Somehow, I guess what you see in Louisiana and what you've seen here.
From the games I've seen so far today, first I'll talk about the similarities. The game I just watched, they play a lot like the Louisiana teams, or some of them, with a lot of ball screen movement, looking to penetrate, lob to the post or kick. So that part's similar with the ball screen playing off of penetration. But for the most of the teams that I've seen play here, I think teams in Louisiana would relate. You see a lot of you do not see a lot of one-on-one. You see a lot of guys setting up things, running different actions that you have to guard. I haven't seen a team who've just come down and played zone yet. And you're seeing teams here with, multiple kids over 6'8", and they're playing man too. They're not just relying on their length and size to play zone. So the number of quality teams that are all playing man-to-man defense, that's been impressive, because I just said, oh, man, all this size, they're probably going to do like Syracuse and just get in the zone and make it difficult for you to get open shot. But they're man-to-man, and they're running good basketball actions. You see ball screens, but, you also see cross screens. You see a lot of down screen with curl action, pop back, getting the ball reversed. So you see, and that's similar to the way teams in New Orleans area and Baton Rouge area will play, with a lot of ball movement, passing, guarding, screening action. So I think you see more of that here, but it would be relatable to Louisiana. One of the things Louisiana has, and I told you before we came on air, a lot of teams in Louisiana, their young men are just tough. They're tough, and and they're going to play hard. And that's what we try and, get our young men to be tough. And they do play hard. I'm very proud of them for their effort. But it's a signature of Louisiana basketball. Those teams are going to play hard and physical.
Can you talk about, because we always talk about on the broadcast, at least I talked about on the broadcast about, because this is more of like a Thanksgiving tournament, and obviously a lot of states, I'm sure Louisiana included, just started their basketball seasons. So can you talk about, not only just playing in a basketball tournament, but a tournament like this where you're playing teams like that are from the West Coast to the East Coast, and they're good teams. I mean, they're not just any teams; they're really good teams. They're like state championship caliber, or they won state championships in the recent years. So can you talk about that?
We've known since January of 24 we'd be coming here this time of year, so it made our off-season training a little bit different, because like you said, we just started playing games last week. So we had played 2 games before we came to this tournament. So we knew playing these teams from all over the country, we didn't know who yet, but all over the country, like you said, man, we might play somebody from Arizona, then the next day play somebody from New York. We have to be ready. You know, Arizona, they play more athletic style. New York play a tougher style. So in our practices, we're concerned about us, but we had to change up defensively in preparation for playing a lot of different styles of teams as you're coming to a tournament early on. So we knew we had to be ready, you know, by Thanksgiving to go defensively.
Can you talk about your season coming up? I just looked. You guys had finished 22-9 last year, a really good season. You guys are off to a 4-0 start. What can these folks that want to occasionally follow through with your guys' team, maybe Louisiana folk out there that's watching, or maybe just people in general that are interested, what can they expect out of your team?
Because it's early on, I'm hoping we can continue to grow as a team. You know, we want to get better as well as we played, and our guys played well today. You know, there were things that I was sitting there and talking to them about that we know as we progress through the year because of the quality of teams we're going to be playing, we have to get better at. So, you know, for every team here, they'll tell you, like you just said, it's early in the year. Yeah, we want to be good today, but we know looking down the road, we have to improve and get better. We have a few guys just getting to play. This is their first game for various reasons. We know we got to get them in the fold, get them in shape, and hope to get them going because we do have a tough schedule ahead, and it's good. You know, we're hoping to build on it, and we want to be in that Final Four come late February, early March this year.
I got to ask you because it's that time of year. Tomorrow is the big Thanksgiving day. I know my favorite food for Thanksgiving is turkey. What about you? You have any favorites?
I do have one thing. My mom used to make it all the time, and it's still one of my favorites. It's a sweet potato casserole with a crunchy top. Wow. So, you know, that cinnamon and those pecans over the top, that's my favorite.
Do you go for well? I'll ask you this first. So, do you have Thanksgiving lunch, or do you do it the dinner side, and what do you do? With
my family loves eating, so we start about 1, and I'm not gonna say when we finish.
There we go.
It's an all-day feast.
There you go. See, I'm more of like a lunch guy. Like we'll watch. So my family pretty much are all Bears fans, Chicago Bears fans. They're playing this Thanksgiving.
Always tradition.
They usually play on Thanksgiving against the Lions. So we'll usually watch that, and then afterwards we'll get Thanksgiving lunch. And then usually, you know, if you're getting Thanksgiving lunch, you're usually going to go for 2 servings. So that's kind of why I asked you if you're more of a dinner or lunch guy, because that usually impacts your serving size. So
all day we eat a little bit.
There you go.
You know, in Louisiana, you got to have gumbo now.
Oh.
You know, we're going to have that gumbo with it. And, man,
yeah.
You know, we're going to miss out on some of that this year. But we have a lot of parents here who made the trip with their sons. So it's going to still be a great family atmosphere because we pride our team on being a family. So it might not be with, like, my wife and my daughter, and some of them left their spouses or relatives behind to make this trip and make this sacrifice. But we're going to come together about 40 strong of Hannon people or Hannon family members, and we're going to celebrate and enjoy Thanksgiving that way. Looking forward to it.
Are you excited for anything tomorrow? I mean, I don't believe you guys are playing.
I know later today.
I saw you on Friday.
No, we don't play again until Friday at like 3 o'clock.
What do you think about that Detroit Renaissance team that you guys are going to be playing? Do you guys have any idea? I mean, I know it's early in the season. They're out of state. But
once again, we're going to be faced with, you know, a high-quality point guard. I know he's committed to go to Detroit Mercer. I know he's like 5'8", 5'9". So I imagine, you know, we're going to have our work cut out trying to keep him out of the lane where he creates offensive opportunities for other guys. So we have to be sound defensively and be able to handle the boards.
So I have not looked too much into your guys' team. Have you guys, won any state championships in the past with you guys?
We were fortunate enough in 2022. Okay. We won the state title, and that was the first time in the school's history that a boys basketball team had done that. So it was a big achievement for, you know, and a couple of these young men who are seniors now, they played an integral part in that, and they're trying to get back to that Final Four to see what they can do again this year.
I want to get back to that point about how Louisiana basketball plays. So in Chicago, usually in Illinois, what you'll see is usually the Chicago schools, like the suburban Chicago schools and interstate Chicago schools especially, they play a certain style of basketball. Then you get to the countryside. So I live more in the countryside. You're seeing kids that aren't necessarily just basketball players or just athletes, like they're football players, they're farm boys. You know, they don't necessarily play the game at a skill level. but I mean, yeah, that's what you'll see in Illinois. But it's nice to meet you, Coach. Good luck on this season.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for having me. I appreciate this.
Yeah. So we'll get back to the action. Now we'll take a commercial break.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner. Welcome back inside Raymond R. Torry Gymnasium at Washington Community High School. The 19th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare continues with one of the games of this year's tournament. It's Metamora and St. John Bosco ready to go at it in the Washington Invitational. I'm Joey Wright, and to my left tonight, high atop Raymond Torry Gym, is Gavin Russell. Gavin, St. John Bosco, maybe the team to watch in this year's TOC, although a few other teams would say, hey, what about us? Metamora, Class 3A state champions here in Illinois 2 years ago, looking to make another run at the title this season. How do you size this one up?
Well, this is just a huge matchup. Both of these teams obviously have incredibly high expectations, both storied very well in their respective states, but they all bring it here to Washington. Not our first time seeing St. John Bosco. We saw them a couple of years ago. Fantastic program, a great coach in Matt Dunn, and then, of course, on the other side, might have had a bit of a change in leadership this year. Danny Greaves retiring, but things have continued well under the Dame era, starting out, and they have some really special players. Top-level talent, both sides, Division I talent all over the place between these two teams.
Names we'll call tonight for Metamora. Matthew Zobrist going to continue his playing career at Bradley. You've got Jonah Funk coming in from El Paso Gridley for his senior year, and then St. John Bosco, Brandon McCoy, Christian Collins, Elsie Harrington, and go on down the list. Those players drawing well-deserved interest around the country. So how do Zobrist, Funk, Dame and company contend with such a high-powered St. John Bosco attack?
Well, it's not easy. You know, there's not necessarily one recipe. I think it's going to be what Metamora does really well and have proven to do really well over the last several years, adjust within the game. You come in with your initial playbook, like in football. You script the first few plays, but after that, you got to see what happens. You got to see what the flow of the game is like. I'm sure they've done plenty of scouting on St. John Bosco, but it's something that throughout each quarter at halftime, they're going to have to adjust, but they're going to have to rely on others too. Ashton Greaves, Colin Ramage, they're experienced, they have size, so maybe not the best names, but they have some really good players.
Keep in mind, as I mentioned, this Metamora team has played on some very big stages. They know how to get the job done in high-pressure situations, although there's been, of course, some roster turnover from the heights they reached 2 years ago. 2 consecutive trips to the Class 3A state title game. But St. John Bosco, talk about big stages. The Braves, one of the best high school basketball teams in the country. Brandon McCoy, Christian Collins, Elsie Harrington, and an entire roster. Will also call a lot of other names for the Braves as this one goes along, Gavin. So how do you, how do you size up the Braves attack? We talked about Metamora, but this St. John Bosco team has, in part, filled the gym tonight.
Yeah, St. John Bosco, the one thing that they have a lot of is those dynamic kind of combo guards. You know, those 6'3" to 6'6" range guys that are able to score at every level. They're not necessarily reliant on just getting it done in the paint or just on the perimeter. They will beat you in every facet, so you have to play one of your best ball games in order to compete with them. St. John Bosco has already played one game this season. They played on Sunday to the tune of a 41-point victory. And coming into the season, preseason rankings, lots of different outlets out there to rank different teams. But they're top 10, top 5, depending on who you ask, pretty much consensus across all rankings. So they are fantastic.
And the consensus among everyone I've talked to in Washington this week is that the Braves have 3 at least potential NBA players here in the future, in the not too distant future. Among McCoy, among Harrington, among Collins, who is the best? Who are you keeping? I mean, I know that's a hard question to answer, and I don't want to cost anyone the spotlight. But who of those 3, who's the hardest to stop?
I'm keeping my eye on McCoy. He's ranked number 2 nationally by 24/7 Sports. I really like his game. He's 6'4", so again, right in that combo guard wheelhouse, and he's a junior, so he's got a little bit to learn and a little bit to grow, but he just looks like a great ball player.
Collins, a junior as well. Harrington, a senior. We're underway in Washington. Glad you're with us. Metamora and St. John Bosco could be the game of the TOC. It is a packed house, and Metamora's first possession ends with a foul, or I should say is paused by a foul. And that'll be the first foul against the Braves here in this contest. So the Braves watching as the Redbirds inbound. Ashton Greaves set to bring it in.
And right, again, from the jump, they are face guarding very, very ferociously. We'll see how the referees call it. Already an early foul, but St. John Bosco's clicking up the pressure.
Metamora now, and Matt Zobrist, as we mentioned, going to continue his playing career at Bradley. Colin Ramage. Ramage looking, can't connect with Zobrist. Turnover. Here's our first look at the Braves. McCoy driving down low, and they make it look so easy. That's Elsie Harrington, first points of the game.
That was just poetic right there. Came down in a few seconds. Nice finish right at the rim. Redbirds got to take care of the ball. That's going to be one of their biggest keys.
Jonah Funk driving, trying to use his size and skill to counter what the Braves have. Couldn't get it to go. Gavin, this is going to be key for Metamora, is continuing possessions, offensive rebound, right? The little things, diving for loose balls, playing with some grit. If they're going to contend with such a good team tonight, that's what they got to do.
Oh, no doubt. The best way I can describe Metamora is irritating, and they're irritating for the opposition. When you're going up against them, they will get in there, they will make the steal, they'll get the extra possession. They just do that so well, and that was instilled by Danny Greaves and continues to this day.
Metamora trying to drive. Gavin, looks like they're trying to get downhill into the basket. St. John Bosco not letting them have it easily. Here is Funk driving off the block and reverses his finish and ties this game at 2.
I do like his aggressiveness, but you got to look for that extra pass if you're Jonah Funk.
Shot blocked by Funk. Funk's been the player of the game for either side here through the game's first 94 seconds. And a foul called on St. John Bosco will put the ball back in the hands of the Redbirds.
So 3 early fouls. Clearly the referees in this game, and it's always a little bit different, but they're not going to be maybe as lenient. They understand it's going to be high tempo. So maybe an adjustment for St. John Bosco. They'll have to play a little bit more straight up to avoid foul trouble.
Zobrist on a handoff to Brady Jones. Now it's Greaves. Funk out top. And Zobrist gets it back. A lot of hometown red, black, and white in the crowd tonight. There is not an open seat that I can find in Torry Gym. Not a good one anyways.
That's standing room only pretty much. People crowding up the balconies and certainly full house.
Here's a ball inbounded to Zobrist. Shot won't fall. Just the second possession here for St. John Bosco. And is going to end in a jump ball.
Yeah, Zobrist played that perfectly. He kind of saw in that gather step he was going to kind of carry it like a running back to the hoop, and he was able to just get his arms in there to kind of lock it up. Forces the jump ball.
This one goes to the Braves. Next one to the Redbirds. Fading away, that won't fall on a rebound for Jones.
And again, early in the season, neither of these teams, Metamora hasn't played yet, just one game for St. John Bosco. So got to find a little rhythm, right? You know, it's something that got to do early in the season.
Funk cutting toward the basket. Poke loose, no call, out of bounds. Jones doesn't touch it. It stays with Metamora. So hard for either team to control the tempo with the shot clock. 35 seconds using it here at the TOC, and the IHSA soon will make that mandatory for all teams at all levels of high school basketball, just in use for tournaments and shootouts for now. Not a problem for either of these high-powered offenses. It's Chris Coleman for St. John Bosco. Now they go over to Harrington, and a drive from McCoy. McCoy has his shot. Oh, looked like a block from Zobrist, but he got a piece of his arm, and that'll be a foul.
And it's unfortunate for the Redbirds, but I do think it was the right call. I think he kind of just knocked the wrists there on the way to getting the basketball, and obviously kind of causing it to break free there. But McCoy can really get it inside, and you know, we've yet to see St. John Bosco even use the perimeter. I think they're going to settle in. I think it's just been kind of a slow start offensively for both teams. But surely I expect it to pick up.
5:12 here for the opening quarter. McCoy at the line. Has offers from pretty much every major program in the country, right? UCLA, LSU, Michigan, Arkansas, Kentucky, Alabama, Kansas, right? In no particular order. Everyone in on McCoy. #1 junior in his class. Only got one of his free throws to fall, and here's Greaves driving for Metamora. Kick out Funk, 3 on the way. Got it!
If he's making that three-point shot, the big fella's really going to be something special for the Redbirds.
Oh, look how easily McCoy stops and pops and ties this game at 5.
And that's the thing about St. John Bosco is they don't have 1 or 2 or 3, probably 4 or 5 guys that if you need a bucket in any moment, they can just go get it for you.
Here's Funk, gets to the free throw line, turns around, and Jonah Funk putting on a show in the early stages of this one. A 2-point lead for Metamora.
And last night, Funk seemed a little bit more timid, but I think he really turned the aggressiveness up so far, and he just looks like a lot more of a confident player tonight.
Here's a high-low feed. Harrington up and off the window. Some of these St. John Bosco players, Gavin, were here a few years ago. This is St. John Bosco's second time in the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. They were in the 2021 field as well.
Yeah, great story. You know, Matt Dunn and the head coach of St. John Bosco, and obviously has a history within his family, the glioblastoma, terrible disease. Obviously, he had no idea coming here even exactly what it was for, and to have that happen. He spoke at the team dinner or team lunch that they have every Thanksgiving, and just a great story overall, and bigger than basketball for sure, especially for Matt Dunn and St. John Bosco.
And they're back for the second time this year here in 2024. Put on a good show years ago. More on their return in a little bit. There's a pass that's intercepted by Funk. Funk dribbling here, 2-on-2, steps through the lane, and he traveled.
Took an extra step right there. I don't think there's much of an argument. Maybe you would get away with it if your name was LeBron James, but alas, his name is Jonah Funk.
And that name's been good enough tonight to give Metamora an early fight here, 7-7. And Funk has all 7 of Metamora's points. There's a tip, and it's knocked out of bounds by Colin Ramage.
Both ends of the floor, it's restricted airspace. There's not much room with the passing, so got to be confident when you pass the ball. Do anything risky, it's probably going to lead to a turnover and a score on the other end.
Elsie Harrington looking for space. What a pass. Oh, and a flush. Look out below. Christian Collins breaks loose. What a pass that was from Harrington.
He made that look way too easy, Joey. Went up, soared, and just threw it right through the cylinder.
And that's where a team like St. John Bosco can get you. Here's Funk trying to respond. You always want to finish a dunk with a 3. Couldn't do that there. Collins stepping through, or McCoy stepping through, pardon me, gives to Harrington, who finishes. and a timeout is called by Metamora. After a quick 4-0 run from St. John Bosco gives the Braves a 4-point lead. This is the first of several power-up timeouts tonight, brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Well, visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with Enercon Power. Good look there at the Metamora bench, Gavin, and Metamora hanging around with St. John Bosco. Of course, a really good Metamora team. I don't say that as a slight to the Redbirds at all, but this St. John Bosco team, truly among the best in the country, and if any of these teams here at the TOC can hang with a battle-tested Braves team, that's a good sign.
Oh, no doubt about it. You know, it's just an homage to how good St. John Bosco is. We all know the team Metamora is. Central Illinois, you know, well respected, the Redbirds are, and certainly we look at them, how special they are, how many people have come out to watch them tonight. I've seen many former players, Tyson Swanson, and even some Bradley basketball players here to watch future teammate Matthew Zobrist. So certainly a great crowd on hand at Torry.
And this kicks off a great stretch of 3 games to end the night. Washington in action next, and then Morton, another local team, to close things out. They always do a great job of scheduling those local teams back to back. Here's Funk, uses his length to haul in the pass, hoists up a 3 that's short. Nice play from Funk to keep that ball on the right side of the timeline, stepping through and unable to finish. Second chance, no, and the putback, third chance. Count that one for Christian Collins.
And that's going to be one of the biggest things the Redbirds need to keep up on, is cleaning the glass. That was 3 shots at it.
3 on the way from Zobrist, a little short. Redbirds unable to capitalize from deep by and large in the early stages. And they will call that as a travel on Brandon McCoy, who almost, Gavin, kept his dribble. And in fact, I don't think he was expecting to catch the loose ball as he did, and gets called for the infraction.
Yeah, I don't think so either, but kind of on Metamora's end offensively, they've really been playing the perimeter, a lot of 3-point shots in the early going, and you know, you can't live and die by the 3 ball, right? Sometimes it's just slowing it down, drawing a foul. St. John Bosco has 4 fouls. They picked some early ones up, so see if they make some adjustments, kind of like we were talking pregame, to kickstart this offense.
Greaves has it stolen away. Pesky defense from Gavin Dean Moss, the junior. And on an inbound, Ashton Greaves, the trigger man for this possession, finds his teammate Zobrist. Shot clock down to 20. And open on the edge is Ramage. Zobrist pass tipped away. Redbirds are lucky the Braves didn't get into transition. And instead it'll stay with Metamora. Now, Gavin, the shot clock at 14. This will be an abbreviated possession for Metamora. How do the Redbirds respond?
Yeah, I mean, they've been looking at the 3 ball a lot, but I think you need to just get into a good offensive set, right? Go to something, call it out. You know, we obviously don't know what their plays are, but call something out here. Maybe get a little screen and roll for Zobrist and try to find an open shot. 10 on the shot clock.
Here we go. It's Zobrist across the timeline. Moving right. Finds Greaves, who goes down low, and a pass out to the corner is intercepted. Look out, McCoy. One-on-one. Two-handed slam.
He smiles as if it's just normal day's work for McCoy. I mean, it's just something he does. It's his bread and butter. Gets it inside, and easy dunk.
And I don't think that was terrible transition defense from Metamora, Gavin. They were right on him, and McCoy just showing why, pardon me. He's one of the top players in the country.
He's on another level, and a player, you know, hopefully we're still doing TOC a few years from now, Joey, but yeah, he's going to be one of those players we talk about as one of the better alumni to come through here.
We're getting to the point where recent TOC classes, you can start to see the pedigree. Look at the class of 2019. Walker Kessler was here. Deron Holmes, J.D. Davison, and there's a 3 from Zobrist.
If they're going to shoot the 3 ball, they're going to need to start making them.
McCoy, no-look pass to the corner. And it's just a little bit off, unable to knock it down. Dominic Perfetti. What strikes me with St. John Bosco so far, Gavin, is the passing. I mean, the dunks are incredible. We know that. But the pass to set up that first dunk from Collins earlier, the no-look pass to the corner, even though the three didn't fall.
That's some real chemistry, Joey. You got to have good trust to play that fluid, and both these teams pass the ball pretty well.
Last possession of the quarter here. Here's Funk. 3 seconds left. Lost it, trying to find his teammate. Here's a half-court shot at the horn. Almost went in. Talk about chemistry. Both these teams have it, and it's St. John Bosco's chemistry that is good to give the Braves a 5-point lead, I should say, 15-10 after a quarter. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. Metamora and St. John Bosco after a quarter. And our coverage tonight brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future. Our coverage tonight is also brought to you by Keps, local sports bar and grill here in Washington. Check them out during the TOC. They've got their menu available online, and they feature trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 o'clock p.m. They also feature Texas Hold'em at 6 o'clock every Sunday night. Follow and like on Facebook for more information. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC, the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Sounds pretty good right now. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. Clutch Sports Media and the TOC. And PJ Hare, proud to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. PJ Hare wishes all teams good luck and cheers them on as we play for a cure for glioblastoma here in Washington this week. So, Gavin, I got to talk through the quarter break. I'll let you take this first possession here as Zobrist hoists up a 3. Well, the first possession is already over. How about that? How do you size up Q2?
Great way to start there, and I think the Redbirds' game plan is to continue to attack the perimeter. They know they're going to need to put some points up in a hurry if they want to keep up with St. John Bosco.
Both these teams putting on a show. It's a 2-point game here in Washington. Nothing at the rim there for Coleman. And now he's going to get another opportunity in the corner and knocks it down. And there's contact on the way up for St. John Bosco. Down goes Greaves. And they'll call a common foul there and let Metamora inbound. And, of course, Gavin, real quick, a rule change for last year. Remember, 5 fouls in a quarter, you hit the double bonus. It resets after every quarter, so not good for the Braves to pick up their first 39 seconds into the frame.
No, they struggled with the fouls, in that first quarter there, and it kind of settled down a little bit. But what I'm looking at St. John Bosco is they just play so effortless. It's just poetic, whatever you want to describe it as. It's so fluid, and they're able to just make things happen without even trying.
I think for St. John Bosco, we're going to see a little slam poetry as this game moves along. Here is Zobrist. He gets it to go. Metamora, though, hanging around. 3-point game. 2 great teams going at it here at Torry Gym. 3 on the way. Braves can't step outside. And Zobrist will run point on this possession for Metamora.
Yeah, he's a self-starter. Headed to Bradley. Bradley fans are really going to like having him next season. He's really matching up well with some future Power 5 players.
Pass intercepted, and here goes Harrington. Harrington feeds ahead. Coleman's 3. Couldn't hit his second in a row, and the rebound is hauled in by Ramage.
And I've noticed Metamora really slowing it down in transition. They get the rebound. I know they want to take care of the basketball, but see maybe they can try to challenge St. John Bosco a little bit more. They're letting Bosco just kind of control the pace of this game right now.
And look out, Harrington one-on-one. Harrington's going to take a little off the top and lay it in. Almost rose up for the dunk. His hand was above the rim when he dropped it in. 5-point game.
These rims are begging for mercy with all the dunks we've already had and will continue to have, so did it a favor there with the finger roll finish.
Here's Funk at the top for Metamora. And Gavin, we've talked a lot, certainly about the Braves' aerial ability. But here's Funk driving toward the basket. I don't want to alienate, certainly, our viewer. Oh, and there's Funk proving my point. I was going to say I don't want to leave our Metamora viewers out of the fun either, because they, and we certainly know, what the likes of Funk can do, and he proves that there.
He's able to really get up on it, and, I don't really think they've been guarding him as well as they could have, honestly. Maybe not a focus for them coming in, but he's making them pay.
He has 9 of Metamora's 17 points and had the Redbirds' first 7 points.
And it's possible, through St. John Bosco scouting that, since Jonah Funk transferred in this season, wasn't maybe a part that they were looking at quite as closely. Zobrist seemed pretty locked up in the early going, but as they've had to spread out, it's just doing better things for the Redbirds.
Free throw falls for Christian Collins. Greaves is in. And out is Jack Hessing for Metamora. 4-point game here. Matt Dunn, the coach for St. John Bosco. Justin Dame in his first game as Metamora's head coach. Second game, pardon me, they played last night. First full week of the regular season as Metamora's head coach. Of course, they played a good DeKalb team last night.
Pretty close to the first game. Still pretty new at it.
It all blends together, as you well know, at
yes.
the TOC.
Yes.
But, second game for Dame and the Redbirds.
And really, again, kind of carries on that tradition, learned under Danny Greaves. Not the same person, right? May do things a little bit differently in some ways, but establishes a rich culture, expects hard work, and we see that out of this team, that they're holding steady with a really good St. John Bosco team.
Here's a loose ball. Metamora can't catch up with it there as it's going to carry him out of bounds for Christian Collins, or off Christian Collins. Zach Bourne is in for Metamora. And we talk about Justin Dame taking over for Danny Greaves as the Redbirds head coach this season. Metamora for a long time, known as a football school around these parts. Here's a 3 that falls short from Zobrist. Not bad at basketball, but certainly the football program among the best in the state. Always a threat year in and year out under Pat Ryan, and now continued on under Jared Grebner. But Danny Greaves comes in early 2010s and turns Metamora into one of the area's best basketball programs. As a shot falls there for Ashton Greaves, right on cue. And Metamora, Class 3A runner-up in 2022, and then they get the job done, Class 3A's 2023 champions. So this Metamora program, among the best in the state here in Illinois for our St. John Bosco viewers who might not be aware of the lore there. And the Redbirds certainly have enough firepower to continue it this year as the future Brave Zobrist misses.
Zobrist's got to keep firing right there, and he's just an excellent shooter. That runs in the family as well. The Metamora's had its time with basketball for sure, but the last several years they've been something special and definitely well known, not just in Peoria but throughout the state.
Made a deep playoff run last year that was only halted by a really good Peoria Richwoods team and one of the best players in the state, Latham Somerville, now at Rutgers. But I digress. Here is Coleman. Mid-range jumper falls. Gavin, today we've seen a lot of mid-range jumpers. Glad to see that's alive and well here at the TOC, and a timeout called by Metamora.
Maybe the next generation will bring back the mid-range jumper to the professional ranks. Something that you don't see a whole lot anymore, maybe besides a DeMar DeRozan or somebody like that, but certainly something that's gone away. But both these teams can score at every level and every place on the floor.
And an Intercon power-up timeout. Intercon Engineering for nearly 50 years has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future. There you get a look at the t-shirt toss there, which I think is the second time they've done that this game, Gavin. I guess they had a surplus of t-shirts to give out to this capacity crowd.
Must have. I think Jake Weston almost threw his shoulder out there trying to reach the upper levels. Maybe gone away from his baseball days a little bit. But, great start for both these teams. And, if you're Metamora, you got to be happy with where you're at. You're down 5. Haven't played your best ball, turned the ball over a little bit, but you're continuing to hang around, and they're pesky. They like to do that. Keep yourself in. Late in the game, you never know what can happen, especially if you can get a couple of shots to go. So 3 minutes and 30 seconds to keep this a ball game, and you make your adjustments at halftime and try to come out a better team in the second half.
If you're just joining us, Metamora went on a little bit of a run. They were down 7 points, ended the first quarter with a bucket, cut it to 15-10, cut it to 15-13 before St. John Bosco stepped on the gas pedal and pulled back ahead, but still by a slim margin, 5 points. 3:18 to play here in the quarter, out of bounds.
And it's really been the Brandon McCoy show so far, kind of as we expected, but they've got a lot of their guys that can just turn it on, like a faucet. You never know when they can get involved. They're just waiting to strike. So we'll see what Matt Dunn can do, drawing up some of his other key players some plays.
Our great camera operators, you just saw a look at Matt Zobrist, and now Zobrist looking for the pass from Greaves, but instead it's going to go out top to Brady Jones. Jones lost it. Braves running, feet ahead to Harrington. Harrington finishes.
Just the sure thing, putting in with 2 hands. And that's a big dunk right there. 7-point game. Metamora has to kind of turn the tide back in their favor, and they'll try to do so after a timeout.
And it's going to be an Enercon power-up timeout. It's brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, powering communities with cutting-edge solutions. Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with Enercon Engineering. So, Gavin, what did we learn after that last timeout? Well, St. John Bosco, pretty good. Think we knew that. Elsie Harrington, he's had a little touch at the rim. He had that authoritative layup a little bit ago. More T-shirts go out into the crowd, and a dunk there, but, I think he's capable of a little more. We'll see if he gets another fast break opportunity later.
Sometimes you just got to do the sure thing, right? You don't want to try to put too much on and end up missing. We had one in the last game that almost reached the rafters because it was missed off, the dunk was missed off the back iron, shot up in the air like a cannon, and it almost touched the roof of Torry Gym, but just electing to get the points there, and the coach is never going to be mad at you for the safe option.
Elsie Harrington, by the way, going to play his college basketball at Harvard. Wish him the best. And fading away is again the future Bradley Brave in Matthew Zobrist. And Zobrist and Funk now have combined for 19 of Metamora's 21 points.
Yeah, they're going to be the big 2. Ashton Greaves steps on the foot there.
And another shot there from Harrington. So Elsie Harrington is heating up.
Yeah, that one's really easy for them. They like that mid-range. They'll take points wherever they can get them.
Greaves stops, looks, almost caught in transition by McCoy. And a whistle and a foul, St. John Bosco foul. Gavin, been a pretty clean game. 3 fouls in the quarter for the Braves. So we might see the double bonus by the time it's said and done. Metamora's only been whistled for 1 foul. That's how you win these big games. These teams going against, it's been a pretty evenly matched game so far. You got to stay out of foul trouble down the stretch to win these things.
Yeah, and it seemed like early it might be trouble, but it's slowed down for sure.
Alley-oop, won't go. McCoy, the rebound, can't get it. Still loose. Alley-oop couldn't connect. Would have brought the house down. Here's McCoy. McCoy spinning off the window, drops it through.
And things really starting to turn here for St. John Bosco. I think they're just wearing Metamora down a little bit. They just keep forcing their game.
3 on the way for Metamora. Little offline. Braves running. Harrington trying to feed down low to Collins. No. Funk has to spin as he catches the pass. And the Braves tip it out of bounds.
Yeah, definitely some shyness to it a little bit. And then there's some new faces for Metamora that are seeing some increased playing time. Obviously, graduating from last year, 2 fantastic players, Tyler Mason and Cooper Koch. That opens up a couple of spots for guys to come in and make a difference. So as this team kind of enters a new era under Dame, figure something out.
Deep 3 on the inbound pass. Oh my, Matthew Zobrist.
Banks
Highlight
open
reel
late.
play. Yeah, my goodness. Down low, and the Braves respond. They get it to Jamar Taylor. And Taylor an easy layup. Risky shot there for Zobrist, but he wanted to show off in front of a great home crowd.
Certainly, and he's got that ability, right? He can hit from back there, so it's not super ill-advised, and draws a foul right there. Sometimes when you need to put your team on your back, you just got to do it. That's star mentality. You don't want to be selfish by any regard, but if things aren't clicking with the rest of the team, you just need a bucket, and he's a guy that can go do that for you.
So Greaves to start this possession and gets it into Funk. Redbirds could go 2 for 1 if they hurry. 35-second shot clock, and they won't be able to execute that. McCoy, oh, he wanted it. A whistle there for a Metamora foul before the St. John Bosco possession.
Yeah, kind of tugged on the back there of Caden Turner. And Turner's a freshman, so this is a big, big moment for number 12 as he'll step up to the free throw line, coming into his high school career and playing against, arguably one of the best in the nation. All the high school basketball teams across New York to California, everywhere in between. He's getting a look at him in his freshman debut, makes a free throw.
Got it. I had that flipped. St. John Bosco foul, of course, and Metamora is in the bonus the rest of the way. Gavin, the question as the freshman Turner shoots the free throw is whether they will get another full possession. St. John Bosco can run this thing down to 3 seconds if they want it. And how about Turner at the free throw line, as you said, making an impact early in his high school career?
Yeah, for St. John Bosco, I see no reason to push this very quickly. You got the lead. You've had the momentum the last few minutes. Try and just run it down and end the half with a bucket. Metamora, this is a big opportunity for a stop. You're really not out of this ball game.
Matt Dunn and Justin Dame, 2 great coaches. It's a chess match. Matt Dunn's done great things with this St. John Bosco program, and we'll have a whistle and a Metamora foul. We got fouls to give here late in the half, so they'll end in the quarter because they reset certainly, so an opportunity to reset things with 10 seconds left.
And I think that's why Zobrist is going to come out and perhaps try to give another one of those fouls. They got a couple more to give, now under 10 seconds.
Here we go. 8 seconds left. Here's Harrington finding McCoy. McCoy, a charge away from the ball. And it's going to be a Jody Brown State Farm charge. Jody Brown sponsoring all of the charges here this week. That's how those great Kevin Brown coach teams at Washington would play. Taking charges, diving after loose balls. And Metamora with 4.5 seconds left. Let's see. They get it into Zobrist. Zobrist feeds ahead. Here's Jones at the horn. It's short. And that's how the first half will end. A 6-point lead for St. John Bosco over Metamora. Gavin will take a break in just a second. Gavin Sullivan from Mid-Pro Academy is going to be our guest down in Uftring Tournament Central. First, your thoughts on a great first half?
Yeah, it's a first half that definitely felt like it was in control, a lot of St. John Bosco. But again, very characteristic of Metamora. They like to hang around. It was the big shots and the big efforts from Jonah Funk and Matthew Zobrist, and the experienced guys that have been in those big moments, the state championship level matches. They're able to step up against one of the best teams in the nation. So a couple of big players, respectively, McCoy for St. John, carrying them so far. Look for some adjustments here at halftime. I definitely think we're going to see a much more fluid second half coming up.
It's an Enercon timeout here, and power-up timeout. Enercon Energy, or Enercon Engineering, I should say, sponsoring all of the breaks in the action here at the TOC. We'll also thank the rest of our sponsors, Kep's Sports Bar and Grill here in Washington. Glad to have Kep's on board. Check out their menu online. They've got trivia every other Wednesday at 7 o'clock p.m. Texas Hold'em every Sunday night at 6. Culver's is a proud partner of the TOC as well. The official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's doing a great thing this week. $1 from every concrete mixer will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. They've got 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria. And when you stop by, let Scoopy know we sent you. Clutch Sports Media here at the TOC. And PJ Hare, again sponsoring the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. This year, the Building for the Future All-Academic team. They wish all teams good luck and cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. We'll go now to another break and head to the studio. Gavin Sullivan's going to be our guest in Uftring Tournament Central. We'll be back in a few minutes here high atop Torry Gym. St. John Bosco up by 6 at halftime. The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
And welcome back into Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. Jonathan Michael here, Clutch Sports Media. It's halftime of St. John Bosco and Metamora, arguably the game of the tournament. I'm standing by here with Gavin Sullivan of Mid-Pro Academy, in charge of one of the best AAU teams, not just in the region, but also in the entire country. Gavin, appreciate you joining us as well. And overall, like we were talking about, strong first half of action. Metamora, pretty impressive first half, hanging with a top 10 team in the country.
Yeah, I thought they've played really well. They got to figure out a way to get Zobros open. They did their scouting report against, Metamora, but I thought they, last night and today, the level of physicality that they've played with, I think, is kind of separated them, from what people thought they might be this year.
Most definitely, and obviously Metamora looking like a team that, they won a state title 2 years ago, for those of you that don't know, and they have gone deep in the playoffs almost every year for the last half decade or so. And obviously, I know with Mid-Pro Academy, you got some players from Metamora that play with your club as well, as Zobris and Jonah Funk. Strong first half for them. I believe Zobris had 13, Funk had 9, and they were hitting some tough shots out there, man. I mean, holy cow.
Yeah, I mean, luckily they're used to making tough shots,
Yeah.
But, that's when you play here, that's what you're going to get. You're going to play against the best of the best, and the normal high school shots aren't normal high school shots out here because you're playing college-level guys all over the court now. So, Matthew and Jonah going to the D1 level both better be ready because this is what it's like every night, that they play at the next level, but it's fun to see.
Definitely, and Gavin, I know you just you see basketball at a different level than many people watching at home do. What is stood out to you just especially about Jonah and Matthew, not just this year, not just tonight, but throughout the years, throughout their progression, because we've seen these players for some years kind of grow through the ranks, and especially Matthew Zobris has just gotten so much better each year. He's going to Bradley. Jonah Funk is going to South Dakota as well.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that people don't see is the ups and downs. Everybody thinks that, hey, Division I guys are always going to be Division I guys, and confidence kind of goes in spurts with those guys, and hey, they hit a wall, and they got to figure out how to change their body or their game just a little bit to get to the next step, and the next step, in order to be recruited. Obviously, intangibles, 6'5" and 6'10" help. Matthew shoots, the ball extremely, extremely well from all over the court, and Jonah, for being 6'10", is really, really athletic. But they still go through the ups and downs like every high school athlete does. Hey, one game or 1 week I'm really good, the next week I'm in a rut, and I got to figure out how to get better or get back out of it. So, I would say with those guys, projecting to the next level, measurables matter. But then what they can do with their skills at their sizes, I think separates them from most kids. So.
Definitely a real difference maker there. And again, just from obviously you're a very trained guy. Again, you guys see St. John Bosco in person for a little bit. I'm sure you've seen some other clips of them as well. What have you seen from them? Obviously, lots of talent and holding the lead here at halftime.
Yeah, they cover ground. That was the first thing that stood out. Obviously they're kind of big across the board. So high school small court is gets covered a lot more than what a college court would be, but their quickness and their tenacity, I think, has kind of propelled them to a lead. With Metamora only having one true ball handler right now, comfortable with that stuff. But hey, Metamora is doing their business too of sticking around. So
Definitely. Well, this has been living up to the game of the tournament so far. And Gavin, real quick, just a question about you. Obviously, I know that summer's a big time for you guys. Are playing a lot of games. And what does the actual high school season look like for you? Does it feel like an off season for you, or what do you kind of do during the winter? Just kind of go around and watch your guys play?
Yeah, I do feel like it is our off season, but it kind of is like mirrors like the college recruitment. I'm out recruiting our new guys, or making sure our guys are handling their business, making sure guys that don't have committable offers yet or get committable offers, or start choosing schools. So I'm out about pretty much every night that there's a high school basketball game. I'm somewhere either watching our guys or looking for new guys to bring into the program. So.
That is awesome. Well, it's definitely one of the best, one of the most talented in the area. Gavin, really appreciate all that you do. It's not just with obviously mid-pro, but also just around the area as well, helping just the game of basketball grow. Gavin Sullivan here of Mid-Pro Academy. I want to appreciate you, and just thank you for stopping by. Always a pleasure to see you here at the TOC. I know we can count on seeing you every year.
For sure, man. You guys do a great job with this stuff, man. I think it goes without saying that like you guys separate this tournament by your broadcast all the time, for sure.
Well, we certainly appreciate it, Gavin. Again, Gavin Sullivan of Mid-Pro Academy, Jonathan Michael here at Clutch Sports Media. Second half of St. John Bosco and Metamora coming up right after this break. You're watching the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Buy your hometown community banks. Divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner. Well, you just got a great look there of the Peoria skyline, not far from Washington Community High School, home of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Now in its 19th year, I believe the 17th year for the tournament here in Washington. Started in Peoria, and now the Panthers of Washington Community High School have taken on this event and taken it to new heights. Appreciate Gavin Sullivan's kind words there at halftime. Along with Gavin Russell now, I'm Joey Wright. Gavin just about ready to start the third quarter. Metamora and St. John Bosco locked in a good one here. St. John Bosco, a team that a lot of people in this community were excited to watch this week. I think Metamora took that personally. Redbird saying, hey, we've had a great run these last few years. We're going to be good again this year. We want some of that spotlight for us.
Yeah, I don't think that they're letting the big stage intimidate them at all, and a lot of these guys have been here. A lot of these guys have watched Metamora on the big stage, whether they've been on the varsity team or not. So they understand it, but they got their work cut out for them. It's going to be a really entertaining second half.
Here's Elsie Harrington going with an alley-oop look that is intercepted before it reaches Brandon McCoy to start things out. McCoy now hits the hardwood. Here's Funk on a drive for Metamora and a travel. A lot to unpack from the first 17 seconds of play.
Yeah, I think they came out looking to run right away, and certainly a big hit on that screen. Jonah Funk, known for his length with his arms and tall stature, but puts the body on a little bit. Says he's been in the weight room.
If you're one of the viewers just joining us here for the second half, Jonah Funk going to play at South Dakota next year. Matthew Zober's going to play at Bradley. Those two have combined for 22 of Metamora's 26 points. Really making it look easy are those two. But Brandon McCoy, LZ Harrington, Christian Collins, that great core for St. John Bosco doing the same. Driving baseline is Coleman. who's also touched the ball on many possessions for the Braves, out of bounds. It will stay with SJB.
Yeah, that was a really tough take to the hoop. Not easy to go up against Jonah Funk. You know, he's going to block you a lot of times when you take it up there, but certainly fearless.
Step back three, McCoy, too strong. Kept in bounds, and they go to Harrington. Harrington looking to connect with McCoy. Looked like an alley-oop, but McCoy is going to make an adjustment and lay it in.
Unfazed by his miss there, probably realized that maybe not the best shot, but gets right back into the play and pump fakes, gets it in for two.
Here is Greaves on a drive. Left hand wouldn't go. Rebound, no. And a whistle and a foul. Colin Ramage will go. No, they'll call that on the floor. So Ramage won't go to the line. They'll inbound.
Ramage is going to quietly be one of the more important pieces. Going to be just kind of an extra layer to this team and a nice supporting piece for Dame. Just for 1 year, but certainly going to be big throughout this season.
High-low looking for Jones. Brady Jones looking for the corner. It's intercepted by Collins. Collins to McCoy. Harrington. Harrington fakes, shoots, scores. Elsie Harrington shows the range.
They got shooters all over this St. John Bosco team. Easy stroke for the three, nothing but nylon.
Driving Greaves, a little too strong from 6 feet out. Up and along goes Collins to the corner and McCoy. Redbirds cut off the baseline. Spinning now is Collins, and Collins got it to go from McCoy. Timeout Metamora.
Yeah, they're stuck on a number right now, and not the way offensively you wanted to start the second half. They've had a couple shots go down for St. John Bosco, and they've come out firing, so gotta like it if you're Matt Dunn.
Matt Dunn's squad ahead by 13 points as we reach a power-up timeout brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Power up your career by visiting EnterconPower.com and engineer your future with Intercon Engineering. Gavin, that's a pretty sweet deal Intercon's got sponsoring the timeouts here at the TOC this week. We've seen a number of timeouts in key situations. Last night, Washington and Romeoville played an overtime thriller. A lot goes on in these very important timeout huddles.
Certainly does, and these are your little times to reinforce some things, make those adjustments, and that's big for teams that do adjust on the fly quite a bit. And Metamora does that really well. St. John Bosco does that very well, where you come out of the huddle doing something completely different than you had just been doing the several minutes before. And that's what creates winning basketball is being able to adjust even when things aren't going right.
Inbounded to Ramage. Ramage goes over to Greaves. Greaves double teamed. Skates out of it. Looks and connects with Ramage. Greaves, Ramage, a couple names that you recognize from following Metamora sports in years past. They go down to Funk, new to Metamora this year, coming over from El Paso Gridley. But a name that high school sports fans know for that reason. And Harrington. Almost a putback dunk, wouldn't go for Collins. Comes out of there with it, keeps his dribble, and he draws a foul.
And he got that between 4 Redbird players. What an effort there from Collins. I mean, he came in to try to get the putback dunk, which would have been sweet enough, but able to bring it down, and again, between 4 Redbirds, that's really an impressive feat there for Collins and shows what kind of player he is.
Zach Bourne in for Metamora. Inbound to one of the country's best, Brandon McCoy.
And I like this zone look for Metamora. It seems like something that they've practiced, and it's created a little frustration for St. John Bosco.
McCoy gives to Harrington. Harrington, shot clock about halfway expired. The pass is tipped. It's kept in. And look out, a broken play. McCoy drives under the basket, rises into the air, hangs on the rim a little, and celebrates on his way back.
He got up over Jonah Funk. That's dunk, what, number 3 or 4? I mean, that's an impressive mark.
Step back three, almost went for Zobrist. Metamora needed that. Just 2 points here in the third quarter. Braves have opened it up by 13. Gavin, I want to go back to that last St. John Bosco possession. Finished by the McCoy dunk. Almost looked like when in football, quarterback broken play, having to improvise. Metamora almost forced a transition opportunity, and St. John Bosco, even a little out of system, able to find the right pieces.
And that's exactly what they're able to do. Guys that can improvise, play at every level, and certainly that's what they do. They get it to that inside, and they're letting them have that little mid-range jumper there. That's just too easy. Metamora's fortunate on the miss right there.
41-28. Zobrist dribbles left. Gives it up, Greaves. Greaves lost it, McCoy's got it. McCoy one-on-one. And that'll be a foul. Good defense, I'll say, from Zach Bourne, because obviously the foul will make him earn him the old-fashioned way at the line. If he's not able to get in the way like that, that's a one or two-handed flush.
Yeah, certainly, but I think that's also heads-up play on McCoy's part to kind of realize, hey, he's probably, going to contest this a little bit here. So he slowed himself down, hit the brakes, took kind of a long step. And, drawing fouls is kind of an art, really. I mean, if you do it correctly and you do it well, it's something that can be very useful. It's exactly what he did there. He put the defender in kind of a vulnerable spot. Had no option to either get out the way or draw the foul, and he did the latter.
Short on the second free throw attempt from McCoy. St. John Bosco's got 3 players. McCoy chief among them. And this year's Tournament of Champions Dandy dozen. In fact, they added a 13th player to this year's Dandy dozen, so it's a Dandy Baker's dozen.
Well, I mean, they're bringing a lot of great players. They got a full bench and a lot of really good talent all over it.
It's McCoy, Collins, and Harrington among that group. Three's not falling for Metamora. Here's McCoy. McCoy stepped out of bounds there as he brought it across the timeline in front of the scorer's table.
Nice little friendly high five there between Zobrist and McCoy, and great competitors, great sportsmanship though, coming on both sides here. But both of these teams just have guys that compete and fight every second of the ball game.
3 on the way is short.
The looks are there, Joey. They're just not quite falling the way you want them to, but the important part is they're getting those open looks, and throughout the season, those are going to start to hit.
Brady Jones couldn't knock it in for Metamora. Here's Coleman. Has been a nice part of that St. John Bosco offense tonight, and he's got a mid-range jumper.
They're going to put some pressure on the freshman here to bring it up. We'll see if they try to get it back into Zobrist's hands or not.
And trying to find McCoy there. It was a heads-up play from Harrington. Funk's open, down low for Metamora, one hand. Look out.
He's showing what he can do. Kind of came around the backside and a tomahawk.
It's 2 dunks we've seen from Funk tonight by my count. Both impressive. Jones the rebound and a foul on Harrington. Metamora not out of this game yet, Gavin, but they've got to heat up offensively. St. John Bosco, 14 points. That you don't want that deficit to get much larger.
Yeah, it's kind of slowly just floated away a little bit. It hasn't been consistent. Metamora's had their moments here and there, but, kudos to St. John Bosco for kind of keeping their foot on the gas pedal and just not backing away. They just remain consistent.
Step back deep 2, won't go from Zobrist. Tipped around. And emerging is Gavin Dean Moss to the corner. 3 on the way. Oh, and it's good from Brandon McCoy. He is so good from beyond the arc. He's got a great step-back jumper, and in the corner, McCoy knocks it down. Down low, and a feed to Jones, and he responds with a layup.
McCoy is as advertised. You know, he comes in and does a little bit of everything. Again, just kind of has that swagger to him. He'll play with anybody. Passes the ball, can shoot the three. Obviously, we've seen the dunks as well. Really not a lot that he doesn't do well.
Out of bounds, it'll go to Metamora. McCoy and Harrington both have 15 points to lead the Braves. Zobrist and Funk both have 13 points to lead the Redbirds.
And again, there's more guys on this team. Gavin Sullivan said at the halftime Updrink studio interview that they just cover ground, and they have a lot of guys that can do that. You know, they're everywhere on the floor. They've got guys off the bench, your starters, just the complete ball club, and definitely the culmination of years of, you know, the culture build-up and again, great coaching.
Nice move there through traffic. Count that basket for Zach Bourne. Been impressed with Bourne's game here. We talked about that heads-up defensive play that he made a moment ago to prevent a potential McCoy flush. Nice bucket there. 13-point game. Look at McCoy putting the moves on. And a pass to the corner. And Harrington is going to take the three. Too strong. Coleman keeps the possession alive. Here's McCoy. Steps through traffic. Can't go up and under. And finally, Funk ending that possession with a rebound.
They've had a few people up off the bleachers ready for that acrobatic layup. Just couldn't quite go as Zobrist draws a foul. But, I mean, still some credit there, you know, on that last defensive possession, you know, for Zach Bourne, sophomore, you know, to be able to hold as steady as he was and, you know, stay face guarding. That's not an easy task to say you guarded Brandon McCoy. I think that's a name that's going to become more recognizable, you know, throughout the next several months and years. But credit to Bourne there.
Well, you know, most of the Bradley Braves men's basketball team is on hand tonight. Count that basket and an and one for Coleman. And, of course, they're here to watch their future teammate Matt Zobrist go at it. But also some guys, maybe some scouting, right? They might face some of these D1 players in a non-conference game, maybe in an NCAA tournament game coming up in the years to come. Who's to say, right? But
yeah. I think there's only a couple players from that team that haven't seen, at least to my vantage point, but most everybody's here.
Even Jonah Funk, right? Bradley, South Dakota feels like a pretty good matchup to me.
You never know. It could be coming down the pipeline. Future years, non-conference matchup.
Whistle here with 25 and a half seconds left. We'll get a look at a few Bradley Braves there. Mike Bargan's in the middle of that, Bradley assistant coach, and a number of Bradley types around him.
Connor Dillon, Peoria native, Peoria Notre Dame, Christian Davis, tournament MVP at the Myrtle Beach Invitational, champions down there. We like our Bradley basketball to a fair degree.
Number of Bradley alums, including myself, working the tournament with Clutch Sports Media this week. Talking about the St. John Bosco Braves being good, but Bradley, those Braves are going to be pretty good too as the Missouri Valley Conference season unfolds. Here's Funk, going to go play at South Dakota when his high school career ends. They get it to Greaves and back to Funk. 10 seconds left. Funk calls out the play. They got the 6'10" point guard here. He's going to step back from three. It's short, and it's brought in by Dean Moss. Here is a half-court shot that is just strong from Chris Coleman, who has played a really good game tonight, especially in the third quarter. And that takes us to an Enercon power-up timeout. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Us being Enercon Power, of course.
Indeed. Entertaining third quarter, though, and McCoy continues to put on the moves, but we're starting to figure out some guys, right? It's early in the season, and Metamora as a team will continue to see, you know, throughout the Mid-Illini Conference schedule as they continue to play throughout the rest of the week as well. And again, building a little bit of identity, trying to figure out, you know, who some of these supporting role guys are. Take a little relief off of Zobrist and Funk. But certainly we're seeing Zach Bourne has had a really nice game. Even the freshman, has come in and made a difference. Caden Turner, and obviously a lot of faith in him and what he can do. So lots of promise. Metamora is not going to be a lost cause by any regard after the graduation of a couple spectacular seniors. They've just lost and then replenished each of the last several years. That's the mark of a really, truly great basketball program like Metamora. And St. John Bosco, as we know, can do the same as well.
Absolutely. Two great coaches. Matt Dunn, longtime head coach of the St. John Bosco Braves. Brought him to the TOC a few years ago. They won 3 games against 1 loss in 2021. Justin Dame, great coach as well, in his first season at the helm of this Metamora Redbirds team. And I'm sure he's happy to have Jonah Funk, who's putting on a show tonight.
He's very dynamic, and he is going to make a big difference in the Mid-Illini Conference this season.
Down low, and the Braves respond with a layup. Dominic Perfetti.
Zone is a tough defense to run. Metamora maybe has a little kinks to work out on that, but pretty solid for the most part. Just a few holes have led to some St. John Bosco buckets.
Attacking is Jones. Jones to the corner. Funk for 3. Almost went in, and it's a rebound for McCoy. McCoy has an open lane and a flush and a foul on the floor.
He wanted the dunk. I think he would trade the foul on the floor in for a dunk any day. Man, he can throw it down with some authority.
Earlier he broke loose after the possession had ended. It had already been whistled dead. A foul of some kind. This whistle was just a little too late to stop him. He's going to finish the dunk and give us something to look at either way. He misses the shot, but Harrington's there to clean it up. 54-36.
So many heads-up players on the St. John Bosco team. They just survey the floor really well, always looking for the basketball. You got to keep your head up.
That won't go. Rebound for McCoy. McCoy steps through traffic, gets all the way to the bucket, and he's blocked by Funk. Now Funk running point. Funk ahead to Greaves. Greaves back to Jones, to a deep 3 from Zobrist. And Zobrist a little short. Back to that last rebound from Harrington in that putback, Gavin. When you've got a great shooting team, it really helps to be a good offensive rebounding team too. And maybe you start to know when your teammates where they're going to miss, that kind of thing. Harrington was in the right spot at the right time.
Well, they're doing the right thing because it'd be very easy to assume, hey, we're a pretty good shooting team, right? We don't need to go in and crash the boards. We're going to make that shot a lot of times. They don't do that. They're able to still get up there and, again, really well coached. They're able to put it together. They understand they have to win every facet of the ball game in order to get it done completely.
Pass is sent out of bounds. Nobody was home on the wing. Little miscommunication. He's like Gavin, a big game like this. Take a possession. Just watch the photographers on the baseline. Watch their cameras move in sync. This baseline, not a great example. Just Kurt Pegler down there. Everyone else on the other side of the gym. But it's always cool to watch those cameras and what have you. Move from left to right.
Trying to put together some great highlights. I know a number of organizations come through here to put together highlights, but Ethan Genders, Clutch Sports Media team, does a great job. Instagram and X, Facebook. I want to call it Twitter.
Yep.
I almost
Not
did.
calling it X. Knox Minet's on the baseline now. He has done a great job all week long for Clutch as well. Taking some really good photos that he's taken out to Twitter, and we've taken out to Instagram as well. Facebook will get him too. Knox a really talented photographer. Elsa Olmstead, also a great photographer, helping us out. Down low, how about a great finisher at the hoop? Christian Collins knocks it through.
Yeah, that one had a little force behind it. The Metamora crowd a little bit quiet. Obviously, things not going well for the Redbirds, but can't help but admire what they're doing.
Feet ahead down low, and Harrington an easy finish. And a timeout called by Metamora. And Enercon Power Up timeout. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with Enercon Power. Another t-shirt toss here at Raymond R. Torry Gym. Gavin, a great crowd on hand, and it's going to stay that way. Washington in action next against Florence Wilson out of South Carolina. And La Mirada, California is going to face Morton in the nightcap tonight about 8:30. That game will tip off. Next game is going to be a lot of fun. Washington and Florence Wilson. A lot of these Metamora fans are going to stick around, maybe give it to the Panthers a little bit, and then the Redbird faithful and Panther faithful can team up to boo Morton at 8:30.
Yeah, those Mid-Illini Conference rivalries certainly run strong. We'll see if they do. Maybe they're just here for the basketball. They're just feeling thankful, perhaps, for the great basketball here, and we'll put rivalries aside for a few days. But come conference season, no mercy between those fan bases, and that's why you love it so much. Looking forward to a great season of basketball here in Central Illinois. Big 12, Mid-Illini represented very well, lots of good talent, and we're kicking it off in the best way here at the TOC.
You can't boo Morton. We like Morton, and just as we like Washington and Metamora, although Morton will have a chance
I tend not to boo any teams as a broadcaster.
I know,
but
we can't boo anyone. Morton, though, I will say their fans can give it back on Friday because it's the opposite. It's Morton first, Washington in the middle, and then Metamora, 6:15, 7:45, and 9:15. Peoria Christian, another local team in this year's TOC.
Played there earlier this morning.
Romeoville, DeKalb, and Piasaw, also from Illinois in this year's field.
Lyle on Friday.
That's right. Yep.
Bennett Academy.
Can't forget about the
Red Wings.
Red Wings, yep. There's Harrington feeding ahead to Brandon McCoy. And it's going to go back to Gavin Dean Moss. Elsie Harrington swung around, driving through, swinging around. Here's McCoy. McCoy shot clock's down to 15, so he's got some time. Fading away and knocks it down. That step back is Brandon McCoy's best move, and he's shown it off a few times tonight.
He's really good at it and is, needed to use it a few times. He can more, but just a special player and plays with a great confidence.
Brady Jones for three, knocks it down over a contesting Christian Collins. St. John Bosco starting to pull away, but Metamora not letting them have anything easy.
Got to play it till the end. Good chance to learn, get a day off tomorrow, but getting up again, making that dunk look like nothing.
Two-handed flush for Collins.
For somebody that can't dunk the basketball, seeing him dunk like that and make it absolutely nothing is pretty sad for me, but good for him.
And Brady Jones on a great drive to the rim there. Not a dunk, but a nice finish. I'm with you, Gavin, though. I'm always impressed when I see anyone. I'm impressed when I see anyone shoot a basketball and make it into the rim. So let's start there. Let's set the bar low. Very impressive from Christian Collins, or Brandon McCoy, pardon me.
Yeah, that's why we're up here in the booth. We'll leave the basketball playing to them, but just leaves me in awe every time.
3:17 to play here in the fourth. Mentioned earlier, Gavin, Matt Dunn bringing St. John Bosco to the Tournament of Champions for the second time in 4 years. They were here in 2021. 3-1 was a good Braves team in that appearance. Both Matt Dunn and Danny Greaves, former Metamora head coach, whose son Ashton is on the team. But unfortunately, they both have family ties to glioblastoma, an aggressive and rare form of brain cancer. And I know Matt Dunn, he was in our Tournament Central studio show earlier this morning. Danny Greaves stopped by last year. Both so appreciative of everything this tournament does to raise awareness and money for such a terrible disease.
Yeah, it really is something that's awful, and tip in, not good there. But yeah, certainly something that's just horrible, devastates a lot of people, and come to find out there's a lot more people affected by it than you may realize. So spread the awareness, support if you're able to, come out to the tournament if you're able to, and it's certainly a cause worth fighting for.
taking a little off of that shot and knocking it down. Cameron Young fading away. Raising money and awareness. Fighting the fight, as you said. Glioblastoma and OSF Healthcare presenting sponsor of this year's KBM TOC, really doing a lot of good stuff to fight that fight here locally in the Peoria area.
Great merchandise at the table here. Encourage you to go get yourself a t-shirt or a sweatshirt or something.
Yeah, KB Strong Foundation well represented in the cafeteria here at Washington Community High School, which is transformed into not only our Tournament Central studio show, but they've got tables for players to sign autographs, TVs out there, concessions. It really is a fun place to spend some time. Jody Brown on hand all week long.
It's really such an experience. It's grown, you know, from the time we started doing this tournament, Joey. It's been second to none. The hospitality of everybody here at Washington, cannot say enough, and everybody that has a part in bringing this basketball here is phenomenal. Of course, St. John Bosco, you'll get to see later in the week a couple more times as well. And, of course, Metamora has some upcoming matchups too, but just fantastic basketball all week and have a couple more great matchups the rest of the night.
Some of the best high school basketball players in the country on hand in Washington this week. Jonah Funk, his second block of the game. Brandon McCoy responds with a dunk.
That was a nice block by Funk, and I think the theme of this whole game, if you're Metamora, despite a lopsided score, there are a lot of good things you can take away from it. You know, there are a lot of positives. You know, there has been some nice shooting. You've had some nice defense. Certainly, some nice things happened there. Almost took out the scoreboard. That protective netting getting used there for a reason.
We've done a lot of games here in Washington over the years with Clutch Sports Media. I don't know if I've ever seen that net hit.
I got to say that's the first time for me, too. It finally comes in handy.
You see something new every game.
Exactly.
And that was just a weird shot there that got blocked, and I guess that's why they have it up to protect the scoreboard. A three from Christian Collins. And St. John Bosco has pulled away here a 29-point lead. Gavin, it's always kind of a trap to say, well, the game was closer than the score suggests. On the other side of that argument, well, the score is the score. But Metamora really hung in this game for quite a bit of time. Dunk won't go for McCoy. Would have brought the crowd into a frenzy. You even heard the reaction from the miss. But a competitive game for Metamora for maybe 3 quarters, and St. John Bosco pulls away at the end. Second half really, I guess, win in St. John Bosco's favor.
Yeah, I mean, again, you look on the tape for Metamora, you go quarter by quarter and say, hey, you know, we were right there in the first quarter, right there in the second quarter. You know, maybe didn't play complete 2 halves, but something to grow on, and a performance like this is still going to beat a lot of teams. You just happen to run into, you know, a top 10 team in the country, you know, anywhere you go, not just state but country. So certainly you don't have to hang your heads too low. And for St. John Bosco, on the flip side, Metamora is not a slouch. You know, they played you close for a half, and, you know, you didn't concede, you didn't give in to anything, so you were able to go out and play your game much better in the second half. Definitely some positives, and I think Matt Dunn's team will sleep pretty well tonight. Go get some grub tomorrow and get to some more basketball action on Thursday.
Gavin, you mentioned get some grub tomorrow. Thanksgiving Day and the Tournament of Champions over at the Countryside Banquet Facility. They put on a great Thanksgiving dinner. All the teams invited. St. John Bosco will be there. They play at 8:30 tomorrow against the Paideia School out of Atlanta, Georgia. And that'll be a great game at 8:30. Our coverage tomorrow starting at 4 o'clock, and 2 games more tonight to close out day 2 of the TOC. 74-45. St. John Bosco wins it against Metamora. Metamora now 1-1 on the year. St. John Bosco, they're 2-0. Danny Greaves, former Metamora coach, will join us in Uftring Tournament Central in just a minute. Gavin, any final thoughts from a great game, a lot of highlights, and a big win for the Braves?
Yeah, you know, a couple years ago, Metamora, when they were state champions, you know, they came into this tournament, and I believe they went 2-2 or something to that effect where, you know, it wasn't the best showings. They had a couple of lopsided losses, but then from then on, you know, they basically didn't lose the rest of the year and won the state championship. that's what these early season games can do for you. You're going to get battle tested. You're going to get the best of the best coming up against you. So nothing to hang your head on. It's not going to fall too far. Metamora is going to be a much better team going forward. And St. John Bosco, again, just as advertised. I can't wait to see them coming the rest of the week. If you didn't catch the whole game, certainly would recommend make some time out of your day. Watch Clutch Sports Media. Get out here. You're going to see some future college stars, some future pro stars playing with this Braves team. Two excellent basketball teams that I can't look forward to see the rest of the week.
Mark your maps right now. Teams from California, Texas, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Indiana, Missouri, Wisconsin, Michigan, and of course, Illinois on hand here at the TOC this week. And we just saw a team from California take down one of the best local teams here in central Illinois. 74-45, St. John Bosco over Metamora. Metamora. Stretch that word into 2 words there, but Metamora goes down here tonight. And so we want to thank our crew here. Great crew on hand for Clutch Sports Media this week. Larry Larson, Jonathan Michael back in the control room. Tremendous work from our camera operators all week long. Charlie Schermerhorn was also a part of the control room, I'm told, there for that last game. I don't want to start listing too many names. I'll leave a name off. You know, think back to that 2021 Tournament of Champions. Jacob Steinberg's name got left off the end of tournament credits. So
how the names have changed, you know, the rosters and people graduate from these high school teams and keep producing more. And I guess Clutch Sports Media does a lot of the same. A lot of former Clutch Sports Media staff and student volunteers at Washington High School have since moved on, but one thing remains the same. We keep trying to put together the best production possible, and it's been a lot of fun to work with everybody this week. It's been an excellent week, catching up with a lot of people, some great connections all over this tournament, fantastic people who make this possible, and just love the studio feature. You know, the Up During Tournament Central is second to none, you know, being able to interview just a collection of guests. Gavin Sullivan earlier, we'll have Danny Greaves here in a few minutes, so just an excellent way to do things here. Kim Barth will be at halftime of the Washington game, so she's the head coach of the Panthers girls basketball team here at Washington Community High School.
Absolutely.
Just a collection of great people and lots of people hanging out all over. Matthew Zobrist catching up with some of his future Bradley teammates. You might be able to see there on the right side of your screen.
A couple of them looks like hanging out on the court, maybe signing some autographs, chopping it up with some fans. As you see a few Washington players heading back, I think, into the locker room. I do want to say this, Gavin, kind of to put a bow on that conversation. While we've got a minute and a big audience, I understand. I don't say this to, you know, toot our own horn or call too much attention to ourselves. But I've got to say thank you to a lot of our crew. You know, we've got a lot of high schoolers, college students that help us out this week at Clutch. Just want to say thanks to them for giving up time with their friends, families to help us out this week. So when I go to the countryside Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow and say what I'm thankful for, it's our great crew, because they're really putting in some long hours and hard work this week. But with that, Gavin, always enjoy calling a game with you. We'll send it to a break, and then our Off During Tournament Central studio show with Danny Greaves hanging out with Jonathan Michael, I believe, and we'll have that on the other side of this break. Stick around. Glad you're with us. The KBM TOC on ClutchSportsIL.com. The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
And welcome back inside Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. Jonathan Michael here of Clutch Sports Media alongside former Metamora head coach and state champion Danny Greaves, great friend of the program and a great ambassador for local basketball in the area. Danny, it's so good to see you again. And obviously that last game we saw, Bosco and Metamora, not the result the Redbirds wanted, but still a good showing from a young team. What did you see out of the Redbirds in that game?
Well, I saw us show a lot of good things, but against the number 1 team in California, the number 5 team in the country, it's pretty tough.
Yeah.
I thought we put a good half together, kind of a solid third quarter, and then they kind of took over that fourth quarter. But we saw a lot of good things in those young birds, or the Redbirds.
Most definitely. And boy, St. John Bosco getting close game at halftime. Wondered, okay, are they going to start to really turn it up? And boy, did they turn it up in the second half. Again, 2 5-stars, a 4-star. They have some players that I think we both believe could probably make it to the NBA one day.
Well, we talked earlier. We thought, 3 for sure, and maybe the 4th, depending on how good that big 7'4" big kid is. I think his name is Wu.
Yep, Howie Wu.
Yes.
Yeah.
I bet he could woo us.
I bet he certainly could for sure. And Danny, I know we talked about also too. Again, you obviously coached the Redbirds for a long time, and you guys have been in the TOC now for the last 4 or 5 years, and you coached some games here. And again, it's just one of the highest level competitions you could be a part of. It's great for a team early in the season to get those strong tests. You guys, I know, went 2-2 here at the TOC a couple years ago. They won 32 in a row to go on and win state. So again, it's more about the wins and losses. It's just about playing good basketball, playing good teams in this tournament.
Well, you want to come in and see where you're at. It's a great barometer to see how good you could be. And I know when you play teams that are this solid, you're going to have some great film for afterwards that you're going to find out what you can do best, but where you really need help in. And so it's a great tournament to be in.
Most definitely. It's just, everything about it is just top tier, from the teams, the players, the hospitality, the people that come here like Danny every single year. It's awesome, a really good time. And Danny, I got to ask you again, I know you're not in the sidelines anymore. First year of retirement, Justin Dame now head coach. And overall, I got to ask, how's life been? Is it taking getting some adjusting to? Or?
You know what? I've been in a organized basketball team since 1964.
Wow.
And so it's kind of different. When I'm in town, I still go to practice every day and go watch some film with them a little bit and everything, but I don't have to take it home with me, which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
But, it is nice to see the program go on with the same coaches. When you have a great stability in your coaching staff, like a Washington when Coach Brown was there, and still, it makes it so easy from year to year when the talent might not be as great, but the culture and your program pulls you through.
Exactly.
And I think that's what's happened again this year, but Justin Dame does a great job, and we're very fortunate to have him as head coach.
Definitely. And, Justin was a long-time assistant for you guys, and
Yes.
I'm sure it was probably one of the easiest decisions that maybe you as a program guys have ever had to make, bringing him in to lead after you retired.
He played for me back in bitty basketball, way back in the day. So our families have been tight, but yeah, he's one of those guys that, he does it 24/7. He's way ahead of the speed of everybody else more times than not. He's so well prepared. People didn't understand that we might be decent again this year when we lost all those guys. And you know what? We're going to be pretty hard to beat again this year. You watch.
Most definitely. I know you guys, we talked about the 3 M's, going to be big teams to watch in the Peoria area this year. Metamora, Morton, and Manual. The Pirates are coming up at 8:30 against La Mirada from California. But again, Danny, again, just kind of more about it. Just life for you right now. Do you have any hobbies, anything you've picked up and you've maybe had a little bit some more time on your hands, or is just basketball your hobby? And
well,
that's it?
I also golf a little bit, so I picked up a part-time job there in town at the Fields Golf Course.
There you go.
I told him I want to work about an hour a week. That way it won't interrupt my free golf. But, we've got a great community. And so I still go in and about twice a week I'll substitute teach and go to practice and just kind of hang out. But, it's a great community and a great school.
Most definitely. And, I know obviously this tournament put on for a great cause. Obviously the KB Strong Foundation to help defeat glioblastoma, took the life of former Washington head coach Kevin Brown. And, so many people just have so many, reasons to come here and reasons to support KB Strong. Right. And I know that obviously, cancer, obviously, a near and dear cause for you, your daughter Nikki.
Yes.
I want to ask how she's doing. I know last time I heard, we checked in, thought there was a good report, but how is
She's doing fine. As a matter of fact, she's right over here watching my grandson sign autographs.
really?
But Coach Brown just showed us. We all knew how tough he was, but he showed us how to be tough through cancer. My dad died from the same cancer that he had, and I had a chance to help Kevin walk his way through that cancer, and it was some of my most memorable memories ever. And to meet him and talk with him, Coach Eddie Matthews and myself went over about 2 weeks before he passed, and told a bunch of great basketball stories again, and it was really special to me, and this cause will always be special to me also. So we're just proud to be here every year and doing everything we can for the cause.
That most definitely, and that's just so heartwarming to hear. And there's just so much support from the community. People, again, it's a rare disease, but it seems like it's affected Central Illinois almost disproportionately. But so there is a strong support system. Obviously, OSF,
Yes.
big sponsor, and the things that they're doing over there has just been phenomenal.
Amazing.
One of a kind treatment. Some of the only ones in the area, as we obviously help and try and fight this terrible disease. But it's also heartwarming to see that, obviously Metamora, Washington, obviously many people know longtime rivals in every sport, but this tournament and this cause really makes it, it's more than about basketball. It's more than about the rivalry. You can just kind of put that aside and say, hey, even though we're rivals on the court,
Correct.
You're still my neighbor in neighboring
Yes.
communities and everything.
Any time that we can get together and fight a cause like this, it's great for both communities, and we're just so proud to be here and be an opportunity with that.
Certainly, most definitely. And Danny, again, just kind of wrapping things up here overall. Again, I know you were here to watch your Redbirds. Have you seen any other games or any games you're looking forward to rest of the tournament?
Well, I've always loved watching Washington. What a barn burner last night! I'll tell you what, I thought they had them, and but anytime we get a chance to watch Middle Illini teams, I love to watch them. So I'll get a chance to watch Washington and Morton, and of course the high flyers you have are getting here. It's just amazing to watch so many great teams in one Thanksgiving tournament.
Yeah, most definitely. There's so much good talent in this tournament and in other tournaments around the area, but honestly, maybe a little partiality here, but this is one of the best Thanksgiving tournaments, not just in the area, not even in the state. I would say
in the country.
In the entire country.
There's no doubt.
One of the best ones for sure. Again, Washington and Florence Wilson out of South Carolina coming up next. Morton and La Mirada from California as your nightcap. La Mirada, one of the top 50 teams in the country. That is going to be a phenomenal game here as well. Again, Jonathan Michael here alongside Danny Greaves in the Uptree Auto Group Tournament Central. I assume we're keeping things here for now as, again, we transition here between games. We'll wait to see until we tune it in for the next game. But, Danny, overall, again, I know Thanksgiving week for the last couple of years has been, taken up by basketball. Does your family have any Thanksgiving traditions, anything you like to do? You have any special plans for tomorrow?
Well, we try to get together as often as we can. We're kind of a military family, so sometimes we can't get together all the time. We go over to my cousin Bobby Claude's house.
Nice.
Have a big Thanksgiving dinner, the turkey, the ham, and there's always so much food there. We usually have we've had up to 90 at the family meeting. I think tomorrow we have about 30.
Wow.
And so it's always great to get together with family, and basketball has always been the two things that we've done, since I can remember back being a little kid. So it's always a great time.
Most definitely. Hey, I looked over you. I got to ask again. I know you wear pretty proudly, obviously, and why not? The state championship ring, I got to say, do you wear that everywhere? Every time I see you have it on.
Well, as a matter of fact, this is the one from 2011. This isn't even the one from
really?
This is St. Stanislaus, Mississippi.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And last night it was the one from Mississippi in 2098. And I'm waiting for the championship game on Saturday to wear ours. So
awesome!
It's nice to have options.
Yeah, most definitely. And again, I know your time down in Mississippi. I know, obviously a very very close area for you. You spent a lot of time down there, and what was the transition like? I got to ask, not even moving schools, but just moving from Mississippi up to Central Illinois.
Well, it's kind of crazy. We were in a football state, but had a really good basketball program. Mm-hmm. When I moved to Metamora, and they said, you realize you're coming to a football school, and I go, well, when do you have your spring game? And they go, we don't have spring football. And I go, then it's really not a football school. And so I didn't start off on the right foot with them, but The great thing about basketball up here in Illinois compared to in Mississippi, I think it's the coaching and the fan appeal. You know, when we have 5 or 6 good coaches here, back there in Mississippi, I'd have maybe 1 or 2. So every day at practice, they didn't get the good reps. They didn't get the film of breakdown and the scouting. And so I think it's the whole package for Illinois.
Most definitely. And, what was, maybe something about, again, you've coached multiple state championship teams.
Yes.
Were there any similarities between the St. Stanislaus team and your Metamora team from a couple of years ago?
Yes, you have certain guys that always excel when the big games are on the line. And that's what we had at St. Stanislaus at Morton, Mississippi, where I won my first one. And here again at Metamora, guys like Ethan Kaiser and Swanson and, just kid after kid made big shots in overtime and double overtime. So it was really fun to watch.
Most definitely is. Again, Jonathan Michael here alongside Danny Greaves. Just a couple more minutes until we send it back into the gym for Washington and Florence Wilson. Quick recap of some of the day's action again. St. John Bosco taking down Metamora, close game at halftime. And then St. John Bosco, again, number 5 team in the country, ran away with that one. A couple other big games today. We saw Crispus Attucks take down John Burroughs out of Missouri. A couple other big games as well. Peoria Christian against Cumberland was a good game earlier today. Chargers are going to be a local team to watch out for in Central Illinois this season. And again, maybe you're tuning in from California, want to know maybe some other big teams there. Obviously, La Mirada right here tonight facing off with Morton at about 8:30 as well. So, yeah, we'll wrap things up here from the Attucks Tournament Central. Jonathan Michael here again alongside Danny Greaves. Great friend of our company, great friend of basketball, great friend of the Metamora Redbirds, great friend of everybody here along in Central Illinois. Danny, I appreciate the time.
Thank you so much. I'd just like to congratulate you and Clutch Sports again for doing the phenomenal job that you guys do, not just here but all year. Thank you so much.
Well, we appreciate it, Danny, again, as we, again, will be around all tournament long as you stay tuned here on ClutchSportsIL.com. Glad you're spending your Thanksgiving weekend with us. We will now send it to a quick break and come back for Washington and Florence Wilson here on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
A warm welcome and an emphasis on warm welcome inside Torry Gymnasium, where we're set for the hometown team, the Washington Panthers, to take on the Florence Wilson Tigers as the Washington Invitational presented by the City of Washington carries on. With John Camosa, Larry Larson in with you, along with our entire ClutchSportsIL.com team. So glad you're with us the night before Thanksgiving. You're busy. We get it. A lot of cookies or turkeys starting to get prepped. Maybe some cookies as well. Who knows? So we're glad you're making some time for some basketball. And John, anytime you got the hometown team, big crowd, should be a fun game.
It certainly should, Larry. And obviously, full house here. We had a good game just before this with Metamora, St. John Bosco. But Washington, this is a home game for them, so obviously you're going to have a lot of fans here, and this is a good team they're facing tonight in Florence Wilson. A lot of talent on this team. Washington with a close game last night against Romeoville. Couldn't pull that one out in overtime, 2-point loss. But I think Washington very balanced offensively, Larry, and I'm looking forward to this game, what they can do against this team from South Carolina.
It should be a fun one. Florence, the Tigers, as you mentioned, out of South Carolina, long trip for them. They're highlighted by their star, Josh Leonard, 6'7" sophomore.
Yeah, he's a very talented player, plays the forward position, and top 5 player in the 2027 recruiting class, already has offers from Clemson, South Carolina, California, and Cincinnati. So that's a Division I guy in your lineup, and we've seen a lot of talent in the game so far in the last 2 days, but it's another player that really jumps out at you.
Tigers coached by head coach Yusef English, as Tigers get set and the Panthers are just about all wrapped up with their warm-ups. Pretty packed in here, John. You look down below us, not many empty bleacher seats.
No, there's not. And anytime Washington plays in this game, just a great cause for this tournament in memory of Kevin Brown. But, Washington always here to support their team, and especially in this tournament, you really see the community come out in full force. Should be a good one.
Starting lineup's about to be introduced. Earlier today, I had the chance to chat with a few members of Washington's coaching staff, and they were talking about last night, that game with Romeoville came right down to the wire, came down to free throws. And towards the end of regulation, when one of Romeoville's players was shooting a free throw, the crowd was so noisy. Washington head coach Eric Schermerhorn said, "That's the loudest I've ever heard it in this gym."
That is wild, Larry. I mean, there's been so many games played here in Torry Gymnasium. You go back to when the late Kevin Brown was coaching, all the playoff games that were played here, regional championship games, and I've been on hand for some pretty loud games, but that's saying something. And Washington, that game last night, even though they couldn't pull it out, Larry, those are good games you want to see to open your season that are close, back and forth. I think that really shows a lot, and you kind of figure out what type of team you're going to be late in the season when you can play close games like that.
Without a doubt. And at the end of the day, the tournament, first, for a great cause. Second, it's good basketball to battle test your team for those games later in the season, like you mentioned. Getting set to have the starting lineups be introduced right here. We'll give you the visitors first, the Florence Tigers. They're suited up in some bright gold jerseys today. Tristan Thompson, 6'6" senior, starts at forward. Christian Bruce, 5'10" junior, starts at guard. Myquan McWhite is a 5'11" junior at guard. Elijah Smith, a 6'7" senior at guard. And Josh Leonard, the sophomore star, stands at 6'7", plays that forward spot, also a bit of a wing. Check presentation going on right now in honor of Kevin Brown and the cause of glioblastoma, raising funds and raising awareness towards the cure. And if you've watched today, if you watched yesterday, you saw a handful of check presentations. A lot of them are from the clinics that various teams have put on from around the Peoria area, but also across the country. Different teams have put on youth basketball clinics, and all the proceeds from those clinics go towards the KB Strong Foundation. Great cause, again, connecting basketball to the cause of battling cancer.
Yeah, it is, and I feel like every year, Larry, we continue to see this tournament grow, and as a whole, you're gaining more sponsors. Obviously, you said great basketball, more fans, but ultimately it comes down to the cause, and it's a great opportunity for people to give back, people that have been through that with a relative or a friend or a family member. And it's just something that's so special, especially in the Washington community. And I look forward to this tournament, every year. A lot of other people as well, to be home for the holidays, to get to share that together. And it's just a really good cause, what they're doing here in Washington.
So we introduced that Florence starting lineup to you. How about the Washington Panthers, as the lights will turn out here in just a moment and the fans will learn the starting lineup. But you at home, you get to hear it first. Will Morton, 6'1" senior, starts at guard for the Panthers. Andre Lewis, another 6'1" senior, starts at guard. C.J. Duncan, the 6'6" senior, starts at forward. James Johnson also at forward, 6'5" junior, and Pierce Martin rounds it out, the 6'2" senior guard. As the crowd rises to his feet, ready to cheer on the Panthers. Gotta love this environment. Once those lights turn out, fans turn their energy up.
They do, and I was at courtside yesterday. I had to cover that Metamora game against DeKalb, and I was coming from the concourse down, and it was so loud. I mean, you could hear it. These starting lineups just kind of getting the fans ready for this game, and the student section comes out in full force. It's pretty neat.
Always is. Always one of the best environments in Illinois high school basketball. Right here in Central Illinois inside Torry Gym during the Tournament of Champions. So Washington 0-1. They took that loss to Romeoville yesterday in overtime. Florence Wilson playing their first game here at the TOC. And it takes a little bit of time to adjust to this gym. That's one thing that we've seen kind of throughout the day. Teams start a little bit cold shooting.
Yeah, they do. And we've seen that in a handful of games. Go back to last game with Metamora, St. John Bosco. Metamora just tried to find their rhythm. Once the teams start to heat up a little bit late in the second quarter, then they catch their rhythm. But you're right, Larry. I have noticed that. And it could just be the environment, maybe just getting used to traveling. Some of these teams that come from out of state and trying to adjust. It's still early in the season as well.
Very early in the season. They talk a lot about big stadiums and big gyms requiring an adjustment. This is a small one. It's a bandbox, and it's jumping inside Torry Gym right now. Glad you're with us on your Wednesday night ahead of Thanksgiving. We're thankful for basketball, and we're tipped off once again in Washington. Drive to the basket. Tristan Thompson right out of the gate. Blink and you'll miss it. 2-0 Florence Wilson.
And I love that strategy. When we tip the ball, let's just go straight forward at the hoop. Didn't try to deflect it backwards, and Thompson was there for the finish.
Andre Lewis on the wing. Drives baseline. He gets underneath the basket. Not enough English on that layup. Here come the Tigers in transition. Bounce pass ahead to Thompson, and a block is called. No charge there. The Panther was in position to take it, but home fans none too pleased. He didn't get the call.
And Washington, traditionally a defensive team. This could be a big game where you got to get back in transition. This Wilson team out of South Carolina likes to run the ball. A lot of bigs on the floor for them.
First one from Thompson is off. Well, the Tigers have had 2 offensive possessions, and I think it's clear what they're going to try to do tonight.
Yeah, they want to speed up the tempo in this game. And I think they've, I don't know how much scouting you can do on Washington being this early in the year. Obviously might have watched last night, but Washington does like to slow the tempo at times.
Panthers set up the offense. There is a shot clock here for every game during the Tournament of Champions. That speeds the Panthers up a little bit. C.J. Duncan has it deflected out of the paint. Here comes Josh Leonard.
Just with ease on that flush from the sophomore.
Wilson comes in and silences the home crowd. Tigers lead 4-0. Open 3, James Johnson makes it noisy again.
Johnson leading scorer for them yesterday in the loss against Romeoville. The 6'5" junior, he can pretty much score from anywhere on the floor.
McWhite controls the basketball for the Tigers. Wilson settling into the half-court set here. Leonard. Hezzy step. Double team comes. Passes out of it with McWhite. Shot clock down to 5. Drive and a dish into the corner. Bruce in and out.
Good ball movement on that possession. Just couldn't get it to go.
Johnson. Scoop shot is denied. Elijah Smith says return to sender. Leonard's dish a little bit off the mark. Triple off the front rim. Long rebound trickles to Duncan. Triple, you bet. Colt Craghead makes it rain. Panthers in front.
And Washington can do that in a hurry. All of a sudden, Florence jumps out to that 4-0 lead. Just like that, Washington burying some threes.
Thompson slices to the bucket and banks it home. Tied up at 6.
Thompson so talented as well, right there with Leonard.
Lewis launches and connects.
Well, Larry, we talked about those slow starts in some of the games. I don't think Washington's feeling that right now. They're letting everything rain from beyond the arc.
9-6 Panthers. Tigers slowing it down. The leaner from Bruce is off.
Doing a good job pushing it in transition.
Craghead left it short that time. Leonard hustles ahead. Full head of steam to the basket. Fouled on the floor.
I think Leonard and Thompson only have one thing in mind, just go. They're right down the floor in a hurry.
Well, with Leonard, John, he's big. He's a big 6'7".
Yeah.
Not wiry. He's tall. He's got long limbs, but he is a big dude. I wouldn't want to be in the way.
No, certainly wouldn't. Obviously, you got that frame. He's got 2 more years to even develop and get better, which is surprising because he's already reached his peak. But, yeah, not a guy you want to take a charge from when he's up in the air.
Jump ball turns it over to the Panthers. And they'll redo the inbounds pass. Into the hands of Johnson. Johnson listed on the roster as a forward. He's a guy who can play guard, as is evidenced by his shooting skills. Can't drain it there.
Washington's well-rounded in that aspect. They have a lot of different guys that could take the ball up the floor.
McWhite, a skip pass. Bruce, what an assist from McWhite. Tied at 9.
Nice cross-court look there, and wide open for that triple.
Duncan has it knocked loose and turns it over. Here comes Leonard. Can't scramble for it. His shoe comes off. You ever run so fast your shoe flies off?
Can't say that I have.
Don't think I've ever done that.
And you know, one thing I noticed too, Larry, is when you play in this tournament, it's showcased as a lot of talented teams here. And I don't know if you've noticed, a lot of teams, or I should say a lot of players right there at midcourt, they're trying to get their hands on a ball, get that breakaway dunk. They know how loud this crowd can get.
We saw it last game. How many dunks did St. John Bosco have? It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
They treated these rims like a rental car.
I think these rims have definitely seen some wear and tear through the years, especially right here in November.
Now that everybody's shoes are reattached, we're set to go again.
There.
And now it's turned over. Thompson, the flush.
And that's going to be big for Washington, controlling that ball. Wilson all over it on defense right now, getting their hands in on steals.
Dean Davidson into the ball game. Another steal. Another slam.
And just effortless with the dunk. Just drops it in.
And they are talking. Josh Leonard quiets the home fans in the student section. And it's 13-9 Florence. High intensity early in this one.
You know, if you're watching at home, Larry, in just the 5 minutes we've seen of Joshua Leonard, it is no surprise he's a Division I recruit with a lot of teams coming after him.
This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Florence Engineering, 13-9 lead. Back and forth, punch for punch in this first quarter. Out of Washington's timeout, Craghead gets a friendly bounce.
Had that one deflected a little bit, but good job there from Craghead to still get it to go.
Bruce crisscrosses it up. Back over to Leonard. Showing off the handles. Can't connect in the mid-range, and a foul on the rebound attempt. They're going to get Christian Bruce for that one. His first, team's first.
And I think last night, Larry, against Romeoville, kind of tested Washington, might have got him ready for this game a little bit physical both ways. Another team, had to go back and forth and trade baskets with.
Andre Lewis. The stick back is there. Pierce Martin plucks it back down.
Good awareness there from Martin.
Bruce across the stripe. Thompson from way downtown. He hit that one from the Illinois River.
That's a deep three, showing off his skill set. Not only can he can get to the basket, but pull it from deep.
Cross court. Martin thought about a three. Instead finds Duncan on a dime.
How about Martin coming in? Nice put back and then a pretty assist there to Duncan.
This game has some pace to it. Double team comes against Elijah Smith. He's in trouble, and he stepped on the baseline. $1:25 left for the first quarter. And if the other three are like this one, we're in for a treat.
Yeah. And obviously last night, their game against Romeoville, overtime game, gave the fans something to watch. This one definitely has the making, Larry.
Lewis on the perimeter. Bounces it back out. Corner three, you bet. That's Duncan. Panthers lead by 2. The spin cycle doesn't end in a bucket for Leonard. Johnson, the dish to Martin. He lost the handle. Stays here, last touch by Thompson. Washington's game really revolves around the perimeter. We saw that last night in that loss to Romeoville, and they have stayed true to that early against a Florence Wilson team that's just a little bit bigger.
And I think that just goes back years. I mean, Washington has always had 4 or 5 different guys that can shoot it on any given night from 3. It's no different this year.
About a 15-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock here. Shot clock down to 10. Lewis penetrates. Took some contact, lost the ball. So Wilson will have the final shot of the quarter if they so choose.
See who gets the ball. Probably hold for the last shot here with 16 to go.
Leonard walks it up. Playing catch with Bruce. Extra pass into the corner. Isaiah Addison, hello. 4 seconds left for the quarter. Washington needs to go if they want to get a shot off, and they do, but it's blocked. Florence Wilson out of South Carolina announces its presence in Illinois with a 19-18 edge after the first quarter in Washington. Man, that was fun.
It was very fun. I mean, similar offensive styles when both teams got in their set offense. Washington moved the ball really well to find that open man. You come back down the floor, Florence Wilson doing the same thing, those skip passes, getting the ball to the corner, top of the key. I mean, both teams letting it rain, and this was an exciting first quarter. I'm ready for some more basketball.
This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Also brought to you by Keps. Come to Keps Sports Bar during the TOC. Check out our menu on our website. We also feature trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 p.m. We feature Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. every Sunday night. Follow and like us on Facebook for more. Culver's is proud to support this year's KBM TOC and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. And PJ Hair is again proud to be a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Florence Wilson 19, Washington 18. Second quarter opens up with Tigers possession. Big Cats going at it tonight. Tigers and Panthers. As Thompson drives, and he'll head to the line.
See if both teams keep that tempo up like they did in the first quarter or kind of settle in. We've seen that with some teams, a few games over the last 2 days, might start to run the tempo, but then kind of feel their way into the game a little bit more. So
Thompson's first free throw rolls down. A 2-point lead for Wilson, which feels big. Based on how this game's going so far. And the senior's second. No good. Johnson races past Leonard. Keeps on going all the way to the basket. Bank not open. Leonard with the rebound. Streaks ahead into the lane, and he has it poked away. Nearly a double dribble there.
Yeah, man on a mission, gets the rebound and said, I'll just take it all the way down myself. But Washington, good defensive effort.
More times than not, when Leonard's had the ball coming off the glass, that's been the result.
Yeah.
Turns on the Jets. Duncan to the lane, and the denial. Leonard had that smothered. He passes ahead. Thompson in the corner. Rebound. An offensive board. There's Thompson on the inside.
Thompson is having quite the game to start.
4-point advantage now for Wilson. Craghead from a few steps behind the line gets the touch.
Friendly roll.
Back down to a 1-point game. Thompson off the make with his own. The pace of this game almost feels AAU-like.
Yes, it does. And, we've keyed in on Leonard, but Thompson right now, he's really feeling his game.
Off the Craghead heat check. Johnson squares it away.
If you like scoring, I think we're in for that.
Leonard draws the whistle. Again, Washington has historically not really been known for pace, but they can play at that pace.
Yeah. I've seen Washington in the middle line. We've seen games as low as mid-30s, 40s, but they could play in the 70s and 80s. We saw last night, I think the shot clock forces Washington to maybe run the tempo a little more.
Thompson straight away swirls down.
How about his first half?
He's got 14. of Florence's 27. Andre Lewis. And a foul away from the basketball. They're going to get Isaiah Addison there for that one. First team foul of the quarter.
See what Washington can run on this set. See if they look for that three again. They've been feeling the hot hand.
Action into the paint. Johnson, and acrobatic and one. James Johnson got it done from the outside, now on the inside, and he's got a chance to tie this ball game at 27.
And I think it helps prep you too, Larry. You know, football player, season finishing just a few weeks ago, strong tight end, defensive player as well, and he went up with a lot of contact on that one and just put it home.
Offensive rebound poked out. Washington saves it. Another opportunity. Duncan launches. Left it short. Thompson chugs ahead. Pull up. Is it a two? It is. Had his foot on the line.
Up to 16 now.
Having his way offensively. Johnson picks up a whistle.
Now I'm just going to speak hypothetically. Is the scoring record about 53 here? Is it higher?
Well,
I know
we'll get the research department on it. We do have a program handy,
but
thankfully. We broadcasted the scoring record a few years ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Tristan Thompson, the way he's going right now.
Rebound falls to Elijah Smith. See if the ball goes back to Thompson here. It's Leonard this time. Backing. Lost it. And Bruce fields the ground ball. He slithers inside and the bank is closed. Johnson the rebound. Pushes ahead to Martin. Extra pass. Craghead on the baseline. Nifty move.
Craghead having himself a first half as well. Just back and forth game.
Florence Wilson by one. Leonard was fouled before the shot. It's really everything you want in an early season game. If you're a fan, if you're a coach, specifically maybe on the Washington side, and it's not the type of offense that historically they've run. We've talked about that, but you got to be pleased with the offensive showing.
Certainly.
McWhite lobs it in for Leonard. Thompson, another bucket. He's got 21.
And while we're on the subject, Larry, we tracked it down. 51 points from Kenneth Lewis.
Okay.
Booker T. Washington, 2022.
I remember it well. Duncan. Back out. Lewis, a no-look dish. Through the contact, the finish for Jace Lott. 6'5" sophomore makes an impact off the bench.
That was a great job by Lott. They're able to just hesitate, head fake, wait for both defenders to jump and put it home.
Pull-up tray from Leonard. Left it short. Here comes Lewis. On the scoot, into the corner. Duncan cashes in.
How about Washington feeling their rhythm? Man.
Washington by two. Leonard with a rare walking dribble across half court. Thompson, oh my goodness.
He has not missed a beat.
Unconscious. He's got 24.
It's like one of those video games where the shot marker's continuously green. That's what we're seeing right now. Man.
Travel for Duncan sends it the other way. 24 of Florence Wilson's 34 belong to number one.
That is impressive.
That's what happens when you've got multiple guys that require attention, including Leonard. Thompson around the screen in the mid-range. Oh, what a move.
Man.
Tristan Thompson putting on a show.
That head fake, step back, and just patient with the ball. Very soft stroke.
Lewis cooking up a response. Zone look here for Florence. Martin. Hands off to Duncan. Shot clock at 9. Duncan can't find the answer. Smith soars for the board.
Deep one there from Duncan.
Leonard. What a pass. And one. Nazir Smalls. And the harm. Wilson starting to find some separation towards the tail end of the second quarter.
Yeah, and if you start to separate a little bit, and Tristan Thompson continues to score the way he's been scoring, Washington needs to keep relying on those big baskets they've been getting from their core.
That's a lane violation.
Yep.
And that'll cost Smith his hand.
I think he was maybe waiting for a missed opportunity. Maybe I'll go, jump up there and put it back. I think he just wants all the points right now.
Thompson got a little overeager.
He's anxious.
If this were football, that would have been a false start. Craghead had it poked loose. Body's hitting the deck. And it's going with the Tigers. Eric Schermerhorn, head man for the Panthers, none too pleased with that call. Thought there should have been a foul, and he's got a case.
Yeah, he does. I'd agree with that.
Bruce looking for Thompson, who's now getting the face guard treatment.
You got to put some pressure on him, and that was a good job there from Duncan to try to keep him outside.
Certainly an honor he's earned.
Yeah. Early in the game, too.
This is a mismatch. Thompson passes out of it. Pretty paint move, but no finish for Smith. Washington will run.
Good ball movement here from Washington. Being patient with it.
Shot clock at 10. Pass is intercepted. It's a 3-on-2. Dish to Leonard. Underneath the basket, he slips it in.
That's a strong finish there from the sophomore.
It's a 7-point advantage for Wilson. .50 ticks left for the second quarter. Johnson, cross-court look for Craghead. Washington having some trouble with the spacing, it seems. Reset to Johnson.
Wilson applying some more pressure here in the final 30 ticks.
Lewis draws a whistle. Coming up at the half inside Uftring Tournament Central, Kim Barth, Washington girls head coach, will join us. Fresh off the first ever girls game in TOC history last night, a Panthers win. So stay tuned for that. Shot clock is off now. Panthers can hold for the final shot.
Trying to go for that double, get a quick steal here before the half.
Panthers pass out of it. Martin was open in the corner. Thompson the rebound. Leonard pass into the corner. McWhite, the McTriple.
And I don't think Washington wanted to see this one slip to 10. They got a chance here to cut it to single digits.
Johnson launches and air balls, and that's how the first half ends. An impressive performance from Florence Wilson as a whole, but Tristan Thompson, my goodness, 26 points.
Yeah, and like you said, Larry, when you see it on paper, obviously our first time seeing Wilson in person, you key in on Josh Leonard, but look at Tristan Thompson now. You add some attention on your star player, and you have another guy step up as almost a decoy to start the game. Next thing you know, he's almost got 30 points, which he'll definitely see here within the next few minutes going into the third. But outside of those two guys, you key in on them, and they get open passes. There's threes that other players are contributing with. They're a talented team.
And a first half that felt much closer than the 10-point score we have now.
Yeah, it did. And, obviously you'd be seeing Tristan Thompson continue to just bury shot after shot. But Washington did a great job. Of spreading the ball around. And C.J. Duncan hit some big shots. James Johnson, Craighead. I mean, Washington shares the wealth, and there's a lot of different guys in that rotation that can score.
Panthers' first half highlighted by 10 points from Colt Craighead. We'll step aside for a break, come back, chop things up inside Uftering Tournament Central with Panthers head coach Kim Barth, and then come back for the second half of action. Stay with us. This is the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was they understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for hope. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Buy your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Welcome to Uftering Auto Group Tournament Central. My name is Michael Savoy. Joining alongside me now is varsity girls head basketball coach for the Washington Panthers, Coach Kim Barth. And Coach, I mean, you had a very successful day, very successful night last night, and you get another day of the tournament. How are you feeling?
It was an amazing experience. To play in front of a crowd like that was awesome for our kids. They played hard. We had a great night. We have a lot of things to improve on. It's early in the season, but we were just thankful for the opportunity to play for such a great cause.
Can you talk about that game and the fact that, obviously it's the Tournament of Champions. It's, there's a lot of people there, obviously, the nightcap of last night. Not just any slot to a team you're playing either. You're playing the defending 2A state champions, and you ended up beating them. So can you talk about that game in general?
Yeah, so we have a long history with Peoria and Notre Dame. We've played them in the regional championship 3 out of the last 4 years. This would have been our third time playing them, and it's a fun rivalry. I've known Coach Langhoff for a long time. He used to be at Canton in the Middle I&I Conference, so I know Coach. He's a great coach. He runs a great program. We knew that we were, going to be playing against some of the best players in Central Illinois with Emmy Wardle and Lexi Bear and Julia Mingus. Those are great kids. So we knew we had a tough job ahead of us, but we were ready to go. Our kids were locked in defensively, and we really pride ourselves on defense, and our defense was really, really good last night.
Yeah, I bet the players were so anxious to get out there. I bet they were excited. It's a nightcap of the tournament. It's the first time a girls' game has ever been played in this tournament, but I bet they were very nervous.
They were, and it was like midnight madness. I was ready for bed. That's way past my bedtime, but we were excited. We were, I say if you're not nervous about something, you don't care. Yeah. And they were nervous, but they were focused. And as soon as that ball tipped, we always say it's you, your teammates, and the rim, and that's all you need to worry about. But the crowd in Torry Gym was electric for us last last night. That's not something we get to experience at every home game or every game in particular. So we were very thankful for that as well.
Certainly. I mean, you got to think about the most normal girls games anywhere really in the country. I mean, you don't really get as much fanfare as maybe the boys teams for the most part. But I bet the nightcap of something very historically special is very something else. But
it was.
Moving on to your season in general, I know we wrote a season preview for you guys on CSM Overtime, but for the folks at home that maybe even from South Carolina that care to know, or maybe people that are just from this area that didn't get the chance to read the article, and you can talk about it here. So what do you expect out of your team this year?
So we have a core group of juniors that are returning. A lot of them have a lot of experience with varsity minutes as freshmen and sophomores. We have some seniors that are back that are fully committed to our program. And then we add a couple sophomores that are getting experience as we go. Our juniors have been playing together since they were in 3rd grade in WRA basketball. I think the biggest thing about my kids are they are students before they're athletes. I mean, their average GPA is 4.3 on a 4-point scale. And they're great kids. They're sitting in the gym tonight cheering on the boys. So I just think they're really great kids, and we're looking to have a great year. We're just getting better every day. That's our plan.
I got to ask because this is something that came up in my mind. Obviously, that you guys just played the first girls game. Is there any friendly banter between your team and the boys team? Because obviously the boys are in session right now playing against Florence Wilson. But is there anything like, are the girls saying, like, if you guys lose, we got one leg up on you, that sort of
no,
thing?
it's all good. We are, we're each other's biggest cheerleaders. In open gyms in the fall, sometimes our boys will jump in, freshman boys, freshman girls. We're just trying to help each other out, and we want to build each other up and support each other. So I think it's all positive between the teams, for sure.
It'd be bad on me to not bring up Kevin Brown, obviously, one of your better friends. Obviously, had passed away from glioblastoma. Everyone from this tournament knows about Kevin Brown, especially from Washington, know about what he meant to this community and this team. What can you share about him?
So when I started working at Washington 14 years ago, and I was in a meeting with him, and he said, "You're going to retire from here." And I looked at him and I laughed. I went home. I told my husband, my boyfriend at the time, I said, "Hey," I said, "this guy's crazy." He said, "I'm going to retire from Washington." And, he supported me in everything I did. He said, "Go get that job. If you want to be the varsity girls coach, you got to keep working. You got to do volleyball. You got to be sophomore basketball coach." So he always encouraged me. He was my biggest fan, but he was very honest with me. I think that's one thing that I really look up to him for, was there was never a question about it. I was getting the truth, whether I wanted to hear it or not. But he was just a great guy. His wife, Jody, is such a great person that I still am in contact with all the time. He loved my kids. He only knew one of them, but it was a family affair. He loved his players like family, and that's what I've tried to carry on in my program as well.
Yeah, all I hear about him is that he's just a great guy. Obviously, I'm not from Washington. I'm from more the Kankakee area, so I'm just now getting myself asserted within this tournament, but all I hear is a great guy. Well, Coach Barth, it was a pleasure to meet you, and it's a pleasure to talk to you, but we'll send it back to a commercial break and have the second half of Florence Wilson and Washington.
Thank you.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Back inside Torry Gymnasium, Florence Wilson out of South Carolina leads the Washington Panthers by 10, 43-33. With John Camosa, Larry Larson hanging out with you on your Wednesday night. So glad you're with us. And John, a lot of fun in that first half, a really frenetic pace to start, highlighted by Tristan Thompson's 26 points for Wilson.
That was an exciting first half. Larry and Washington, kept the pace right there. Even though with Tristan Thompson scoring at will, Washington still matched it with some three-pointers. Late there in that second quarter, in the closing seconds, Washington a chance with the shot clock already timed out to hold on for a last shot and let it go a little bit too quick there. And Wilson was able to get the ball back down the floor and then score to take this 10-point lead. So we'll see if Washington can kind of adjust here into the third quarter and try to get back into this game. But 10 points with a team like this that can score at will, you want to try to trim it down as quick as you can.
If you're Washington, how do you slow down Thompson?
That's a tall task. I mean, just getting back in transition, trying to face guard Tristan Thompson, as hard as that sounds. But, yeah, that's a big task, Larry. But Washington, I think right now it's going to have to be just matching points with them and hope for the best.
So to open us up in the second half, it'll be Washington basketball as the Panthers try to defend their home floor in the 19th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Basketball, raising funds to battle glioblastoma. Great cause, great hoops. We're back underway. Will Morton has it for the Panthers. Finds James Johnson. He had 8 in the first half. Cross-court pass over to Morton. Lewis off the handle.
I like the patience on this possession. He's trying to find the right shot.
Johnson airballs a tray. Patience doesn't pay that time. Thompson, post feed. It's Elijah Smith. Bounce pass to the corner. Leonard. 13-point lead for Florence.
Between Leonard and Thompson, these guys are unconscious from three.
Yeah, at the start of the broadcast, we talked about how some teams have a hard time adjusting to this gym. They've made us look pretty silly.
Yeah. I think they're enjoying playing here.
Lewis jets to the basket, lays it up and in.
Good move there from Lewis. But here you go in transition again.
Leonard ahead of the pack. Gets himself to the line.
I mean, Larry, when he catches the ball, and I didn't count the number of steps, but it does not take him long to get to the hoop from half court. It's like almost 3 or 4 long strides, and he's there.
As Leonard hoists the first. Watching his game, you kind of think of a positionless style of basketball. Leonard is a guy who has some guard skills, but he can bump bodies with the best of them inside the paint.
Yeah. Definitely has that kind of combo guard / forward.
Misses the second. Duncan underneath the basket is fouled.
And Wilson's going to be aggressive on plays like that, but that's a good job by Washington, finding the open man underneath and drawing contact. Chance to get some points at the line here. Those are the plays you want to be looking for.
So here's Duncan to the free throw line. Nails the first free throw. One of the team's 2 captains for this Panthers squad. Second one is off. Rebound, pulled down by Leonard.
There he goes again.
The Euro and the teardropper.
I mean, Larry, he's sprinting down the floor. That man is on a mission.
12-point lead for Wilson. Lewis draws a foul. Second foul of the quarter on Wilson.
And you had a good point, Larry. You brought this up in the first half of the style of this game as more of an AAU-esque. It feels like that.
Panthers offense trying to keep pace. Martin has Johnson. Left corner three. Duncan was left alone and left his shot short. Pass hurled ahead. Addison, elbow jumper.
Addison, the freshman, first.
Doesn't look like a freshman.
No, he does not. See how Washington can respond now that Wilson's really jumped ahead and extended their lead here in the third quarter pretty quick.
Martin traveled, and Washington will take a timeout. The crowd has been completely taken out of it.
Yeah.
And in an environment like this, if you're Wilson, that's one of the most important things that you can do.
Yeah. Washington, obviously, like we said, this is a home game for them. You got a lot of people maybe out of state that are back home for the holidays. You pack this gym full. And Wilson said, well, I'm not going to let you spoil our party. And right now they are in full control in this game. It's going to be interesting after this timeout how Washington can.
Saying hello from behind the camera. Can't really see us. We're hiding up
Kind of
here.
had my head blocked. But back to what I was saying here, Larry, it's how does Washington adjust outside of this timeout? I mean, Wilson's just driving down the floor in a hurry. Washington really hasn't had a defensive answer. And Wilson doing a good job defensively on their end to kind of prevent Washington from scoring. So it'll be interesting to see here what kind of plays they can draw up.
This Power Up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Wilson basketball out of the Washington timeout. Ball flung out of Leonard's hands.
Kind of lost the handle.
Lewis slices inside and has another layup.
It's a pretty move there from Lewis, finishing with the left hand. Able to slip by his defenders.
Shades of his older brother Drew Lewis with the paint touch. Leonard whirls to the basket, left the layup short. Battle for the board. And Washington got a timeout in.
Good job there from Craighead.
Possession arrow would have gone to Wilson. So the Panthers hang on to the basketball, trailing by 12.
And that's another big thing too, Larry, is you got guys like Thompson and Leonard down low. They get a miss like that. Those guys can kind of soar above everybody, get their own rebound for a second chance effort. But Craighead able to get in front there and hold that rebound down. And I think that's going to be huge, is defensive rebounding too, especially on those misses here in the second half.
In order to get back into the game, but also get the crowd back into the game, feels like Washington's going to need a run at some point.
Yes.
Easier said than done against a Tigers squad that's just kept on pouring them in. In case you're just joining us, it was back and forth action through the first quarter. Wilson pulled away and took a 10-point lead into the locker room at half. Johnson to Craighead. Penetrates. The fader is off. And the rebound is ripped away by Thompson. Pushes ahead. Here comes Leonard again. He's fouled on the floor. Seems to be the Washington approach. Just try and stop ball as soon as you can. But that is easier said than done.
Well, and you mentioned earlier too as well, Larry, just a big body. Even when he's in transition and can't slip past the defender, still able to draw that contact because he's so hard to defend.
Thompson had 26 points all in the first half. Hasn't scored in the second half. Leonard spun himself to the ground. Duncan back to Martin. Catch and shoot. No touch there. Here comes Leonard again. What a pass! And the finish from Smith.
Great awareness there from Leonard. And Smith right there for the two-handed slam. Wilson in full control.
Unselfish play from the Tigers. Duncan can't find the answer. Craghead, a reset. Johnson fires. He can't hit. Feels like a lid is on the bucket right now for Washington. Leonard's turn to soar.
Been so impressive. Just ball movement, getting to the cup. Man.
Lewis left it short. Thompson all the way to the rack, left it short.
Washington, they're trying to find an answer here, but another turnover, Larry.
Those are the things you just can't have.
No, not with the team this good on the floor offensively.
Thompson to Leonard. Directing traffic. Here's Thompson against Duncan. Pushing against him in traffic. He'll head to the line.
That was a tough shot, but able to draw that contact.
We're talking a little bit about that scoring record. Might be out of reach at this point for Thompson, but no less a performance to remember. And hey, for Wilson, a few games left in this tournament. 3 more, to be exact. So who knows? Thompson rattles the first one home.
And I think Florence Wilson continues to play like they're showing tonight. Just the size, you know, Thompson 6'6", Leonard 6'7", and then we've seen Elijah Smith run the floor as well at 6'7". It's hard to stop a player of that size and caliber when they're running full speed ahead.
Thompson's second. Off the rim. Johnson pushes. Duncan is fouled.
Good spin move there from Duncan.
The pace of this game is dramatically slowed down from the first half. Hasn't particularly benefited any side. In and out for Duncan on the first.
Yeah, free throws are even crucial in this type of deficit. And they get some points on the board if you're Washington to gain some of that confidence back.
Tristan Thompson is off as Duncan makes the second. Smalls, 6'2" junior, back onto the floor.
Probably a much needed rest there for Thompson after his effort.
Leonard, step back, left it short. Lewis, all the way to the rack.
Good take from Lewis.
Student section is jolted to life for the first time in a while. Leonard fights his way to the basket and scores.
He has been so physical tonight.
Martin backing, slips to Lewis. He's the hot hand, cooled off there. Body's hitting the deck. Martin came out with it. Johnson, shake and bake but no dinner. Here come the Tigers in transition and a one-handed jam. Elijah Smith rocking the rim.
It's a dunk party here in Washington. Not in favor of the Panthers, though. More so the Florence Wilson Tigers.
Timeout taken by Wilson. It's a full timeout, and it's a chance to remind you, every timeout and quarter break brought to you by Enercon. A lot of energy for the folks in gold not as much for the home fans. T-shirt toss time. They've done these in a lot of timeouts.
Yeah, they have. A lot of T-shirts.
Tell you what, got to look at the shirt on one of the guys throwing out the T-shirts.
Yeah.
That might be an Entercon T-shirt toss.
Yeah.
Wow. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
So a minute 6 left in the third quarter. Second half has been all Wilson over Washington.
Washington just has not had an answer for Thompson and Leonard. It'd be hard to say anybody in this tournament could guard those two gentlemen.
Duncan. Jets inside, back out. Morton lunches, leaves it short. Battle for the board. Leonard comes away with it. Trains to the basket. Can't lay it up and in with the left. Hounded off the rebound and a foul. And Thompson's going to pick this one up.
Just relentless. It's try to score the basketball, you don't, and then you're going right back for a steal, and they double you.
Now Wilson continuing to play like this is a one-point game like it was for much of the first quarter. Yeah. Only they lead 59-41. About 30 seconds left for the third. Duncan, elbow jumper is good.
That's what you need right there if you're the Panthers. And you need to make some stops.
Just need to see some jumpers fall. Thompson drives and scores. Tristan Thompson's first points of the second half.
Oh, and a block.
Martin's blocked. Thompson doing it all.
Really been all over the place.
Goes back to that relentless effort. Martin to Martin. Left it short, and that's how the third quarter ends. 61-43. It's Wilson over Washington in a matchup that a few presidents would be proud of. Yeah. Tigers in control. Glad you're with us the evening before Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving Eve. I don't think many people call it that, but we'll roll with it. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. 8 minutes on the timer. Double-digit advantage for the Tigers from South Carolina. No, not Clemson. We're talking about Florence Wilson. Watching the sideline all night, easy to see why the Tigers play with such relentless passion and effort. It's reflected in their head coach, Yusuf English. He's been up and down that sideline all night.
He has a lot of energy. That coach is kind of passing that down to his players, and look, they're still going. There's another.
Thompson.
Where's our dunk tracker, Larry?
Yeah, well, got to get the folks on that back in the truck. We'll have Joey Wright keep tallies. Duncan against Leonard, fades, can't score. Leonard ahead of the pack. That's Smith. Another one.
Man, they are a tough team.
Lewis, line driver, is too strong. Rebound hits a cheerleader.
And I almost want to reflect back to the game just before this one where Metamora was tight with St. John Bosco, and a similar story. The talent showed and they pulled away. We're seeing it in this game as well.
Really a similar feel.
Yeah.
It's a good comparison. Leonard, mid-range ace.
Now they award one player after the game. Can you split the could they split the plaque? Both players tremendous.
Well, Leonard's starting to catch up.
Yeah.
As that bucket will not count. So Thompson's got 31, and Leonard has 17.
He's got a little bit
starting
of
to catch up.
Yeah. It's a quiet. It feels like a little more, but yeah.
Maybe a friendly competition. Leonard. How about another one? Not that time. Pierce Martin. Duncan left alone.
Had a good look.
Rebound fumbled. Stick back, yes. Count it, and one. Jace Lott. Gives this crowd something to cheer about.
Jay Slott patient on that one. They'll hound you down there, try to get a block. He waited on it like he did in his prior basket in the first half.
So Lott drains the second. Panthers trying to sneak back into this one through the back door. It's going to take a lot. Thompson from the elbow. Where hasn't he made one from tonight?
Yeah. I mean, beyond the arc, mid-range, dunking abilities. He's really got all the skill sets.
Leonard misses on the pickpocket, and that one was altered, but Lott there for the follow. Thompson a slow walk up. The dish to Smith. He thought about joining the mid-range fun. Instead, Bruce pops the three and misses.
Washington needs to start scoring.
Foul there. So much of the conversation around this tournament leading up was about St. John Bosco. Understandably so. Three of the best players in the entire country, one of the best teams in the entire country. They're in this Washington Invitational presented by the City of Washington with Florence Wilson. And based on the effort that we've seen tonight, this Tigers team could give the Braves a little bit of a run as Leonard's fouled.
I would say that watching that game against Metamora, the comparison with St. John Bosco and Florence Wilson, both teams like to push the tempo. That was a matchup that we get. I think that game could be very high scoring.
Shot from Leonard rolls off the rim. Other teams in the Washington invite include St. Francis Episcopal out of Houston, Romeoville, who defeated Washington last night in overtime, DeKalb, Metamora, Paideia School. Strong field, as always. Pass is through Duncan into the hands of McWhite. Bruce flings up a shot in the paint. Can't get it. Cleans up his own mess. No look dish. Didn't exactly work out how he drew it up, and it's a turnover. But into the hands of McWhite. Three is short, and the stick back's not there from Thompson.
Trying to put him on a poster.
Oh, shows violence. Offensive reset.
Where has Thompson not been on the floor? I feel like he is all over
Leonard squares up at 3 and makes it rain.
I think it's might be too little too late here for the Panthers.
Lewis against Thompson. Size mismatch. Long 3 from Lewis is good. Lewis has had a nice second half. He's got 12 for the game.
Yeah, he has. It's a spark plug for this Washington team.
Just moves so quick.
He does.
Quick first step, quick last step. Leonard, the dish. And Bruce is off the mark.
And the thing that I really like about this team, Larry, it's a double-digit game, you know, well in control, and they are still pressing you in the full court.
They're playing, that's for sure. Pass to Lott. Deflected out of bounds. Panthers are going to bring on some subs. One thing's for sure, Wilson signed up for 32 tonight.
Yeah.
That is for sure. Pass swatted back to McWhite. As some fans start to file out, some of them in front of the camera.
Yep. We still got one more tonight.
Leonard, high arcing 3, not to be. Extra pass to Lewis, fumbled. And vacuumed in by Omar Douglas. Leonard turns on the Jets, count it, and the harm.
I mean, what can't this kid do?
There are going to be some kids in a very long line waiting to get Josh Leonard and Tristan Thompson's autograph after this game.
And, you know, Luke Kaminsky for Washington just came into the game, and you're right under the basket, and the first thing you see is Leonard coming at you full steam ahead. Probably not the best feeling in the world.
Here, try to take a charge, fresh off the bench.
Yeah. But, yeah, to your point, Larry, a lot of kids here tonight that, you know, look up to these players, the stars. You might see them in the NBA someday, as we've seen a lot of players through the past year. So, yeah, that autograph line will be long.
Autograph experience, something that was added last year. Brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. It's been a nice addition to the tournament. Family-friendly event. And Kaminsky connects from deep. Looks like those cobwebs have been knocked out.
Still got 2 minutes to put up some more shots.
Leonard still in. Drive and a dish. Addison halfway down and out. Panthers run the break. Slow it down a little bit. Pass was tipped. Craighead off the fake. Crowd loves it.
Yeah, it's a nice shot there from Craighead. You do not want to give that guy space.
Leonard, the response. Trading baskets now. Just having fun with it.
Yeah.
How about another deep 3? That's Jackson Vanderheit. Justin Bryan off. Vanderheit the rebound, no. Oh, that was almost showtime. Still can be showtime.
I think it might be.
Oh boy, the lob, just a little bit off. We'll settle for a layup.
He might be getting tired at this point.
Timeout for Florence Wilson. Might have some subs coming on here with 1:06 left to go. And the Tigers are well in front, much to the dismay of the Panthers student section. The blackout theme tonight.
Probably, like like I said, much needed rest, but Thompson and Leonard finally get a chance to take a seat. They have put in a lot of work on the floor tonight. Impressive victory.
Final minute of this one, as Wilson will pick up its first win and its first game of the TOC. 3 from Jackson Vanderheit goes down. Triple from the sophomore. Continuing a long line of Washington Panthers to make an impact, named Vanderheit. Colt Craghead checks out to a rousing ovation. Still some good positive energy on that Washington bench despite the 21-point deficit on the scoreboard. Games like this, they're building blocks.
Yes, they are. I think when you face a team of this caliber this early in the season, it definitely sets you up later on when you get into conference play.
Nazir Smalls hits from the corner there. Could be the final possession of the ball game, but Washington's playing fast, so no sure thing. 3 is long from Bryan. Battle for the board in the corner. I think both coaches are going to be pleased at the end of the day with this hard effort. Both teams, strong, hard-fought effort for the full game.
Yes.
And with a lopsided score, I think there are some teams, some programs, as that one's laid up and in, maybe get a little offended by some teams continuing to play hard. I don't think either of these teams are going to be upset with the level of effort in this one. It's a big win for Florence Wilson. The Tigers come into Washington and take a big one over the home team, 86-60. Just an all-around effort.
Yeah, offensively, Florence Wilson did not slow down this entire game. Unbelievable effort by both Tristan Thompson and Josh Leonard. These guys, they are quite the duo.
They most certainly are, and good news for basketball fans here in Washington and all across the country. Tuned in on ClutchSportsIL.com. It's only game 1 for Florence Wilson in this event, as they'll continue to play on this week. They play tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, as we flip around the tournament schedule.
They do. 4 o'clock.
They open up our Thanksgiving Day ball games tomorrow, 4 o'clock against St. Francis Episcopal. Again, 4 o'clock Central Time here on ClutchSportsIL.com. Coming up next on CSM, La Mirada, out of California, taking on another local team in Morton. That's coming up here in approximately 15 minutes. In between now and then, we'll send it down to our String Tournament Central here momentarily. Folks down there will get you previewed and chop it up. So, we'll send it to a timeout. And then, off during Tournament Central after this on CSM.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Welcome back to the Uftring Tournament Central. My name is Michael Savoy, and I'm here with Steve Allen. Steve Allen is an IBCA or ICBA, pardon me, award winner back in 2016. Really good coach. I mean, that kind of explains it for itself. But yeah, I mean, you got a really good coaching career. I was looking into you. Truth be told, I'm just now learning about you. I learned about your coaching career. Saw you had some trips at Milford, Athens, Divernon, is that how you say it? Divernon, okay. Divernon, Springfield Lutheran High School. But yeah, a great coaching career. Can you, I guess, for the start, I mean, can you just run down, your coaching career and how you got this award?
Oh, I was in it 40 years, and it was a great time, no doubt about it. But my job now is with the IBCA, the Illinois Basketball Coaches Association, which we gave out an award to Jody and Kevin Brown tonight.
In talking about Jody and Kevin Brown, obviously this tournament wasn't always named after Kevin Brown, but after the glioblastoma story about Kevin Brown, the fact that he had passed away from it, it's all about it now. I mean, the glioblastoma, everything about it, named after Kevin Brown, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament champions, as it's been for a little bit now. So, do you have a personal relationship with Kevin Brown?
I knew Kevin. I never got to coach against him, but I knew him very well. He's in our Hall of Fame as well, and tremendous person. And unfortunately, we're here because of him in not a good circumstance, but what he did and what he does, what he stands for, continues to help many, many people.
Yeah, I've always heard. I mean, obviously, like we had said before, I'm from the Kankakee area. I'm from St. Anne. I mean, obviously, I'm new to the Peoria area. I went to Bradley University last year, so I did this tournament last year as well. So I'm trying to get more with this tournament and what it really means. But now just learning about Kevin Brown, everyone I talked to, including you obviously have some glowing things to say about him. And I mean, everyone you talk to, it's just fond of him. I mean, you talk about a great guy.
Great coach, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and you talk about, as a coach in this tournament, or not obviously coaching in this tournament, but as a coach looking into this tournament, what have you seen so far from a coach's perspective about the tournament in its entirety, only 2 days in?
Well, it's tremendous, bringing in the type of teams and the players to come in and play Central Illinois teams. What a great thing for the fans. And it's also great for Illinois schools because they get the experience playing some of the best players in the country. I'm very impressed with the tournament. Well run, well organized, great games.
Yeah, I learned back in 2007 when St. Anne had won the state championship at 1A, I learned that they'd actually played in this tournament. I learned that they had played a school, I forget exactly where it was, but they had the 6'10 center committed to Florida State, and they had beat them, but then a couple days later they had lost to Washington. So I bet that tournament prepared them for the long haul, because this tournament, I mean, year in and year out, you're talking about a tournament that either has past state champions or going to be state champions, or at least really good teams. I mean, there's no shortage of anything. And a lot of people say this year is the year of, like, every single team has at least one star player, has at least a chance to make it far in their respective states in the classes. So I guess what can you say about this tournament in terms of the teams that play in it?
Well, if you're a basketball fan, you can't go wrong. And you're going to see a lot of these kids playing on television in the next 4 or 5 years. So,
yeah,
great experience for everybody.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about Thanksgiving tournaments. I'm sure as your fair share of coaching, you've coached in many Thanksgiving tournaments. It's pretty much a staple in Illinois. Not a lot of states have it as much as we do in terms of Thanksgiving and just tournaments in general. But speaking about Thanksgiving tournaments, I was on broadcast earlier in the year, or earlier in the day, pardon me, about Thanksgiving tournaments. I talked about Thanksgiving tournaments and what they mean in terms of your overall season. I mean, you can go undefeated in a Thanksgiving tournament, and you can ultimately, that doesn't show exactly who you are. You can not win a game in a Thanksgiving tournament. I mean, anything can change. I mean, what can you take away? I mean, like I said, you probably coached in many Thanksgiving tournaments. So, as a coach, what have you taken away from Thanksgiving tournaments?
Well, it's like your preseason. And I think a lot of people coming in here know that there's a chance they're going to be 0-4, but that doesn't mean their season's at a loss. Mm-hmm. They can continue throughout the year, and it'll make them better, there's no doubt. So it's a great experience at Thanksgiving, and it's a tradition. That's what makes it. I'm sure a lot of families come to this every year. That's part of their Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and I bet, a lot of teams, and I even thought about this myself. Obviously, I said I'm from St. Anne. I followed the St. Anne Cardinals boys basketball team enough to know that the way their season pretty much has ran for the past few years is the Thanksgiving tournament, they're competitive, but they may not show their best strengths, and they may not have a winning record out of it. But it's really the Christmas tournament that really turns their season around. I'm sure that's a lot of the case for a lot of schools, so even including the schools that you might have coached.
Yes, the Christmas tournament, you finally see what you have, and then you prepare for the postseason from there. And it's great to have those two types of tournaments at the time that they're done for teams to get better and make their mark during the season.
Yeah, and I've only been here for a day, but this tournament has gone on for 2 days. Were you here yesterday as well?
Never been here. This is tremendous.
This is your first, so
tremendous tournament.
So
I'm glad to be here.
Obviously, you've seen this game going on, Florence, Wilson, and Washington. But have you watched other games? Has there been a team that stuck out to you?
I haven't been to a high school game yet till this week.
Oh.
I've been following some junior high and some girls games, but I've got a long season ahead, a lot of presentations to make. And can I mention that, the presentation we made at halftime?
Yeah.
Kevin and Jody Brown are our IBCA recipient of the Darrell Kipp Courage Award.
Oh, wow,
and we give that out annually to individuals who symbolize a particular cause. And obviously Kevin and Jody symbolize the battle against cancer. They're very well deserving. The KB Strong Foundation does a tremendous job of raising money and fighting that disease, and we're just proud to get to honor her as our 2025 recipient of the Darrell Kipp Award.
That is fantastic. I mean, you talk about, we'd already talked about Kevin Brown, what he's meant, not only to this school itself, but even just that community. People from Washington know Kevin Brown. I mean, if you don't know him personally, at least you know of him. I mean, he was the basketball coach at Washington for such a long time, had so many winning seasons, but I had to switch gears over to something that's pretty cool. And tomorrow being Thanksgiving, I had to ask you, being a Midwestern guy, I had asked, I had the coach from Archbishop Hannon in Louisiana, and I asked him what's his favorite Thanksgiving thing to eat, and he had mentioned I think he had mentioned some casserole, but something pretty cool. And then he had mentioned gumbo and something very southern, but as a Midwestern guy, you're from Milford, not far from where I actually live. What's your favorite?
Well, hands down, it's our family's homemade noodles. My mother made them. My sister makes them now. My wife makes them, and it's a staple. But of course, all the turkey and trimmings. We don't have noodles. There's something wrong.
Yep. Are you more of a Thanksgiving in the afternoon guy, or are you more of a dinner Thanksgiving?
I just go where I'm told.
Okay.
Actually, we have 2 dinners tomorrow, so we celebrate with a lot of family.
Are you a football guy by any chance?
Yeah.
Watch the Thanksgiving
it'll be
game?
fun tomorrow, and Illinois plays tomorrow as well. So it'll be football and some Illinois basketball, and we'll have a great time tomorrow.
Oh yeah, the Illini play. I almost forgot about that. They play Arkansas tomorrow as well. So in terms of the state of Illinois, the Bears play the Lions at I think 11:30. I think it's a little different because it's Thanksgiving, and then obviously the Illini play Arkansas. So we got the day made for us. Obviously, we don't want the Bears to absolutely, ruin the game for us, ruin the day for us. But if you're a diehard Bears fan, that might be the case for you tomorrow. But hopefully that's not the case. But hopefully the Illini have us covered if that happens. So that should be a great day of sports tomorrow.
It will be.
But yeah, usually my family for Thanksgiving we'll watch the Bears game for a little bit. It doesn't matter what score it is. In the middle of the game, the lunch will be ready, and we'll just eat Thanksgiving for lunch, and then. Because it's Thanksgiving for lunch, we'll have second servings and everything. We eat the whole thing.
Leftovers for 3 more days, too.
Yeah, my dad makes what he calls protein bars, but they're pretty much butterscotches, so they're pretty good, too. But yeah, I appreciate meeting you. It's been a joy being here. I'm sure it's been a joy for you being here, too. Yeah, any last thoughts on this tournament, what to expect?
Oh, I just expect it to continue running as well as it has. It's a great experience. A lot of volunteers doing a lot of great work here, and I've enjoyed it.
Steve Austin, everybody, the IBCA award finalist in 2016. He gives out the awards now, but for now we'll send it to a commercial break, and we'll be back with the final game of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions tonight.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Mirada. And welcome back inside Torry Gymnasium here on the campus of Washington Community High School in Washington, Illinois. We have reached the end, at least of day two, at least the final game of day two of the 19th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. It's the La Mirada Matadors out of California, one of the top teams in the entire country, taking on the Morton Potters. Not the Washington Panthers. They just played. They were against Florence Wilson, but the Morton Potters, a good squad here in Central Illinois, one of the area's best. Jonathan Michael and John Camosa here in the booth with you. And Joko, it's a shame to be a good game. This is obviously maybe not carrying the same amount of hype as St. John Bosco versus Metamora a couple of games ago, but I think it very well could rival, if not even be better than that. These are two very strong teams.
They are, and Morton's has a really balanced team. They don't lose a whole lot from last year outside of Gus Rugard, who graduated. He is at Bradley University this year as a preferred walk-on. His brother, Trip Rugard, one of the starting guards here, who's very solid. And then the two big guys down low, Cal Boker at 6'6" and Wes Gudeman at 6'5". They're kind of the power guys, slow and methodical, get you a lot of rebounds and second chance points.
Most definitely. We were talking about Morton again. The Potters were co-Mid-Atlantic champions last year, advanced deep into the playoffs, and it's very much mostly, again, the same team, again, outside of Gus Rugard. Wes Gudeman is going to be a player to watch in the cherry and white for the Potters tonight, and a player to watch on La Mirada's side. I'm sure many of the Matadors fans already know, but Gene Roebuck, one of the top 15 sophomores in the country, and he's leading the La Mirada team that has already gotten off to a hot start this season. They're 5-0.
Yeah, that's one thing we saw, in last game as well with the sophomore class, how talented it is. Class of 2027. You saw Josh Leonard there for Florence Wilson, super sophomore, getting a lot of Division I offers. And now we get our first look at Gene Roebuck III tonight. Another very talented sophomore, but this will be a tough test for Morton tonight.
Gene Roebuck III, I wonder how good the first two Gene Roebucks were at basketball.
A lot of good genetics there.
Definitely. La Mirada, again, a strong, talented team as well. As the starting lineups get introduced here again, the final game of the night is probably about mid-evening or so in California, about 6:45 p.m., but it's at 8:45 here in Washington. And again, not too much time zone difference, but I gotta wonder how La Mirada has dealt with that. It benefits them. They feel like it's a little bit early in the night, but closer to a typical game time for them.
Yeah, probably, like you say, John, you travel, you're trying to get used to the time zone change. And, for Morton, I think they're just excited. This is even late our time, 8:45, kind of nearing into the 9 o'clock zone here. But Morton obviously really excited. to take the floor for the first time here in Washington. Not only that, they are playing an extremely talented team, one of the top in the country, and I'm excited for this one as well, John.
St. John Bosco earlier was ranked number 5, but La Mirada number 37. They are one of the top teams in the Golden State this year, and boy, what a treat that we get to see them. They make the trip all the way to Central Illinois. Morton starters tonight go like this. It's Alex McKee, a 6-foot junior, followed by Silas Steffen and another junior. Trip Rugard, a returning starter, and a 5'10 senior. Cal Boker, a 6'6 senior forward, and then Wes Goodeman, the all-area 6'5 senior forward. For La Mirada, it'll be MJ Smith, Julian Gomez, King Riley Owens, Gene Roebuck, and Jarrett Cole. Ready to get things going, and the Matadors win the tip. It is Owens bringing this up the court for La Mirada. King Riley, his first name hyphenated, and they turn it over as Rugard donning a white headband. Boy, Joker, you don't see that too often in the high school ranks anymore. Silent choice from Rugard tonight.
You don't. We didn't see him wear a headband last year, but new look he's rocking here coming into his senior season.
Goodeman turns around. First shot is good. Morton takes a 2-0 lead on their first possession of the game. It's the Potters' first game of the season. Under head coach Abe Zeller, here's a 3 by Cole and rebounded in by Steffen.
I think this will be big for Morton against a team of this caliber, taking that early lead, which they did behind Goodeman, now trying to extend it.
It definitely kind of eases the nerves a little bit. Just see that first shot go in. You know, you never want to get too nervous or jittery, waiting for that first shot to go down. And it's in. Now you can focus, play basketball. Shot there is off, rebounded by Roebuck. He's got it now, working on Cal Boker. Spin move, Roebuck with some speed, had it stripped. 2-on-2 break. Here's McKee.
Good
that
defense
shot altered.
there.
And Rugard steals all over the place here in the early going. It's 2-0 Morton.
That's one thing we've seen from Morton, even going into last year, over the summer, this season, very skilled defensively.
Shot on the way, rebounded by Boker. Defender draped all over him. The shot's no good. Now it's Owens the other way. Rugard the steal. Morton's hands are everywhere here in the first 2 minutes.
A lot of turnovers in just 2 minutes, John, and Morton getting their hands on a lot of, and just like that, how about a steal?
Watch out, and the slam. MJ Smith with an exclamation point for La Mirada's first bucket of the game as we get a whistle.
I think that was, you're dumping your hand in the cookie jar. Let's take it right back and slam it home. Mirada ties it up.
Couple early turnovers for the Matadors. See how they settle in. It's Steffen with it. A few weeks ago, he finished up his football season. Rugard shots blocked by Owens. Good defense from both sides, and I think they're going to get Goodeman on the reach there on the fast break. Potters said, hey, we've had a lot of fast break steals, and Goodeman says, hey, why not try some more?
And I always like games like this, John. They intrigue me for one reason. Look at the record. Morton's first game, La Mirada, they've played 6 games already. I mean, so you wonder how teams kind of come into their own. Morton, first time on the floor. La Mirada, they've had some competition, some opponents they've faced. But right now, Morton defensively looks like they're about 6 games in.
Most definitely. La Mirada's last game, they beat Anaheim Canyon 80-78 in double overtime. And also played at the Rumble on the Hill tournament. Tough shot, Goodeman rolls in.
Yeah, it's something he's so skilled at, even going into last year. He's had to face some tough opponents. Strong body, finishes well with that left hand. Fundamental basketball player.
Roebuck was the tournament MVP at that the Rumble of the Hill tournament. Tough shot by Owens off balance, and it's corralled in by Rugard, who now slows things down. One thing about Rugard is he is a true point guard. He is just a good facilitator, a conductor, if you will, of this Morton offense.
Yes, he is.
Steffen feeds Goodeman in the post. Boker was open and calling for the ball. Goodeman, defender all over him, and he's going to head to the line. I wonder if he was going to pass out. Silas Steffen was wide open there on the wing, but instead Goodeman will get a trip to the stripe.
Yeah, John, you bring up a good point. Touch on that. A little bit about Gus Rugard's game last year. Scorer. I mean, he could light it up from beyond the arc. Gus Rugard, or I should say Trip Rugard, a chance now to really kind of fill into that role, take over where his brother left. But he can score, but he also has unbelievable court vision.
Most definitely. And again, it's not always about how many points you score, although it is nice to have those big nights. But if you're going to get your assist total up, and I think he is one of the area leaders. We can probably guess he's going to be one of the area leaders in terms of assists per game this year. Goodeman goes 1 for 2. Roebuck, a deep three. Too strong.
Both teams still trying to settle in a little bit. Had a lid on the basket.
We've seen some games today that have been real shootouts. Obviously, Wilson put on a scoring show in the last game. Steffen's shot is blocked. And just right on cue, I was about to say, defense looks like it's going to define this one. That ball bounced off of the back of the referee's head.
I haven't seen that. I don't think in all the years we've covered it went off back of the head of the referee.
It's definitely the first time in the, I believe, 12 games now of the TOC this year that we've seen that. It's wrong place, wrong time. They probably don't prepare you for that much in referee school.
No, I don't think they do.
Gomez with it. He shoots a deep one off the mark and brought in by Grant Selke for Morton in off the bench. This Morton team, calling card last year for them especially was their depth. And the same goes this year as well. They're probably going to go about 9, maybe even 10 deep. Goodeman, the and one, and Morton now leads by 2 possessions.
Wes Goodeman fired up after that one.
Goodeman, one of the emotional leaders of this Morton team. An all-conference selection last year. Last year was kind of really the big, kind of Wes Goodeman coming out party. He really began to shine a lot. He was on our radar 2 years ago, but again, last year he kind of took his game upper echelon of the players here in Central Illinois.
Yeah, he certainly has, and I remember him as a freshman. You could start to see him come into his own with his basketball game, but he's really perfected his craft. I love the style. It's old school, body a guy up and just get him a head fake and go up with that left hand.
Gomez, a deep three. That one is short this time. La Mirada's missed him short. They've missed him long. Still looking for their first basket of the game. That's not a dunk. And that one by MJ Smith was their only bucket of the game so far. Selke's in the corner. Now Goodeman over to Rugard, penetrates, floater, too strong, tapped back out, second chance for the Potters. Goodeman, shot fake, wide open lane, and left it short. Morton still has possession though. Rugard drives and kicks. Shot clock not an issue, and again, if you're just tuning in, this tournament does use a shot clock. Not mandated by every high school in Illinois yet, but it can be used for some tournaments or shootouts.
Nice pace and possession here from Morton. They have the lead, trying to extend it even more.
And go to, guess who, Wes Goodeman, and he takes it in hard, and he'll head to the line for 2 more. Time of possession is a little bit more of an important stat, I think, in football games than basketball games, but at least here in this game, Morton seems like they've had the ball for well over half of this game, Joko.
It does feel that way, and, thanks to their defense, too. They can be grateful for that to get those steals and get some of those opportunities back. We've seen La Mirada, obviously, speed, but Morton has deflected some of those passes, able to get their hands in on the ball and extend that time. And, yeah, right now, 8-2 lead. That would be quite something to hold them under 4 points, a team this talented.
No kidding. Again, top 50 team in the country. Way downtown shot. That one from Tristan Partita. That one came up short. Matadors still hang on to it. Here's Roebuck. Crosses on Selke. Fadeaway. Tough shot. He got it to go. Wow, what a pretty one.
Yeah, he's got quite the arsenal in his game. Look at the handles and able to spin and create space to get that shot to go.
La Mirada might need a Roebuck to help kind of wake this team up a little bit. And again, they're only down 2 baskets. La Mirada's played a solid game defensively as well, making Morton work for their shots. Selke down to the block. Whistle before that. That's on the floor. And the Matadors' 4th year of this first quarter. As Boker comes back into the game for Morton, as does Chris Perez and Julian Gomez for La Mirada. School of 1,946. And shot there. Stefan was short, followed it up. It's good the second time around. Now with some speed, another deep three. It's off the mark there from Gomez.
They're just letting them fly from deep.
Under a minute to play here in this first quarter. Glad you're with us on Clutch Sports Media. And we'll be seeing these teams later on this week as well. This is our first time seeing either team so far this tournament. Boker posting up, now kicking out. Nice ball movement here from the Potters. Stefan driving in, draws contact, no foul, good defense. There from Lopez, who did not foul. Here's Smith, out to Owens. His 3 ball is true from the corner.
Just like that, cuts it to 3. Morton here, chance to score, add some points on the board.
Probably gonna be last shot of the quarter. Driving in is Boker. No more good defense from Lopez, and a prayer is off the window. Overall, a slow start, but a stronger finish to that frame from La Mirada. They trailed 10-7, and Joko, this game has been dominated by defense so far, no question about it.
It has. Both teams, when they get going, can score offensively, but right now, like you said, John, yes, it has been the defensive game coming into it. We'll see how both teams can adjust a little bit, try to up their scoring. But right now, Morton has a lead over a very good La Mirada team.
Most definitely. While we got a quick break, I want to thank some of our sponsors tonight, starting with Enercon. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. You're ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. And by Kep's Sports Bar and Grill. Come to Kep's Sports Bar during the TOC. Check out their menu on their website. They have trivia every Wednesday night at 7, or every other Wednesday night, I should say. And Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. every Sunday. Follow and like us on Facebook for more information. And Culver's, part of the sponsor of this year's KBM TOC, the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard, and by PJ Hare. Again, proud to be a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Here's a 3-ball from Morton, rattles home. That's Alex McKee, his first score of the game. McKee was a strong junior a strong sophomore for the Potters last year. Nice cut down low on the finish by Gomez.
Yeah, if you remember last year, John, you and I called the regional championship game against Richwoods, who would have went on and to get to the state finals. And Alex McKee, he shined in that game. He had some big plays, maybe not as much points, but filled up certain things on the stat sheet.
And he was a good player for them off the bench in that game. Goodman, nothing but net on that 3, and lets his bench know about it. His head coach, Abe Zeller, loves it as well. 16-9. Goodman is up to 11 for Morton. Top of the key, it's Lopez, and he lost the handle.
And that was Rugard again with his hand on the ball.
McKee, some nifty dribble moves, showing it off. McKee pass to Boker, and that was probably a good foul there from Owens. Boker looked like he had a step on him down low.
So Morton here in this inbounds play, they like to try to get the ball to Gudeman, work him down low, see if he comes off a screen.
Rugard inbound. And it's back to him now. Nice defense up top there from Owens. Boker sets the screen. Now back to McKee. Gudeman gonna go to work. That's his office. The low block. Turnaround shot almost went in. Second chance is there for Colin Burns.
Nice awareness and putback from Burns.
And a wide open bucket. No resistance there as Andrew Castro, the easy bunny. Colin Burns, a starter on Morton's baseball team, which is also one of the strongest in the area. He's a catcher for them. Boker's shot is deflected back. Here come the Matadors the other way. Castro over to Owens from the wing. Swish. And this is a 4-point game now, John.
Both teams, like we said, coming into their own with the scoring now. Lid came off the basket. Mirada feeling in their groove. Morton trying to keep that lead.
Both teams definitely started to pick it up here in the second quarter. Offense coming a bit more easily as they get warmed up. McKee driving to the left. Was in trouble. And then found his man Burns. Rugard sends Burns over to the other corner. Boker back to Rugard. Off balance shot from the corner is no good. And here comes Mirada. Roebuck slicing in. Blocking call there, and he'll head to the line. Gudeman picks up his second foul.
Strong take there from Roebuck. He had Boker and Gudeman on him and able to draw the contact.
So Roebuck will shoot two here. Roebuck has got offers. Again, keep in mind he's just a sophomore from Kansas, UCLA, USC, California, Arizona State, and Washington.
It's a
Pretty good
list.
for a guy that probably either just got his driver's license or still is yet to get his.
Yeah.
Bright future for that young man. 18-15. Matadors have kept themselves in this one. Gudeman. Nice shot fake there. Pass it over to Rugard. Now Gudeman. Another more shot fakes. He's got Mirada jumping all over the place with him.
He sells them very good. It's a hard head fake.
Now a deep two is blocked away there by Smith. Morton stays with it though. Stephan turnaround jumper at the horn and got it to go. Nice awareness from Silas Stephan.
Yeah, and that was a great effort from Boker to keep that play alive, to save it, and then eventually find Stephan right before the shot clock.
Contact on the other end there, no foul. I think the refs are letting both these teams play a little bit, which you like to see with two teams of high caliber.
Yeah. We were seeing that a little bit with Washington and Florence Wilson as well. Not too many fouls, both teams finding a groove.
I was working our scoreboard for that game, and I found myself, I'm like, boy, there hasn't been many fouls in this one. That's the way we like it. 3-ball on the way. Is just a bit short for Jarrett Cole. Gudeman walks it up, and again, Rugard is obviously their main point guard, the guy who brings the ball up the court, but Gudeman can be that person for them as well. Patient possession here for the Potters. That ball off of Rugard's back foot. He kept it and turned it back over to Roebuck. See what he draws up here. Pass over, 3 over. Gomez, nothing but net. Pretty shot for Julian Gomez. his second bucket of the game. He's up to 5. Here comes a press from La Mirada, and a foul in the backcourt there. That goes on Smith. And the fact that it's been a physical game, I think both teams know that not a ton of fouls are going to be called. It allows La Mirada to play aggressive, and at this point of the game, again, that backcourt foul, you never wanted, but that's not going to hurt you that much right there.
No, it doesn't. 2-point game, and so you're going to see that. But I think both teams, John, we've seen it evenly matched right here in this first half.
Ooh. I think the largest lead, has only been about 6 or 7, which at the time felt a lot more than 6 or 7, but right about at this same point of the first quarter, La Mirada only had 2 points, but now they've started to find their groove offensively. Little volleyball tip there from Owen Adams, multi-sport athlete at Morton, into the game. And we have already seen McKee, Adams, Steffen, Byrne, Rugard, Selke, Boker, and Goodeman for Morton. It's a deep Potters team. Too strong from Goodeman off the window. Now up to Gomez. Fast break is blocked away by Selke. Not in my house, he says.
It's a great block.
What a denial from Grant Selke, the 6'2 senior. His sister Paige is a star on Morton's girls basketball team, one of the most accomplished as a program in Illinois history. Here's Rugard on the drive. Back out to Steffen. Good feed to Goodeman.
Yeah, it was.
Narrow window, and a narrow window on that shot. Makes no difference.
That's all you got to do if you're a guard for Morton. You have to let Goodeman get set down there. Once he does, he's going to man up on a lot of guys that he plays.
And he is just so strong as well. Offensive foul there on the Matadors. Yeah, we know Goodeman's height, 6'5". Not sure what he tips the scales at, but I'm sure that most of his body mass is just pure muscle because he is a very strong player for Morton. Rugard facing some pressure here by Perez. Steffen on the drive, running out of room on the baseline. That's running out of real estate on that one.
Got a little too deep under the basket, but good take to get there.
Steph is an aggressive player. He's a very athletic kid.
Football player as well, I believe.
Yep, football player as well. A lot of multi-sport athletes on this Morton team. And I'm sure for La Mirada as well. 22-18, Rugard, number 22 himself, drives in. And he takes a hard tumble right next to our photographer, Knox Minot. Doing a fine job, all TOC, with some great pictures that you can see on our Twitter account, Clutch Sports IL, and our Instagram, Clutch Sports Media. Knox and Elsa Olmstead have been doing a fantastic job keeping everyone updated with the best pictures, videos, score updates on our social media this entire week. Rugard's first free throw, nothing but net. As Partita comes back into the game for the Matadors. The La Mirada, again, that Rumble on the Hill tournament they were at, their average margin of victory was about 16 points, went 5-0. Averaged about 71 points per game in that tournament. And they're also currently ranked number 7 by the LA Times in their area high school basketball rankings. Foul as Smith went up hard to the basket, and he'll shoot 2. At number 7 in all of LA is a pretty good accomplishment, I would say.
I would say there's a lot of talent there, and to earn that type of ranking, yeah, that's something you'd want to be proud of.
And especially this early in the season, too. Again, There's been some results, obviously, being 5-0 helps. But, a good portion of it at this point of the season is just who you got back, your reputation as a program, and the talent you have on your roster. So it's clear that La Mirada has the talent. They got the speed, the athleticism. It's just putting it all together, and I think they can make a deep run in their division over in California.
I would agree. And I think it's a test for both teams. They get a taste of Illinois. Morton gets a taste of, California-style basketball. And I think it helps both teams down the road once you hit your respective conferences, postseason, that type of thing.
Most definitely. Again, this is a great way for these, not only for us, but also for these teams to kick off the season, as McKee ran out of bounds there and back over to the Matadors. Under a minute to play here before the half. Coming up again at halftime, we'll have the Ufton Auto Group Tournament Central, as Michael Savoy will talk with Florence Wilson head coach Yusuf English. His Tigers coming off a big win against Washington in the game before this. Here's Smith on the drive. Foul call. That is going to be number 3 on the Potters this quarter, so no bonus yet. And, for La Mirada, Joko, again, Roebuck has, had some buckets, but it hasn't just been him. He's been a well-balanced scoring for this Matadors team.
Yeah, I think, when we see teams, and the TOC has been known to highlight star players, which we're seeing, but I think the teams that they're on, there's a lot of other talent. We saw that last game. We saw Florence Wilson with Joshua Leonard, but Tristan Thompson was a star in that game. And
oh, my
word.
What a
feature.
Oh, Rugard tripped over the ball, but his teammates, Adams is there. His half-court heave is just a bit short. That'll do it for the first half, 24-20. We got a good game brewed on our hands, folks. The late-night dessert here before Thanksgiving. Just a few more hours until Turkey Day, and the Potters and the Matadors provide us with a feast of good hoops action here in the final game of the night.
Yeah, they certainly have exciting first half. If you haven't tuned in already, you might want to check out this second half. I think this could be a game that comes down to the wire. But both teams looking good, trying to find their rhythm offensively, and they've done just that.
Definitely. We'll have to see, though. We've seen some very close first halves, and then some teams run away with it in the second half. Wilson and Washington was close at halftime, and Wilson ran away.
Yeah.
St. John Bosco and Metamora was 32-26 Braves at halftime, and then they ran away with that game in the second half. So we'll see which team comes out stronger out of the locker room. That's, I think, going to be the biggest key to this one, is who can get out to that best start in the next 2 to 3 minutes of that third quarter.
Yeah, I agree, John. I mean, and we saw Morton, when Gudeman started to hit some threes, it was 16-9 at one point, and then all of a sudden La Mirada cuts right back into it. I think if there is a team either side, whether it be Morton or La Mirada, they can start putting together some consistent baskets with some stops on the other end. You can see either side pull away a little bit, but I think both teams are physical enough defensively that this game is going to be nip and tuck both ways.
I certainly agree with that. Defense has been strong here tonight. We'll send it to a quick break. And right before we send it down to the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central again, Morton 24, La Mirada 20 here at halftime at the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions here in Washington.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
The final time on this Wednesday, my name is Michael Savoy. Now joining alongside me is another head coach of another high school. This time it's Yusuf English of Wilson Florence. I almost got that mixed up for a second, but nice to meet you, Coach. It was
Nice
a great
to meet you,
game you guys played.
Oh, thank you very much.
Beating Washington, beating the whole school of Washington, it must have been a great experience for you guys.
Oh, it was a great experience. We were able to come in last night, and me and my coaching staff, and we just the atmosphere here is amazing. The student section, amazing. And so when we came into the game, we were like, that's one of the things we had to prepare for. But it's electric. The fans were great. It's a great environment all together. Great. I enjoyed myself.
Yeah, I talked to the coach of Archbishop Hannon about the experience he had here, the first game he had here, and he had said just the atmosphere in general was great.
Yes.
I mean, you're not even playing. He wasn't even playing Washington the whole school, and he had just felt that he didn't have student section obviously.
Of
but,
course. Yeah.
I mean, he still felt the atmosphere. I mean, this is a great tournament. He had said that a lot of people in the Midwest really care about their basketball. I don't know what your thoughts about that were, but
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna say it's a surprise because I know that basketball is loved, nationwide, worldwide, and so, but I think a lot of places don't have this type of atmosphere where it's a lot of people who just love basketball, and I mean, people I didn't even know was great game coach, and I always say you do something right when people you don't know and even the other fans are coming up and shaking your hand. So it was enjoyable. It's just enjoyable. I really can't wait to go do it again tomorrow.
Can you talk about this tournament in general? I mean, obviously you're not done with the tournament. We still have a couple games. You guys play St. Francis and Romeoville coming up, but so far so good. You beat the whole school of Washington. I bet your players, obviously you guys are very successful in your own right, but playing in this tournament of champions, your players are probably pretty nervous themselves.
Oh yeah, it's the first game of the season. One, we got 4 freshmen on that team. We only have 3 seniors, so we're very young. We got 3 seniors, 2 juniors, and the rest are freshmen, and 1 sophomore, 2 sophomores. So we're young, first game of the season. We just wanted to start fast, and I figured that'll get the jitters off. I said, if we could score off the tip ball, we'll be fine. We was able to get that basket off the tip ball, and so they were nervous in the back. As soon as we came out, that they got to going, we were fine.
Yeah, you talk about your team. Talking about sophomores, Josh Leonard for you guys was pretty much a maniac. I mean, he just kept scoring and everything. And, I mean, can you talk about him? I mean, obviously, not every sophomore can be a Josh Leonard. So.
Yeah. Well, Josh is an amazing young man. Works hard, plays hard. He's a great teammate. He wants to see everybody do well. Like Tristan Thompson, 26 in the first half, carries us in the first half. And Josh is literally trying to find Tristan to give him the ball because he's the one that's carrying us at that moment. Second half, Tristan kind of evens off. Josh comes up and fills the gap. And that's just kind of always been it with those two, is they're such great teammates that they consistently pick up for one another. If one's hot, they'll give it to the other one. If somebody else is hot, they'll give it to them as well. But, not everybody has the Josh Leonard or Tristan Thompson. So I just happen to be lucky right now.
That's what makes you guys good. And talking about your season coming up, I know of some of the Florence schools. Obviously, I know there's 3 high schools. Obviously, you guys, Wilson, South Florence, and West Florence.
Yeah.
So I know. I don't know enough about Florence to know how basketball crazy it is. I'm sure it's basketball crazy enough for you guys.
It's basketball is crazy. It's big in Florence, and a lot of people don't know about it. It's the PD area. So a lot of the attention is put on the upstate of South Carolina and the Columbia area. But the PD, I always tell my guys, we want to make sure that we represent the PD well, that we represent Florence well. We came up here, and I think that we did that.
You guys certainly have. I mean, some very solid seasons, especially as of lately. I mean, a lot of the teams that are here in the Tournament of Champions, just like you guys, have either been in the state championship or state championship worthy. So,
yeah.
And that's another thing. I mean, talking about this Thanksgiving tournament, I mean, there's a lot of Thanksgiving tournaments that, have good teams, obviously. You're going to get that everywhere you go. But this tournament in particular, you're talking about from California to obviously where you guys reside in South Carolina. There is good teams. The St. John Bosco.
Oh yeah,
gave Metamora a really good game and ended up pulling out away from that game. They're the 5th.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, it depends where you look, but it's like the 5th best team in the country. So
yeah.
There's a lot of good teams.
Yeah, and I just think that it's an amazing tournament. St. Francis out of Houston, Texas. We play them tomorrow. They have a D1 commit. another D1 that has multiple offers and another D1 commit. You know, and then after that, Romeoville, they have the kid who's a D1, has multiple D1 offers. Like, a lot of tournaments, you don't see that one game right after the next. And then if we're lucky enough to win those 2 games, then we're probably playing Bosco. Like, who lines this up? Where else would you get this kind of attention, or not even attention, this competition, especially during Thanksgiving?
So, Coach English, it was nice to meet you. It was nice to meet your team. I know you guys have had a good time here so far. You guys have still a couple games to go, but I can't wait to see you guys play, and best success to you.
Oh, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
All right, back to a commercial break, and then the second half of the final game of Day 2 of the Washington Tournament of Champions.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. Potential cancer diagnosis Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
And welcome back inside Torry Gym here. A good one brewed in our last game of the day. The Morton Potters lead the La Mirada Matadors 24-20. A strong defensive first half. And we'll see what prevails here in the start of the second. Jonathan Michael, John Camosa here with you in the booth. Glad you're tuned in with us here on Clutch Sports Media, whether you're in La Mirada, California, Morton, Illinois, or anywhere in between. Maybe even further away than La Mirada, California. Who knows? It's been a good one so far, and a great way to start off your Thanksgiving. 3-ball in the corner, a great way to start off the second half for La Mirada. That one coming from Gomez.
That's the bucket you need. Cuts it to 1 right out the gate. 10 seconds in.
Steffen now in the corner. Goodeman in his office down low. Rugard from way out. Offensive board. Boker too strong. He's still looking for his first basket. King Riley Owens pulls up and drains it. Just like that. 6 points for La Mirada. We talked about who's going to come out stronger. Matadors answered that question.
They did. I mean, yeah, just like that, John. You're down 24-20 and 6 straight.
La Mirada's first lead of the game. And Goodeman double teamed. Roebuck came away with it. He's now driving coast to coast. Came up short, but his teammate MJ Smith is there for the follow. 8-0 run in the blink of an eye, and the Matadors lead it by 4.
Must have been a good halftime talk as they are coming out fired up. Already forces a timeout for Morton.
Randy Arones working his magic for La Mirada. Now prompted timeout from Abe Zeller across the way. Yeah, La Mirada, the high school, again mentioned, if they were here in Central Illinois, they'd be one of the larger schools at about 2,000 or so is their enrollment. Some of their famous alumni include Derek Williams, NBA player, as well as Jenny Finch, one of the best softball players of all time. This timeout brought to you by Enercon. For nearly 50 years, they've powered communities with cutting-edge solutions for industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. And a foul there quickly after the inbound. That one on Gomez. Again, didn't see many fouls in that first half of action. You wanted to go to the line, you had to drive hard to the hoop. Now Rugard tries to find some space. Now Steffen. Back over, deep three from Morton. That one looked a little bit off, but the Pirates recover. Rugard dials it up. That one is also short.
Another opportunity here for Mirada to extend this lead, and right now Morton's kind of been silent offensively, John.
Nice cut, and there's going to be an offensive foul on the Matadors. I think that may have been an illegal screen there on Gomez, who freed up a cutting MJ Smith. Would have been a wide open deuce. Matadors bringing that pressure now. Steffen now back over to Cal Boker. Rugard hit the floor. We'll say I have liked Morton's patience on offense. Again, they haven't really been much in a rush. They've been working for good shots here tonight. 6 on the shot clock now for Rugard. Got to find something. Now down to 3, down to 2. Goodeman's got to force it up. And just a bit too much time there to get a good shot off. Lid's still on the basket in the second half. 3 ball, too strong. And back to the cherry and gray.
See if Morton can just take this down, get a set play, try to get that confidence back at the ball in the bucket.
And this is really what it's all about is, again, see that first one go down. We saw they struck right away that shot there from Goodeman in that first half. It kind of opened the door for them. Nice drive and the finish there from McKee.
Yeah, strong take from McKee.
And right back the other way. Here he goes, Smith, up and under. Tough move there for 2.
Yeah, that's when you have that speed. And look at that, another steal.
Owens from way out, right in front of the bench, no good. Matadors get the board. 3 ball, Gomez. Maybe if you're La Mirada there, maybe if I'm head coach Randy Aronas, I'd like to see him slow that down and try to work it around and get a better shot there.
Yeah, just eager to add some more points to this lead already, but I think they could have played for a little cleaner look.
Boker in some trouble and tossed it right to Smith. He's got a fast break. Tried to lay it in and he blew it. Tough rims here in Washington, and Owens is going to get McKee on the foul. Boy, MJ Smith, I thought he was going to dunk that one at first. I was preparing for a rim rattler.
Looked like he kind of lost a little momentum there on the last step and didn't get enough off that back leg.
For all the young basketball players watching, that's why it's always safe to use the glass. It may not look the best, but again, style points don't really matter. He's trying to go too high and just bounce right off the rim. As Gomez will check out. Castro's back in. Rugard feeds Steffen. Rather know that's Adams, but is blocked away. Matador's defense has been stifling here in this third quarter. Roebuck showing off his dribble moves. Turn around, one-legged step back, and it's off the mark. Not much being given up on either side.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of playing him out behind the arc. They're not letting Goodeman get too far inside. They know once he gets that footing, he can be dominant. See the
Here
double.
comes that double over to Selke. Open man is Adams. Now back over to Rugard, 10 to shoot. Rugard on the drive, and he'll head to the line. A hard-earned foul there. I like that take there from Rugard. Kind of put his head down and said, hey, if I'm not going to make this shot, I can at least get 2 free throws out of this. And Morton, right now, free throws are good points.
Yes, they are. And good free throw shooter at the line, and Rugard. If he can knock these down.
Slight bend of the knees, and putting it in. There is Rugard. Pirates are making their third TOC appearance. They're 4-2 in this tournament, which is actually a combination of multiple, what I guess I would call sub-tournaments. There's the Washington Invitational. There's the National Classic, which both these teams are in the National Classic bracket.
Yep.
There's the Gray Ribbon Showdown and the TOC Shootout Series. Roebuck in the paint. And Goodman going to get called for the block there. I believe that's number 3 on him. So that's something to not raise the red flag about, but just keep an eye on here with 2:58 to go in the third quarter. Mirada, by comparison, they're making their first Tournament of Champions appearance, but it's kind of become a tournament tradition every year. There's always a couple teams from Southern California, LA area that come. I know last year we had Heritage Christian made the trip, and in past years we had St. Mary's from Santa Fe Springs, California. Also St. Pius X, St. Matthias Academy. Back they had Tyrone Riley, who's putting up big numbers now at San Francisco.
Yeah.
And they're going to be coming here to Peoria in just a few weeks to play the Bradley Braves.
Yeah, it's really neat, John, how this tournament's grown since its inception, and just getting so much talent, different teams from all over. Very enjoyable for a great cause, too.
Most definitely. Again, Kevin Brown, former Washington coach, diagnosed with glioblastoma, rare and deadly form of brain cancer. Apple out of bounds. It will stay with the Potters. What a solid cheering section here. Their student section, the Potter Dome, and the Red Sea, whatever you want to call it, is out in full force tonight. Timeout on the floor here, and while we have a quick minute, another quick shout out for Enercon. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. They've been powering communities for nearly 50 years with cutting edge solutions for industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Visit EnerconPower.com if you're ready to power up your career and engineer your future with them. I want to give a big shout out to all of our Clutch Sports media crew that's been working almost all day. Long day of basketball. We've been going since 9:45 this morning, and I know many of us got here even before that, but guys like Larry Larson, Joey Wright, Michael Savoy, Joko, obviously, you coming here later on this evening. Elsa Olmstead, Knox Minot. It takes a village for this entire production, a lot of moving parts all day long. And again, I wanted to give a major shout out to all of our CSM crew doing a fantastic job bringing it all day long. Many others to list in that group as well. Here's Jude Zeller into the game for Morton number 1. Potters got 3 bench bodies in the game with Zeller, Selke, and Adams alongside the heart and soul of Rugard and Goodeman, who's got the ball now. Now finds Selke in that corner. We got Roebuck draped all over him and blocks the shot.
That was good defense.
Just absolutely stuffed him. Spin move by Roebuck. Nifty pass, but it went out of bounds. He had that ball on his hip and got it up and over his head. Almost like magic. That was quite the pass, even though it was a turnover.
If he were to take just a little bit off of that, but he fired that one over there. Need more of like a drop down, but he had the right idea.
And Roebuck in the scoring column has been pretty quiet tonight. Just a couple of points for him, but you can definitely see his skill set. And he is going to blossom even more as a player as his high school career progresses. Goodeman thought about a 3, got Owens to bite on the fake. High shot off the window, and a foul on the floor. That is going to be the 5th on the Matadors this quarter, and will send Morton to the line for the bonus. Third foul there on Julian Gomez. He and Goodeman both have 3. Sweet free throw there from Jude Zeller, the son of their head coach Abe Zeller. Very successful coach here in Central Illinois, was formerly at a very tiny school not too far away, Roanoke Benson. Took the Rockets to state, I believe, in that COVID year, if I'm not mistaken, John. And last year, Morton was his first year with the Potters.
Yeah, he did. That year, Roanoke Benson played, and unfortunately, they had the game scheduled, ready to play state championship.
That was the week that the world shut down.
Yeah.
Count the bucket for La Mirada and Gene Roebuck as the Matadors extend their lead. Again, it was a 24-20 Potters lead at halftime. And the Matadors have taken control. You could say they've taken the bull by the horns in this one.
Yep.
I say Matadors, one of my favorite team nicknames. I think it's one of the coolest, most unique ones you can have.
I do like
as
that.
Roebuck finishes the three-point play. I know it's, hey, speaking of California, I know Cal State Northridge.
Yes.
College, they're the Matadors as well.
Yep. Something about that nickname. It's cool.
Unlike Cal State Northridge, though, the La Mirada is not red. Alex McKee's shot meter is green, though. Knocks down a big three, and Morton's now within one as we're under 2 minutes to play, approaching 1 minute to go here in this third.
And how about a
steal?
steal?
With a steal. And they're going to call a foul on La Mirada, I believe. I don't know. They may have got Rugard on that one. And Joko, again, we're the furthest people away in this gym, but from up here, that looked like a clean steal from Rugard.
Yeah.
It looks like that foul is going to go on La Mirada as, again, Potters line up for the free throw and the bonus. So
I don't know what I was trying to figure out there what Abe Zeller was, upset about on that, even though Morton got the foul, but
Rugard, his free throw is good. And it'll make it a tie ball game, 34-34. Rugard's got 4 tonight for Morton. Also on the floor right now, it is Steffen, Boker, Zeller, and McKee. Big man Goodman getting a breather on the bench. And Potters now back out in front as Selke checks in for Rugard. So now you got Rugard and Goodman on the bench. We'll see how the Potters do again. They're a deep team. It's a crucial part of the game right now, John. We'll see how this unit performs.
Morton clinging to
Good
that 1 point
defense
lead.
there by Zeller. Take away. He's got the ball now, driving in, tipped away. Potters stay with it. Their hustle has really stood out tonight. 3 ball, McKee is no good.
Looked like it was tipped there.
And a foul going there in the backcourt. Yeah, Morton, though, they've been the team that has been hustling on defense. Yeah. I think Morton and La Mirada too as well, but you can just see it maybe just a tiny bit more with the Potters.
Yeah. But how about, John, just how they play and they stick with you. They're down basically this entire quarter. They just regained the lead just a few seconds ago. They're a team that does not go away.
Deep three on the way, and it's good. The lead goes right back to La Mirada, and Cole drained it. Shot clock is off now in this possession, and it looks like Cole got a little bit too antsy there and got all over the back of Grant Selke.
And Morton, they can hold for the last shot here. I beg your pardon, he's at the line. I just looked up.
We'll probably see at least a heave of some sort. Rugard ready to check back in for Morton. Selke's first on the way and good. You can tell that Morton is practicing their free throws and their defense. It's an encouraging sign for them in their first game of the entire season that you're doing those two things well.
Yeah, they worked on that a lot in the summer. We saw Morton won a lot of summer shootouts, tournaments, and this team has really played as a unit. It's definitely a top team to watch this year in the Middle Illini, and right now tied with a very good team out of California.
And the first AP rankings of the season have not come out yet, but once they do, Morton, I think, is probably going to be a regular, at least a vote getter in Class 3A. Always one of the more competitive classes in the entire state. You got Chicago teams, you got Central Illinois teams, you got some Southern Illinois teams as well. 3-ball on the way from Gomez. Got to go as he was falling down. That'll give the Matadors the lead for now. Morton has one more chance, and Rugard a floater for 3. Almost got it to fall. But what a shot from Julian Gomez, and La Mirada goes into the final frame with a 3-point advantage.
And Gomez, hasn't been scoring a ton tonight, but he hit that one when they needed it most.
He's got 11 for La Mirada. Great game shaping up here in Torry Gym, and we'll take this opportunity to remind you that this quarter break brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, they've been powering communities with their cutting-edge solutions and industrial cord panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. And also want to thank our other sponsors tonight, Kep Sports Bar and Grill, Culver's, and PJ Hair. I want to thank them and all the rest of our sponsors that help make this wonderful tournament possible. And the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, 19th year this tournament is going along, and Kevin Brown himself, the former Washington coach, as we mentioned, unfortunately passed away from glioblastoma, rare and aggressive form of brain cancer a couple years ago, and since then the KB Strong Foundation was formed, and boy, they do such a great job, Joko, in so many aspects, raising money to help defeat that terrible disease, and they do a great job putting on this tournament every year as well. And it's just for a great cause. Again, a lot of teams that are here have connections or people in their communities that have been affected by it as well. So it's more than just basketball here in Washington, although the basketball itself has been pretty good,
it has,
to say the least.
But yeah, to your point, John, you just continue to see this grow every year. More sponsors, more people coming out supporting, more money donated. It's really about the cause, but the basketball's a nice perk.
It certainly is, and that layup from Silas Steffen, a nice perk for Morton to start off the fourth quarter. Cuts the lead back down to 1.
What a good late night treat here, though, huh?
Most definitely. It's always good when the last game of the day was a close one. Yep. This one's shaped up to be one of the best ones we've seen. Roebuck, a tough leg on it to go. He wanted the foul call, but he still gets 2 out of it.
Both teams trading baskets.
Good pressure from King Riley Owens. All over Trip Rugard. Penetrates, flips it up, batted back out by Selke, and right back to Owens. 3-on-3, cross-court pass. Dangerous one, but still complete. Roebuck got it.
Smooth
from deep.
Shot. Roebuck's really kind of coming into his own right here in the fourth quarter. He's got 5 right out the gate.
And 12 total tonight again. He hasn't put up massive numbers, but if you're Morton, you cannot forget about him and say, hey, well, we've guarded him good tonight. He's going to probably wake up in this fourth quarter. Goodman driving down low, gets Roebuck in the air. Ward goes back to Gomez. Back to Smith. Bounces off of his foot. Thinking maybe just one step too far in front. Turned it back over.
So Morton, that was a 2-on-1 situation. They caught a break there. With kind of the bobble and kick out of bounds. So now Morton a chance to come back into this.
Potters definitely want a bucket here. This is their biggest deficit of the night. I believe one of the larger leads of the night by either team.
Tight defense there from Chris Perez. Right up on Rugard.
Just a bit too tight. He'll draw this foul. His second. Both teams still with plenty of timeouts in this one. As Selke sets up the offense. Finds Rugard on a great cut and lays it in. Rugard getting it done near the hoop as well.
It's a good take from Rugard. Blue Pie Perez.
That pass out of bounds and back to Morton. Feel that momentum just shift ever so slightly. More pressure from the Matadors. Goodeman's got it. Regard motions McKee out of the way. Now gets him to go around the screen from Goodeman, driving baseline. Goodeman recovers. Now the dribble drive. Stefan going up. Morton can't believe that there was a no call there, but I think La Mirada was straight up there. 3 ball from Partida. You betcha.
Yeah, when you leave these guys open, they will put it in. And Mirada extends this lead. John Morton needs an answer after this timeout.
Tristan Partida, good time for his first bucket of the game. It's back up to a 7-point advantage for La Mirada. And 24-20 game at halftime. If you would ask me at halftime what a key to winning is, I would have said I think the first team to 50 is probably going to be in good position. Not going to say that they guarantee, but I think they would have the advantage. And La Mirada right on the doorstep of that right now.
Yeah, they are in 48-41 lead. Chance to extend it to 10 with the 3 would put Morton in a tough spot. But let's see what type of adjustments Abe Zeller and the Potters can make on defense. Right now, Mirada distributing the ball really well. They're finding the hot hand and the open man.
Most definitely. And again, I mean, the last time we saw Morton was in the last game of their season last year, that regional championship loss to Richwoods. And, you know, Richwoods got, if I remember correctly, again, this is going off a couple months ago. You know, but I think Richwoods got to a pretty big lead in that game, and then Morton kind of started to come back. So you can never count this Potters team out. That is for certain.
Yeah, Morton's a team that they'll battle you until the very end.
Here's Rugard. Got Partida on him. Here's Selke, open 3 with a roebuck in his face. It made no difference.
How about that? We talked about it, John, not going away.
And it'll get you right back in it. 4:40 to go here in the fourth quarter. And Morton with 44 points. 4's wild. Roebuck with it now, guarded by Selke, driving into traffic. And then a blocking call there. Morton thought that was a travel as the Potters coaching staff has to pull Abe Zeller's shirt back. He was on a knee, but he was on the court. Couldn't believe that call, and that was tough to see from our angle, Joko. It couldn't tell if he took 2 steps or not, or 3 steps.
If there's one thing, too, about Abe Zeller, just a passionate coach for the game.
Roebuck elevates for 2.
And you can see that right there, obviously pleading his case, but it turns out they get the blocking call, and they add the points to it. Now Morton, a little bit of a tight hole here.
Down by 6, ball is a free-for-all. And heads up play by Goodeman, who called timeout on the floor. And Morton had plenty to burn. You got to value every possession at this point of the game. I like that call there from Goodeman. Thirty-second timeout again, brought to you by Enricon Engineering. And, you know, for Morton, John, Goodeman had a strong first half. I don't know if he scored much, if at all, in the second half.
No, he hasn't. He's been very quiet second half, but right now some other players have stepped in, filled their roles, but I'm sure they would like to see Goodeman get going. That's a guy that can put some points up on the board, and they're going to need him right here in this final 4 minutes.
He's Morton's leading scorer still tonight with 13. Well-balanced scoring from the Potters. Rugard's got 7. McKee's got 8. Stefan has 6. That ball, Julian Gomez pushed Stefan out. He'll inbound it right in front of the TOC ball boys. They're having a fun time in the front row seat watching this classic game. That one off of Goodman's knee, and back to the Matadors.
Mirada doing a good job doubling up and trapping you in that corner. It pays off. They get the ball back.
Here's Owens bringing it up. Keep an eye there on Roebuck in the corner. Again, top 15 junior or sophomore in the country as Gomez gets it to go off the glass. 8-point lead now for La Mirada. What is Morton's response? Goodman fighting for position. Tough shot by Rugard. That one may have been a bit forced. Owens, no numbers there. Will slow things down. Adams back at the scorer's table, ready to check in at the next dead ball. Owens driving with the right. Kicks out. Cole for three. No good. Out of bounds and back to the Potters.
Had a clean look there, just couldn't get enough under it.
And still plenty of time for Morton. No need to be jacking up any threes or any crazy shots now. Still plenty of time for Morton in their season opener. Foul before the ball was inbounded on Owens. Only their second, but still not a foul you want to pick up.
No, certainly not.
That's Owens' third. Goodman looking for somebody. Gives it to Owens. And Potters will keep it. Gomez kind of pushed him out. Now it'll be full court pressure here from the blue and Vegas gold, the official colors for La Mirada.
Morton trying to get that ball in up the court. Look at that full court press by La Mirada, though.
Kind of sag off now. What that does, it helps take more time off the shot clock, the game clock. Makes Morton use up more time, which is not completely in their favor right now. But again, as we said, still plenty of time. Foul on the floor. Number 3 of the frame. That one going on Cole. Rugard back into Goodman. He needs to get going. Facing lots of double teams, though, in the second half. Here's Selke, thought about it. Into Goodman, Selke cut. Now Rugard driving in, kicks it back out. Still 12 to shoot. McKee turning back around, now 10. Goodman, that's in his range, but he decides to pull it back. Down to 4, down to 3, Morton's got to shoot. Rugard driving in, a floater is blocked by Gomez. That's a shot clock violation. Great defense by the Matadors on that possession.
Their defense has stepped up tremendously in the fourth quarter. Really denying anything Morton's got to look at. By doing that, it's continuing to burn the clock. I think they got to like this lead that they have against a very good Morton team.
The rotations have just been on point. There was hardly any Potters open. I mean, there will be one open for a second, but then, boom, Matadors player right back on them. Owens, a one-legged floater, gets his own miss. Morton really can't afford to give up a score now. Roebuck guarded tightly near the half-court line. Gomez, shot fakes, another floater. That one's short, brought in by McKee. Up, down to Adams, no numbers. 3-ball, McKee is short.
That was a big one, and now a little more time comes off the clock. La Mirada can try to burn some of that shot clock. Morton's going to have to foul.
And McKee does commit the foul. That's number 4, so still one more to give. The Potters, again, don't necessarily have to foul. You can if you want to. There's nothing inherently wrong with it. But you got to pretty much count on your defense to give you a stop. And 1:26 to go as some of the crowd starts to file out. This game, though, is not over.
No, it's not.
I don't know what the mass exodus is for. Still plenty of time left as Rugard takes a hard tumble and head coach brings him right back up. And now the Matadors Well, no, that's now just the third foul on Morton. They got still one more to give before they get into the bonus. Inbound to Owens. And Morton does not get the turnover. Now they'll probably try and foul. Mirada playing hot potato here. 1:10 to go. Adams tried to commit it and did not. And Goodman fouled Gomez away from the ball. I think that's now his fourth. Morton will need Goodman for this final minute and 7, so I don't think he can really foul here.
I can't. Oh, nice lob.
Up to MJ Smith. Caught Morton napping there, lead up to double digits. It's Mirada's biggest of the night. As Owens pushed down Rugard in the backcourt, but you know, use a popular metaphor, John, the Matadors are peaking at the right time.
Yeah, they are. And, you know, in this game, how Morton kind of took that early lead in the first half. I think Mirada slowed him down a little bit, kind of got him in an offensive drought. And this is a good team. I mean, they have a lot of different weapons on here. Defensively, they're good.
Stephen the layup along the baseline makes it 54-46. Again, still a chance for the Potters. Would certainly help if you got a turnover, but they can't play the foul game and see how good the Matadors free throw shooting is. Again, this timeout brought to you by Enercon Engineering. And, you know, looking for the Matadors, overall both teams have shot free throws pretty well. Not sure there's any one player you want to foul more than the other. I'd say the person that shot the least, though, tonight out of the players on the floor has been Jarrett Cole, number 33.
Yeah.
No dominant performance by any one player in this game. Mirada, Roebuck's got 14, and I think Gomez has 13. But good balance of both these teams. That's what you want to see, and I think we could see, again, any one of these players carry their respective teams in their later games later on this tournament.
Yeah, I agree with you, John. And, you know, when you see some of these teams from out of state that have that one-star player, it's not just that guy to key in on, though. There's a lot of other players that help complement his game as well in their own aspects, whether it be a very strong defensive player, another scorer, shot blocker. And, you know, they've showed that tonight. Mirada, some talent. Gomez and Roebuck, but this is a good win for them if they can hold on here.
Most definitely. And I want to remind you that coming up tomorrow, we'll have more action on Thanksgiving from the TOC, starting at 4 p.m., just a half day. And what they fouled Coley, missed his first. Kicks off with Florence Wilson versus St. Francis Episcopal, South Carolina versus Texas, respectively. Then we get our first look at Milwaukee Juno out of Wisconsin and Detroit Renaissance out of Michigan. That should be a good game. Then at 7, we're going to have a great one between St. Petersburg Gibbs and Vashon. And Cole went over 2 at the line. Potter's door is still open. Goodman drives into the lane, and Smith fouled him on the way up. So again, still time for Morton. Both these teams, this next game, Mirada plays at noon Central Time on Friday against those Vashon Wolverines we just mentioned. A St. Louis area powerhouse. Should be a good game.
Always a tough team.
And Morton will take on Gibbs at 6:15 on Friday, so that'll be a good game. I'm sure the gym will be packed for that one.
Gibbs Gladiators.
Yes. Strong-looking team out of Florida that we haven't seen yet, but we will soon. Goodman goes 2 for 2, and it's now just a 6-point game.
This is when you got to try to get a steal.
It'll be Smith to inbound. Potter's obviously bringing pressure. Rugard gonna guard Owens there. They get it in to Gomez. Now back to Smith, and Steffen commits the foul there. It'll send MJ Smith to the line, but no, a timeout was called before that, I believe. And it was by Mirada.
And, you know, it puts the pressure on Mirada. Instead of trying to go for a steal right off the bat, foul, put the pressure on them, put them at the free throw line. We just saw 2 misses there from Cole. Morton's still in this game, that's for sure. Still has a chance.
We have seen crazier things. That is for certain. And again, all those people that just left a second ago, I'm not sure why they did, because this ball game is not over. It's been one of the closest, if not the closest game of the day. Save the best for last. Tight pressure there from Rugard, and he fouled Roebuck. It's probably not the player you want to foul, but
yeah, I was
again,
say, not the guy.
Beggars can't be choosers, though, to be fair.
This late in the game, you don't have a lot of time to burn, so if it does go in the best player's hands, it's where you got to go.
Roebuck sets and shoots. First one's good. And that'll make it a 3-possession game. Goodeman back in for Morton. Roebuck for point number 16 of the night. And the game's leading scorer buries it. It's back up to 8 for the Matadors. Rugard back over to Goodeman. Layup, no good. Owens brings in the miss. Stefan trying to get the jump ball. It favors La Mirada. That does, again, open that door for a potential steal here off this inbound. That's what the Potters need. Well, we'll get a foul before the inbound. That goes on Silas Stefan, so that will send, I believe that is now Gomez to the line. And Julian Gomez has really played a strong game for La Mirada. He's been a fine player, has really done it all for the Matadors here tonight. Knocks down his first.
And I think that should be enough now to get La Mirada their, I believe, 6th win of the year, John?
Yeah, strong start to the
First one in
season.
Illinois.
Certainly looking that way. And again, for the Potters, again, this is their first game this season. I think there are still definitely some positives from this game if you're Morton. Again, very strong defense, especially in that first half. It came out really strong and held La Mirada scoreless for the first about 5.5, or just to 1 basket in the first 5.5 minutes of this game. But the Matadors come alive in the second half. They trailed 24-20 at the break, but dominate the second half and win it by 10 over Morton, 58-48. We'll take a quick break here from Torry Gym and then wrap things up from day 2 of the TOC. Matadors are your winners. Back right after this on Clutch Sports Media.
Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for hope. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
And welcome back inside Torry Gym, where La Mirada just took down the Morton Potters 58-48 to advance to 6-0 on the season and win their very first game in the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. John, it was a great game from both sides again. Close game all the way through, strong defense, some good offense too as well. Really about all you could ask for. A nice solid game, and it leaves you a good taste in your mouth heading into Thanksgiving Day.
Yes, it certainly does. La Mirada is a very, very talented team. don't think Morton has anything to hang their hats on there. First game of the year for them. It's tough when you come out and have to play a late game, especially against a good team from out of state. But 10-point loss for the Potters, but I think they can rebound tomorrow, or when they play next.
On Friday.
Friday. Yep. But for La Mirada, to continue that momentum into their season, especially then when they go back to California. A lot of good players on that team. Morton as well, Gudeman, Tripp Brugard. I think we're seeing shades of what we saw last year, that team could definitely make a run again, too.
Again, even though a 10-point loss, nothing to sneeze at, though, for Morton. La Mirada ranked as a number 37 team in the country by Max Preps coming into this week. So, again, strong signs for the Potters, but it is the Matadors taking this one 58-48. And, boy, what a day from the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Joko, again, high expectations with the talent as usual, and it's always good when it's delivered. And we saw some great games, some great players today. And we still get 2.5 more days left.
Yeah.
What a treat.
Yeah, you really do. And, John, when all these teams come together, you play teams from Illinois that we're used to covering, play teams from California, Texas. There's really no shortage of games that are bad here. They're all exciting. Even if there's games that are lopsided, there's a lot of dunking.
There's high-level basketball.
There's a lot to see when you come to the TOC. That rhymed, see?
Most definitely, and lots to see again on our stream by Clutch Sports Media. I want to thank everyone on our crew that did such a great job today, bringing you broadcasts of all 8 of the games from 9:45 a.m. until now 10:07 p.m. here in Central Illinois. I want to thank Joey Wright, Larry Larson, David Stevenart, Michael Savoy, Charlie Schermerhorn, Andrew Crawford, Elsa Olmstead, Brett Parrott, Tristan Bailey, Jeff Little, Gavin Russell, Knox Minot, Teddy Ball, Mark Wagner, and Wesley Stombaugh. All parts of our Clutch Sports Media crew throughout the parts of the day. I help to keep things going and want to shout them out as well. And want to thank you for spending your Wednesday night with us. And we hope to see you tomorrow for more action from the TOC. If not, happy Thanksgiving. Hope you have a great holiday with you and your family. Eat some good food. Watch some good basketball as well. We'll be here all the way until Saturday night. But that about does it from Torry Gymnasium in Washington, the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare. I'm Jonathan Michaels saying so long for tonight alongside John Camosa. La Mirada, your winners, 58-48, and we will see you tomorrow afternoon from the Washington Tournament of Champions. So long, folks. Have a great rest of your evening.